Last 10 days or so here in the UAE. We've covered much of it here on Mira Business FM. It's kind of that time of year, really. The juggernaut that is GITEX has taken center stage. And as you would expect, quite rightly, there's been much chatter, more than a little, about AI, the latest in AI innovation, where it's being featured, where it's being deployed by companies, by corporates, and how it's going to change our lives. That's really the conversation at the moment. The question is, I think, just how great is artificial intelligence right now? That means time to talk to Nasser Bostan once again. Nasser is the founder of Simulacra X, which is a next-generation cognitive cybersecurity platform, and he is on the line. You're not in the studio this time. Nasser, you are in Vietnam, am I right?
Yeah, hi Tim. I am here in Ho Chi Minh City, just spending some time here, kind of doing a bit of a digital nomad thing, and also checking out some of the local technical resources that they have out here.
It's good to have you on, Nasser. It's always nice to see you. What's it like in Vietnam at the moment? What's the weather like? How's the existence like? Are you loving it?
It's great. The weather's good, not so bad. They've got through typhoon season pretty much, although Ho Chi Minh in the south doesn't tend to get any much extreme weather anyway. But yeah, it's a great city, very dynamic, lots of energy, lots of stuff to do. Really emerging, and obviously, as you know, Vietnam as a country in terms of its progress is dramatically increasing, and that's why I'm out here. Really, is to have a look at how we can look at utilizing some of the great resources they've got out here.
Well, I know you're a huge fan of Southeast Asia. It's good to have you here back in the Middle East. One
Mm.
foot here at least. Look, it's that sort of tech time of the year. I was saying just now, NASA, here in the UAE, AI is kind of front and center, in particular the last couple of weeks, but obviously front and center overall. The buzz continues. But I wanted to just ask you briefly, where are we really? Just how clever is AI right now? Because that's where I want to get to with the conversation. You're writing a paper, and you sent a summary of it last week, and it's about resolving the sapient paradox. So we need to start with what the sapient paradox is, why it's important in terms of understanding thinking and intelligence as well, and then why we need to resolve that paradox. That's a very simple opening question, I don't think.
Yeah, good question. So the sapient paradox is something that's been around for a while, postulated by a guy called Gambler back in the late 90s. And that was why Homo sapiens in their current form, who have been around for something between 100,000 and 300,000 years, only really saw a dramatic increase in technological and civilizational progress within the last 10,000 years. Why was it that for that huge duration of millennia before that, there really hadn't been any progress at all? And that's basically the sapient paradox.
I feel before we go on, I think I should probably offer a disclaimer here. To be honest with you, there's some fairly technical themes or technical ideas on the way here, but you put it very succinctly there. There are also some tricky phrases that we need to get to. Just that phrase "sapient paradox" is paradoxically hard to understand. So I'm going to try to ask questions as simply as possible. So the background there is sapient behavior paradox. How do we test for potential, and why is it that we've sped up so exponentially? We know that prehistoric people were genetically and I guess intellectually equivalent to us. Really, that's scientifically put forward. So why was there such a long gap between the emergence of genetically and anatomically modern humans and the development of complex behaviors is the heart of what we're trying to get to, isn't it?
Yeah. So basically, as you said, all the evidence shows that there hasn't been any significant change in brain capacity or brain or cognitive ability
Mm.
in modern Homo sapiens since we were around 300,000, 100,000 years ago. The question is, why did it take us so long? As I said earlier, there's been a few different theories. There's been things like you know not population density. There's been perhaps the human brain did develop in ways that we weren't aware of, and a variety of other things as well. Now, my view on that is that there is actually a different explanation for it that is somewhat tied into the existing explanations, but is actually what I call knowledge density as opposed to population densities. Now, what do I mean by knowledge density? Knowledge density is a system where you have elements of knowledge and how well those elements of knowledge are interconnected and relate to each other. So if you go back to, say, the hunter-gatherer societies where we first sort of formed as modern Homo sapiens, by the nature of the hunter-gatherer societies, they were disparate bands of roaming humans who each had their own, expertise of their local knowledge of their environment, and how to interact, and what they needed to know about that environment. And then, of course, then after a few 100,000 years of this, we coalesced into the agricultural societies. And it's when we became agricultural societies that we started inventing laws, regulations, rules to try and moderate, larger populations in a way that we hadn't had to worry about before. What this also meant was that we invented writing, we invented books, and in this way, we were able to start consolidating knowledge into sort of much more condensed ways, as it were. And so bringing that knowledge together into these new societies basically meant that we were able to get the knowledge density that we were looking for, right? So now all of a sudden I know all of this stuff. I know how it all interrelates with each other. And it's when you reach a critical mass of knowledge density that you unlock what we call exponential cognitive yield. That's basically the ability for humans to start thinking beyond what they were able to think before. So basically, that's the idea. And if you look at the agricultural society, there was an explosion of innovation around, agricultural practices and this kind of thing. And as you look throughout history, you'll see like the industrial age, you'll see the information age, and then of course now the age of AI. These all coincide with periods in history where knowledge density hit a critical mass and we unlocked exponential cognitive yield and the ability to discover new things.
I'm glad I put the disclaimer in there, but I am still with you. Cognitive yield, critical mass. The thing is this, and I find this so interesting. I've read a little bit about the sapient paradox because you're coming on today, obviously, to join us. But so we emerged as a species somewhere between, I don't know, 60 to 100,000, maybe 200,000 years ago. The behavior that's associated with modern humans began to emerge and accelerate around 10,000 years ago. And that's one of the great mysteries of human experience and human existence. So there's this explosion of human development that happened, but it happened without any change in the brain. And you mentioned there the brain and the lack of difference, really, the lack of movement from 10,000 years ago to today. So the human brain today is really not very different at all from 60,000 years ago. The difference is that it's the behavior that has changed.
Yeah, and the knowledge that we have that's changed, right? Our access to knowledge that's changed. So the way humans we learn is that, as you're a child and you start going to school and you start learning about the world around you. At first, what you're trying to learn, I mean, even as an adult, you're trying to learn a new subject. As you're trying to learn, at first it won't click, right? Because you're starting to absorb knowledge of this new topic that you're trying to understand. AI being a perfect example, people are still trying to get their heads around what AI actually is and how it works. And so, as you absorb this knowledge, you're making interconnections, what we call relationships between each of these knowledge elements. And once you get to a point where you understand, you've assimilated sufficient knowledge about that topic, and you understand the relationships between all of those knowledge elements, it clicks. All of a sudden, you get it, right? You're like, ah, yes, now I understand. And it's at that point that your ability to understand the topic gets exponentially higher and higher. And it's what we call cognitive yield, right? Now, that is basically the exact same challenge that AI faces today. And that's why it's relevant to the AI discussion as well.
Okay, I'm with you. So the question is why the most significant developments in society and technology have all occurred in the past 10,000 years or so. That's also at the crux of this. And it's down to cognitive yield. So the agricultural, the scientific, as you've mentioned, the industrial, digital revolutions, the dawn of the world's faith-based systems, for example, any of the other symbolic concepts that separate Homo sapiens from other species. But what we know is that some of the complex behavior now associated with us humans, took a long time to develop, even after the emergence in Africa of humans, who were fully kind of modern in the anatomical and genetic senses. But it's hard territory to pin down here. The question is coming, I promise. As yet, archaeologists, and I guess anthropologists as well, haven't reached consensus about when language first arose or when self-consciousness develops. We really don't know, do we?
That's such a good question. I mean, if we look at humans as we stand today, right, there are tests of consciousness that we can do. But there's one thing called the global and local oddball paradigm, and I'll explain what those actually are. The local oddball paradigm is basically where you take a person, a subject, whether asleep or unconscious, and you play a one-line series of, say, beeps. And those beeps are like deep, 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 and then you throw a random or deviant beep into there. Now, when you do that, even with a sleeping subject, you will get a brain reaction to it. So the subject, even though they're asleep, is aware of what happened there. Now, the global paradigm is a little bit more complex. In the global paradigm, basically, you play a series of these lines of beeps. So beep, 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 and then maybe 10 or 11 lines in, you suddenly throw a deviant sound in. So that requires a much more complex brain reasoning and detection. And interestingly, whether you're asleep or unconscious, you cannot detect the global paradigm, oddball paradigm, only the local oddball paradigm, even if you're unconscious. Now, newborn babies, here's the interesting thing. For the first 6 months of their lives, they cannot detect the local oddball paradigm. So the most simple one line of beeps cannot be detected by newborn infants around about the first 6 months of their lives. That would suggest that they are not actually conscious. Why are they not conscious? Because they don't have sufficient amounts of neurons and relationships and synapses between those neurons to have activated consciousness and therefore acted cognitive yield and activated the ability to start absorbing and understanding knowledge and reasoning. So we do have modern day ways of checking it. But to go back to your question about human beings, the paradigm really, the sort of the sapient paradox really arose because, to all our knowledge, there was no problem with the capacity and ability of the brain right from the beginning. That's what separated us as Homo sapiens over every other hominid or human species. The difference was we just didn't have sufficient amount of knowledge to activate the ability of the brain.
So was there a trigger required? And is there a point at which a similar trigger will trigger artificial intelligence to make that jump to the next level?
Brilliant. It goes back to that critical mass that I was talking about. If you look at human evolution, when we became an agricultural society, it wasn't so much the fact that we had much more people now gathered in living together, as it were, in towns and villages and stuff. What it was the invention of writing and the ability to consolidate knowledge into centralized sort of facilities like libraries and things like that. Monasteries were at the forefront of that. And so now that human beings had access to knowledge that they didn't have access to before, they were now able to simply use the brain that they'd already got to start unlocking some of these innovations that really then dramatically increased the amount of progress that we saw. And again, it was the same when you look at the Enlightenment and you look at in the Industrial Revolution and you look at the Information Age, as I said earlier, they all coincided with periods in time where we had gathered sufficient density of knowledge to start unlocking new innovations. Now, to your question about AI, this, I believe, is the big challenge with AI today, and why the whole sapient paradox thing resonates with AI. If you look at AI as it stands today, AI is basically a pattern recognition system, right? You train it with lots of data, basically its ability to store examples of what it is that you want it to be able to generate, as it were. And then you feed information and it inputs into it, and it matches those inputs with the data that it already knows, and is able to then kind of provide you with a response. You've seen some of the seemingly very intelligent responses that come out of the likes of ChatGPT. The issue with that is it's not doing any form of real reasoning. It is literally just doing pattern recognition. So what that means is that if you take it, for example, into a corporate environment, it doesn't really understand the corporate environment. It doesn't understand the processes, the procedures, the operating model, the people, the things, the places. All it understands is these information points that you've trained it with and how they may match the inputs that they receive. That's not going to be the future. That cannot be the future, because we need to be in a world where we have AI that's able to reason, contextualize, understand, and provide specific outcomes that are an outcome of that reasoning that it is done. So that's, yes, absolutely why the sapient paradox is so relevant when it comes to the future of AI.
That's so interesting, because in almost every, I don't know, area of life, we're seeing AI now, and it's a servant to us. If you Google something now, you have your AI overview immediately. And I keep coming back to this example, but it's the best example I have, aside from ChatGPT and apps like that, that we all use day to day, and we are becoming accustomed to. We're understanding how to use them. But at the same time, it's very much a master-servant kind of relationship, it seems to me. And it has been traditionally. If you look at robots in science fiction movies over the years, or HAL, for example, in 2001, the idea behind HAL was always a little bit cold, a little bit beyond reach, a machine that was unable to contextualize. It was Spock with pure logic and a real difficulty in understanding the way things actually tend to work out. So from that to the leap where AI can contextualize and reason and be, almost, I use the verb be in this instance, it still seems a great leap to me.
Yeah, and current systems will not do the job. There's an increasing acceptance. If you look at some of the cutting edge researchers, I won't mention any names, who have already stated that large language models as they stand today, the neural network based large language models, are not the future, that we need to move to different architectures to really get to a point, to your point, that it's not a master-server relationship, i.e. it's not just literally pattern recognizing and responding to what we ask it. It is able to think and reason and contextualize in its own right. So how do you get to that point? You get to that point by giving the AI access to the knowledge that it requires to be able to and understand the relationships between that knowledge, so that it then is able to reason and contextualize it. The big challenge we have today is that all AIs, we centralize gigantic masses of information that we scrape off the internet, right? A lot of it's rubbish. And all of this huge volumes of information are consolidated into these gigantic data centers. And you've heard of all of the big AI companies trying to develop these huge new data centers out there, right? And then what's happening is, because you've got these gigantic volumes of sea of data, you have to have obviously gigantic algorithms and lots of compute and storage to be able to run your AI over the top of it. Now, in a world where that amount and volume of data is exponentially increasing, that will no longer be sustainable. We will no longer be in a position where we can continue to centralize huge volumes of data and run these gigantic neural networks over the top of it and use these vast amounts of computing power. So the question we need to ask ourselves is, how do we get away from that? What do we do? And I believe that the answer is what I call a global scale neural network. With a global scale neural network would, rather than centralize data, it would deploy the agents at the source of the data. And so the data would not need to go anywhere. The agents would be there locally installed at the source of the data. And the agents would only be allowed or authorized to extract the information or the knowledge that they require for the specific use case that you've developed those agents for. And these agents will effectively use a proprietary language to be able to talk to each other across the world. So if you, or if the AI is being given a task, or if it's got a purpose that it needs to fulfill, it knows which agents it needs to consult around the world, and all of these agents are collaborating with each other to be able to provide the contextualized reasoning and understanding based on the information that they have to hand. That, I believe, is a much more realistic view of what the future of artificial intelligence will look like.
It's a much more realistic view. It's an idealistic view as well, though, isn't it? The idea of a global neural network. It's one of those things, and I don't mean to, poo-poo the idea, NASA, at all, because I think that's, it seems to me, a very intelligent way to move forwards. But, it's very hard to agree on what you get at, when you go shopping with your wife. That's personal experience only, I guess, or maybe it's not only personal experience, but you know what I mean. It's very hard to get people to agree on anything.
It is, and I think that's the beauty of the approach, is that if you look at effectively what these agents that you're deploying, they will be able to collaborate with each other, but each agent will only be authorized to access the other agents that it's allowed to access for whatever use case that you've deployed it for. So let's say, for example, you're doing network management of your company or your country. These agents would effectively be deployed at the source of each of your information points, and they would then collaborate with each other to, look after, mend, update, repair the network in real time, all the time, as it were, as opposed to, a human being having to do it. Now, the way this would happen, as I said, is that you wouldn't need to move any data. You would just allow these agents to collaborate with each other, and it's the collaboration of the agents together that effectively forms what I call a knowledge space, a knowledge hyperspace, actually. So this knowledge hyperspace doesn't exist. It's not a centralized data lake like you're seeing with current, AIs in these huge data centers. It's effectively a manifestation of a knowledge space that's created by the interaction of all of these agents. And then think about the fact that you can put any algorithm, any analytic over the top of this knowledge space. And now you can pretty much do whatever you want to in terms of, your analytics, your AI, what use case you want your AI to focus on, as it were.
Okay, so let's assume benevolence here for a moment, that we're doing this for the betterment of humanity, and that we can move forwards as a race, as a human race. That I don't mean to be overly I guess cynical or pessimistic, but that seems really tricky. If you look just yesterday, data centers failing in the United States, AWS, Amazon Web Services having all these problems. The assumption of benevolence is a good thing, but there are always bad actors, would be my kind of response to you.
I agree with you, and I think that's the why the arc is so important for two things. One, privacy, what we call privacy at source.
Right.
Today, face it, we don't have privacy, right? All of our data is taken away, it's centralized, and lots of companies use that data to do whatever they need to do with it.
Mm.
In a local agent-based, information-based architecture, you can effectively program the agents to only be able to access your information that you want it to access, and only share the information that you want it to share. And that effectively means you now got privacy at source. And we know increasingly moving forward that privacy is going to be, a huge thing, because everything that we do is going to be online. Literally everything that we do is going to be online. So it's how do you guarantee that you have a global scale AI that can reason and contextualize and do pretty much anything you want it to do, but retain the privacy. And we do that by making sure that the agents are programmed in that way. Now, on your question around bad actors,
Yeah.
I think this is the other thing about why the architecture, I believe, is the way forward, is that um, when if you want to only allow certain agents to access this shared knowledge space, that's what you do basically, right? So let's say you have the UAE and the rest of the GCC countries who all want to collaborate on national defense, for example, and they want to be able to collaborate without moving their information, their data from their national boundaries, as it were. The architecture that I'm speaking about actually allows that, because the agents are not transferring data, they're just talking in this proprietary unhackable language with each other, and forming this manifestation of a knowledge space. That means that because you're only allowing your own agents to access this knowledge space, bad actors can't see it, they can't do anything, they can't hack it, they can't get in there because it doesn't exist. It's only the communication going on between the agents. And so I believe that's how we are going to solve the problem.
Okay. Let me ask you then, what steps do you need to take to create this global neural network so that your agents can communicate in this proprietary language, which the bad boys can't see, the bad guys can't get to? How do you? What steps do you need to put into place to bring this even into being, even though it doesn't really exist? I know you know what I mean, NASA, where I'm going with the question.
Yes, so the technology actually exists already.
Okay.
The design of these agents, the proprietary communication protocol, the servers, the edge servers that these agents communicate with to then access into this shared knowledge space. All of this actually exists as we speak. I won't sort of go into, and plug anything here, but it exists. And so the question actually is not so much how do we invent the underlying technology. The question now is how do we build the specific agents and the specific analytics and the specific front end that we need for whatever use case it is that we want to develop. And so that's basically what we're looking to do now. We're saying, okay, right, we've got the underlying technology, the servers are there, the communication protocol is there, the underlying sort of the design of these agents and these analytic engines are all there. So now, what use case do we go for? What do we use as a proof of concept to show that this is now the future of global scale neural networks?
It's fascinating. The data centers are being built. I understand that. Um, If
Yeah.
take everything you've said into account, and intelligence, whether human or artificial, requires not only raw cognitive power, it needs a critical mass of structured knowledge to unlock its potential, and that's what we've really been talking about today, or started off talking about. For AI, does that mean understanding the point at which AI becomes truly clever, truly reasoned, not just a data regurgitator?
Yeah, it absolutely does.
Right.
Without knowledge density, you will never, whether it's a biological system or whether it's an artificial system, without sufficient knowledge density, you will never unlock true reasoning, context, reasoning capability based on contextualized knowledge and understanding of the subject that it is that you're looking at. As I said, whether it's biological or artificial. So the neural networks of today, just simply by the limitations of the vast amounts of data that they need to centralize and the huge compute power, we're not going to get to AGI, basically. That's what we're talking about, artificial general intelligence. We're not going to get there based on current architectures. However, as I said, if you are able to distribute your agents, you're able to distribute the compute power, therefore, you no longer have to centralize information or data. You can simply do it in a distributed way. You have far, far more of a chance of getting to that level of knowledge density that you need to unlock true reasoning, a truly reasoning AI. And you mentioned earlier about what it knows, and that's a really good point, because we're not talking here about conscious AI, right? That's a very different conversation.
Yeah.
We're talking about an AI that is able to reason in the way that human beings reason over knowledge, and how that knowledge interrelates. And that's what I believe is the future of AGI. We will not get there with current technologies.
Okay, and it kind of, I'm sat here thinking it kind of mirrors life. The old adage that, you know, you need to make mistakes to grow, you need to experience. AI, that's happening with AI now, isn't it? And I guess it kind of mirrors human development in some ways. It's just a whole lot faster. How far are we from AGI, as you term it, the AI that thinks, for want of a better verb to use, as far as we understand thinking at the moment? You know, reasoned AI. Are we as close as some people think we are? A few years, or is it longer?
If we're looking at current neural network-based architectures, GPT architectures that we're seeing,
Yeah.
I don't even know whether we're even going to get there, frankly, regardless of how long it takes. I think there needs to be a fundamental shift, as I was saying earlier, to distributed systems,
Yeah.
distributed interconnected systems. If we shift to distributed interconnected systems, as I was mentioning earlier, I think within a decade we will see AGI.
Okay, 10 years. What are the implications when it comes to engineered intelligence systems? AI doesn't really have to concern itself with the sapient paradox. There's a paradox within this kind of conversations. AI can just keep moving forward at pace, assuming we take the path that you're espousing, I guess, as access to information allows, as, you know, concerted access allows. AI appetites are voracious. If you just keep feeding it, the sapient paradox doesn't matter, does it?
In that it does, only because simply feeding more data without training or allowing the AI to understand the relationship with this vast amount of data will never unlock the reasoning capability that we require. As I said, all you'll get is, I mean, we're seeing bigger and bigger neural nets. For example, I saw a 4 billion parameter model being released not long ago. And the problem with that is that the more parameters, the bigger the neural network, the more you don't understand how it arrives at its answers. And frankly, the more randomness you put into the system, because it's just got too many parameters that it needs to have programmed, and therefore derive answers from. And as I said, I don't think that, for me, that's not the answer. You cannot just keep pumping data and throwing huge, bigger neural networks and more compute power, because that does not solve the problem of contextualization. And contextualization is what unlocks reasoning, and reasoning is what unlocks intelligence. So yes, I don't see that as the answer at all.
No, so if you just keep feeding the beast, that's the scary AI from science fiction, the scary robots that take over the world in science fiction.
Yeah.
Let me
And it,
go on. Sorry.
sorry, Tim, just on that point. And the thing is that it really depends what we want to use AI for, right? If we're saying that we want to try and build a single age AGI, like a single collective global intelligence that will do everything for humanity, then that's one thing. If, however, we're saying, actually, you know what, we're going to go down the road of just building lots of miniature AIs that are going to be very specialized in their own specific particular type of role. Even if you go, which I think is more realistic based on current architectures, right? Based on current architectures, having these miniature AIs that specialize in little things you could do. However, the quick question is, if you want to move to AGI with lots of mini AIs, how do you get them to interrelate and interact and understand each other and contextualize amongst each other and therefore unlock that knowledge that they need to be able to work together? Again, you can't do it without massively centralizing lots of information, as I said earlier. So I don't see that as either way as the future at all.
My brain is starting to hurt, I have to say. I hadn't thought this would be such a tricky conversation, but it's so interesting. In the artificial intelligence mirrors human intelligence in so many different ways, and the interconnectedness and making that work from an artificial point of view is as tricky as it is from a human point of view. That's kind of the upshot of the much of this conversation.
Yeah, massively it is. And as I was saying earlier, if we want to, everybody's worried about what AI might be capable of moving forward. And I've said this several times in the past that I don't believe that AI will ever become conscious. However, it doesn't really matter whether it's conscious or not. It really depends on what it's capable of, right? So whether it had an evil intent to do something is beside the point. The point is, what did it do? And I think if we're looking at centralized um, AIs, and we continue to go down this path of centralizing data, building these gigantic neural networks, then you are potentially building these AIs that could become out of control because they've got access to everything all the time in real time. But if we move to distributed systems and we have the ability to close off sources of information at will because it's a disparate architecture, that means we have far more control over what a future AGI would look like than we do with centralized architectures as we have today.
But you know what human beings are like, NASA. We do like to be in control, and the hope with all of this would be is the right person or body or government or organization, whatever, in control.
Yeah, exactly. We need to look at the nature of distributed architecture. As I was saying, if you build it so that the agents are only allowed to access the parts of the knowledge space, i.e., the other agents that they're allowed to and authorized to talk to, then you are effectively saying that you don't have a central government or one central thing that's responsible or in charge. You're effectively saying, okay, this part of the knowledge space I'm segregating to this group of people, this government, this company, or you can open up access to different parts of the knowledge space, depending on who you're talking about. So I agree with you. You cannot have a single centralized control point because we're too different as human beings for us ever for that to work. So yes, the architecture needs to be able to cater for that for sure.
It does, but we are still the variable, aren't we? This need to, I don't know, dominate or control among, certain people, I suppose. I don't really know where to go with this next. I'll be completely honest with you. Normally I have a question that pops into my head, but there is so much to consider here. Let me ask you this. What is it in you that, I mean, aside from this is your business, this is your interest, but what is it in you that drives you towards considering the sapient paradox? What was it that took you there, and by extension, takes you to the discussion that we're having today?
I have a fascination with humanity and also just concepts like reality and consciousness and why we're here, and obviously a realization as well that AI, an AI-driven world is an inevitability. We are going to go there whether we like it or not. So we need to be able to ensure that we design an AI that's in a way that's going to be as aligned in its objectives as possible to us as human beings. And we are at that inflection point now where if we don't have these conversations, if we don't consider the things like privacy and control and things like that, that we're going to make a massive mess of it basically. So my personal investment in this is one, how do we build an architecture that gives us control as human beings, and two, empowers everybody so that there is not one company or two companies or one country that's got all of the power when it comes to artificial intelligence, but how do we ensure that everybody, regardless of where they are, has the opportunity to participate in this new brave new world. And that's why I believe that if we look at local, a distributed, localized collection of agents, individually controlled by people, that gives everybody the chance to participate in this new world.
How positive are you? Because, I've had lots of conversations about AI over the course of the last few months, particularly the last week or two, with, so much emphasis on tech here, with GITEX here in the UAE. How positive are you that we're taking the right steps in AI terms? Because everybody you speak to, if you speak to an app developer, they're building AI in somewhere. It's kind of vague and undefined, but there's AI there, and it's obviously, it's a selling point, it's a marketing point. There's no doubt about that. But how confident are you that we're moving forward in AI terms, in that it becomes a mutually beneficial relationship? The AI learns from us, and we gain positively from AI.
It's a good question. Probably not massively confident, only due to human nature.
Mm.
And the fact is that, human nature means that there's always going to be people who want to do something for their own benefit. If we look at some of the countries that have been trying to implement regulation, for example, um, a lot of that regulation has been pushed back on, for the fact that, well, if we limit ourselves with regulation, then we're going to lose the race. Basically, somebody else is going to take over, and they're going to do better, quicker, faster, better than we are.
Yeah.
And so no, we're gonna just do it our way. And so I think without regulation, it becomes very difficult to be able to police what everybody's doing. And honestly, even with regulation, the question is, will countries, companies, do what we think is best for humanity or not? But as I said, I genuinely don't think the current generation of AI is a sustainable model for the future anyway. So that gives us hope. It means that we've got the opportunity to do it again with a different type of architecture that will take lessons and learnings from what we've already done with the current generation, but we'll move to a new architecture. So the positive side is I still believe that there's hope ahead of us for sure.
It's nice to see you smiling, but I mean, it does bring me back to the likes of the real kind of AI, I don't know, app, social media innovators, the Sam Altmans, the Zuckerbergs, those kinds of people. These were young guys in a dorm room in almost all instances, actually, looking for the next great thing. And you would imagine that maybe AI could evolve. Is that the right verb to use? Probably not, but you know what I mean, in a similar way.
Well, there was two red lines that when in the early days of AI, there was two red lines that were drawn up. One was when we hit a point where AI is able to self-improve, and the other was when AI would be able to self-replicate. Now, there's a startup out of Japan, a couple of former Google engineers who have been doing some work around self-improving AI, and they've done some pretty interesting, let's say, work already. In that, the biggest challenge when it came to self-improving AI was how does the AI improve itself without destroying itself or potentially destroying itself because
Right.
it's changed its code and it messes it up. right? Well, what these guys have innovated is that they've given the ability for the AI to form replicas of itself, um, code those replicas, benchmark those replicas against global AI standards for learning, contextualization, reasoning, etc., and then keep the copies that it believed were going to be potential for it to evolve itself, disregard those that weren't. And so it was effectively building like a family tree almost of replicas itself in storage, so that it would kind of jump between each of those replicas as it effectively self evolved. Now the technology is still in its infancy, but that, to answer your question, is both what I would say alarming and very interesting as well. So that's red line number one. And red line number two is the ability for AI to self-replicate, and that's already been proven in a test that was done out of a university. Where they were able to take two mid-range large language models and set up an environment where they gave it an agentic capability to access all of the various resources on the computer that it was sat on, and challenged to replicate itself. And it was able to successfully do that between 50 and 90% of the time. Not only do that, but able to sense when a shutdown command was coming, and in the microsecond before it was shut down, replicate itself and tell its replica to replicate itself, and so on and so forth.
Wow.
So again, both alarming and very cool. But yeah, we're not far away from those red lines becoming a reality out there.
Let's keep red lines in mind for a couple of moments, but let me ask you, I guess this is more a philosophical question than anything. What do you think took us so long? Why did humans spend 50,000 years or more in seemingly uneventful prehistory, hunter-gatherers living the exact same way across what was clearly thousands of generations, before this trajectory, this takeoff that took us from cave paintings to self-driving cars? I mean, in comparative terms, that's the blink of an eye, isn't it? Let's face it. And in AI terms, with the speed of AI moving towards those red lines, perhaps or perhaps not. But what took us so long?
For me, it was combination of environmental factors and population factors. So, for millennia, there was sufficient flora and fauna to sustain the hunter-gatherer societies that were prevalent at the time. But there came a point due to climate change and other environmental factors, population extinction, etc., that by necessity human beings had to start thinking about coming together, and that's where agricultural societies came up, and fundamentally at that point of agricultural societies, where for the first time in human history we had large populations of people who now had to interact, work, live, and play with each other, and so you had to, as I said, develop norms, rules, laws, etc. And that's those laws, of course, you had to be encoded. So you invented writing, you invented books. And once you'd got both the size of the population and the amount of written knowledge within that population, that's all of a sudden the point where we unlocked the huge innovation curve that we're seeing in the last 10,000 years.
And we're now learning from AI while we're teaching AI, aren't we?
Well, and this is the challenge. I mean, this both the challenge and the opportunity is that AI. The difference between AI and humans is that we have far more computing power than the average machine, right? The average, say, laptop. We have millions of times more computing power. I believe that there's a weather forecasting supercomputer in the UK, which is the minimum model that has the same processing power as the human brain. So you've got to be right at the supercomputing level.
Yeah.
The problem for human beings is that although we've got these massive computing power, our bandwidth is constrained, i.e. our ability to input and output information. So we are limited to 110, 150 words per minute that we can both absorb and we can output as well. Whereas if you look at machines, even though they've got way less computing power than we have, their bandwidth is exponentially higher than ours is. And so what that means is that they can take information points and be able to output the analysis of those information points far quicker than we can because of our limited ability to communicate. And so if you go back to the question that you asked, that's why it's very exciting when you look at the ability of AI to not just accelerate, but super accelerate the progress that we've seen over the last 10,000 years. I think we're going to see a doubling or tripling of the civilizational progress over the next few decades.
And we all have to try and keep up. Do you know what? One of the things I really like about talking to you, Nasser, is marveling at the input and output speeds that you demonstrate on a regular basis. It's remarkable. I always really like talking to you.
Yeah, same. No, I always enjoy talking to you, Tim, for sure. And like I said, for me, this is all very fascinating because there's nothing more fundamental to human the future of humanity than technology. You're seeing, for example, robots. I don't know if you saw that company Figure AI, who just released their version 3 of their home robot.
I did.
It's phenomenal.
It's amazing.
Yeah, phenomenal. Yeah, and the leaps and bounds just within the last 2 years that we've seen in the robotic space, and of course these robots are now being installed with mini neural networks of their own. So once we've solved the power problem, i.e., how do we keep these things operating for a sustained period of time, we are going to be seeing populations of intelligent robots. So that whole iRobot future. Okay, maybe that was a wrong example because that was a bit dystopian. But we'll see with that future is not far off, where we have intelligent machines working with us day to day, day in, day out.
You're quite right. And that example that you mentioned there is remarkable. And it is a very positive example as well, with the AI, with the robot doing loading the dishwasher and doing the vacuuming and all the things that probably we would like to offer to somebody else. Nasser Bostan, founder of Simulacra X, joining us from Vietnam on Mira Business FM. Thank you, Nasser.
Thank you. Thanks, Tim. See you later.
Great to talk to you. The news is next.
Mira Business FM.
Good morning, welcome back to the Morning Drive. My name's Tim Elliott. We are at mirabusiness.fm. That's the website on YouTube. Welcome to the show. This morning, talking real estate for the next just under an hour. I'm very pleased to say that Mario Volpe is with me. He's the Senior VP of Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate. He's also much loved in the media space, it has to be said. And you may know him from podcasts. You may know him from, I don't know, his column in the national newspaper. There are many different ways you can find Mario these days. I'm making it sound as though you're just far too available. And I didn't mean it that way.
Good morning, Tim.
Nice to see you, Mario.
Well, I always try to be available where possible. And yes, it's very easy nowadays with the internet. You just got to bung the person's name in and that's it. It all comes up, doesn't it?
It's true, but you've been a columnist at the National for years. Your podcast does very well. Name of the podcast, by the way?
It's Dubai Property Podcast.
There you go. Okay, number one everywhere you look and everything else, and I'm pumping you up here.
Yeah, well, I mean, number one, that's debatable, obviously. I can say that we're the most comprehensive catalogue. We've done close to 450 episodes.
How many years is that?
I started it in late January 2023.
Right.
And it was weird because I got an email from this guy saying, I'm wanting to start up a podcast. Would you be interested? And what I learned over the years over doing journalism and writing for journalists, or at least contributing, is that there's two questions I always ask a journalist. What's your deadline? And how many words do you want? And I always try to adhere to those because, they reach out to quite a few, but then they only ever keep going back to the ones that do obviously respond. Yeah. So I responded. Apparently I was one of the very, very few that responded. And very quickly, this 12-week gig, which apparently was only supposed to last for 3 months, came and went. And he said, oh, we'll just carry it on. And it's only 15 minutes. It's audio, so I can do it in my pajamas if I chose to.
I'm guessing you have actually done that as well.
I've done it in a T-shirt and shorts.
Nice. Because you're a very well-dressed man, I have to say. Anybody watching now, you're very smart. I aspire to be you.
Thank you. Well, we've got to wear these suits that I've bought, so might as well put them on.
Yeah, that's a good point. But the thing is about that, and you make a good point, the number of words, the deadline thing is so important because in all things podcast, it seems to me, it's about consistency. It's about creating content regularly.
No, definitely. And, sometimes I think, goodness me, because I do it twice a week, and we've got to come up with at least 3, possibly 4 talking points every time. So that's sort of 6 to 8 talking points a week. That's a lot just for one specific sector.
Yeah.
So sometimes we kind of deviate a little bit. Maybe we're talking more about tourism, but that still is about talking about people coming into Dubai and therefore liking what they see and then going on to maybe buying things. So there's always a real estate element to it. However, it can be quite daunting. I'm supposed to do it day after tomorrow, and I haven't got a clue about what I'm going to talk about yet. So I've got today and tomorrow really to rack my brains and come up with at least 3, possibly 4 things to talk about before we go on air on Friday.
Well, there's a little bit of your podcast that we're going to be talking about today, and I've added a couple of things. So you can have the stuff that I'm adding for free. I'll guarantee you that. There's one more thing I need to ask you about. Anybody watching now will have seen this, is your eyewear today. This is becoming a theme, Mr. Volpe.
Yeah, so last week somebody said that they liked my glasses. I wasn't even aware that it was going out live. I thought this was kind of just on recorded. But anyway, and they were just simple glasses that I bought from brands, if I remember rightly, 20 dirhams or something. These, however, I decided to wear because they're outrageous. They're blue for Chelsea. Chelsea's playing tonight against Ajax in the Champions League. And
I didn't even have to cue you on that.
No, you didn't.
You got that in without me even.
And that's why, because they're blue and they're outrageous. And we were talking off air about people who have or had outrageous glasses, and sort of names came up that myself and Tim remembered. And poor old Faraj, who's of a certain age and obviously doesn't come from the United Kingdom as well, hadn't a clue as to who we were talking about. But I think I'm going to try and become more and more outrageous every week.
I like it.
So, like, what are you wearing today type of thing on the glass front.
That could become a thing. I mean, I do like a cravat, so if that's the way you want to go.
When you say cravat, you're talking about...
kind of neck
So you're not talking
thing.
about a tie, because this is what we call in Italy, we call a cravatta. Cravatta is a tie.
That's so interesting.
And I think maybe in French, maybe a cravat is a tie as well.
Okay.
But I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like a foulard, sort of like a silk scarf that you tie. Is that what you mean by a cravat?
And then it kind of goes into the front of your shirt, but it's sort of...
And you boof it out.
Yeah, you boof it out. It kind of blossoms. And that's a good look. It's a look I can't do, but there are many I can't
Listen,
do.
it's difficult enough to get the agents in the company to wear a suit, let alone trying to get them to wear a cravat. So let's see.
Actually, that's a good point. I mean, you are, and I'm be a little bit more serious for a moment. You are a well-dressed person, a well-presented guy. That's, I guess, partly from Italian heritage. Italian men classically, I always think, look far better than persons of my nationality. Let's put it that way. But is it important in the UAE here, in your industry, to wear a suit when you're, presenting yourself?
Yeah, look, it's something that I wrestle with pretty much every day. When I say I wrestle with it, I don't personally wrestle with it. My opinion is that first impressions are very important.
Yeah. You
only literally have 5 to 7 seconds when you first meet somebody to make an impression, and the very first thing they look at is how you are dressed. Of course, what comes out of your mouth and your tonation and exactly what you're saying, clearly they will make an impression from that too. But it doesn't take very long for them to make up their mind. Now, in answer to your question, it really is a difficult one, because I'm of that old school thought that literally, it's business, you should be wearing a suit. Does that include a tie? Potentially here, maybe not, but at least a shirt and a jacket. But then we have, it's such a young man's game, and I say man in generic terms. It's a young person's game that when I see these guys, especially wearing Loro Pianos, no socks, obviously, and other shoes with no socks, or at least doesn't appear to be socks. Trousers too short, because again, I'm of that opinion that the trousers should be a lot longer than they are. A polo and a jacket. Do they look smart? Yes, they do. They certainly look casual smart. But there's nothing about a person turning up in a suit, in my opinion. Then I started to think, okay, it depends on also the client. If the client is of an older generation, they would appreciate a suit more so than, say, a younger couple, perhaps. But then I think about these sort of crypto billionaires who literally just turn up in shorts, flip-flops, and T-shirts, all of which designer with sort of gold chains or silver chains now, because silver's going up. This sort of image you have. And I'm thinking you should really, in some respects, and this is a difficult one, but you should dress to your audience, I think. Which you can't be doing, like going on stage and keep changing, different. I've got a young client, got an old client.
Slightly odd if you did.
It would be. But it is something that I think that a lot of companies, especially real estate companies, do struggle with. I've worked for several. The only one that actually got it right, because they ruled with a rod of iron, was Axe Capital, where literally you were sent home if you were not dressed properly.
Really?
If you didn't have your sort of company pin, you were fined. So it was ruled literally with a rod of iron. But you know what? People fell into line because they knew right from the start that this is how it is. If you cannot adhere to it, and ladies had to wear, for example, dresses or skirts that were no more than 3 fingers above the knee. Right. Certainly no showing of flesh on the shoulders. You had to cover yourself up because of where we are, and again, from a respect point of view. So everybody knew what they had to do. And even at the point of interview, we would say, look, it's not for everyone. This is how it is. If you can work like this, no problem. If you can't, then this company is not for you. And they laid it out right from the start. And yes, of course, you had people that forgot pins, and you had people that didn't even look at themselves in the mirror when they got dressed, etc. And I'm talking about grooming as well. Yeah. Guys who had beards, they had to be a certain way. When I say a certain way, not what I call massive bushy beards. They had to be sort of fairly well trimmed, good haircut. So if you were disheveled in any way, no, the owners basically turned around and said, that is not what represents my brand. So, in answer to your question, I think as long as the owners set out their stall straight away, I'm softening a little bit. I don't think you have to be, necessarily suited and booted, especially 3-piece suits, that kind of thing. However, a young man looks really nice if he's dressed like that. Yeah. And as we're coming into the winter, it's easier to dress like this.
Yeah, well, that's the point. It's much easier this time of year, isn't it? And the summer here,
we struggle in the summer.
3-piece suits.
Yeah, no, we struggle in the summer. And even myself, I say to people, look, most companies have their own polos with logoed up. Yeah. Now, wear that. If you can't wear a shirt, if you perspire a lot and it comes through, it might be better that you wear a cotton polo shirt or something, but always with trousers and shoes. And yet they sneak in these white trainers, these sort of white pseudo shoes. I mean, I don't know, maybe I'm just showing my age, but put a proper pair of shoes on is what I would say, and put socks on.
There's counter arguments to that, though, isn't there? That trainers or training shoes or sneakers, whatever you want to call them, are probably more expensive than a decent pair of shoes in many instances.
But
so I guess that argument.
But for me, it's not about the money. I mean, people come into work with jeans. And I say, why are you wearing jeans? I mean, jeans are too casual. They're Armani. I say, I don't care whether they're, whatever they are. Okay. But so the argument that you've just said, it's not, for me, it's not about the cost. Right. It's about the look. And, and I dread when I work for a company that they have dress down Fridays because, wow, I mean, I remember one guy, he came in ripped jeans and a Rick and Morty T-shirt, right?
Oh, okay.
Now, there's a story to that because I'm into American comic collecting. I don't know whether I mentioned that to you or whatever, but I know the Rick and Morty artist. So he's a friend of mine. He lives in Texas. His name's David. And so to actually have a guy wearing a Rick and Morty T-shirt sort of related to me, but not for work. And I said to him, well, what happens if somebody calls up and wants to do a viewing? He says, oh, I'll just go home and change. I said, well, that's just it. You know you're not wearing something that is conducive to business. And whether you don't have a meeting today yet, you might have. And by the way, there's the phone. Get on it. Try and organize a meeting today. Just because it's Friday doesn't mean it's a relaxing day. Every day is a work day in real estate.
Dress down is not work less, is it?
That's correct.
Point. Yeah.
I don't know. And if you have to sort of, when you meet a client, you have to say, oh, sorry, it's dress down Friday. Again, it misses the point as far as I'm concerned.
Okay. The other thing, and you're talking about the company there that were particularly strict about dress, is I guess the idea of discipline is a nice thing. Because if you present yourself in that kind of very disciplined, very professional manner, it leads me to think that the company works in that way. It has that benefit of it's not just a branding exercise. This is how we actually are, and I guess there's that side as well.
Yeah, I agree. And again, it's a perception, isn't it? That
Sure.
If someone is wearing that, it's either done forcefully, dare I say, like a uniform, or it's done because that's how the person wants to wear.
Yeah.
So definitely, if people see someone coming to an interview wearing a suit, there is also respect there. Why do people put a suit on when they go to court? I just thought I'd bring that up.
I have that every time I wear a suit. I always get that. So when's your court appearance? No,
I know it's a joke in the UK.
I rarely
but
wear them. Yeah, it's a good point. It's an interesting point, actually. It's not something that I was going to bring up today. Let's move to real estate issues or real estate related issues. I was talking to somebody earlier this week about the oncoming approach of Etihad Rail and the impact that's going to have on real estate here in the Emirates. And I thought it was something I could just very quickly ask you, actually. If you do live near an Etihad Rail station, people who live near metro stations and have seen values increase, it's the same really for the railway, isn't it?
No, definitely. I mean, it started obviously with the metro, and we saw what happened there with all the sort of stations. The real estate that is near to a station, or at least walking distance to a station. It's about convenience, isn't it? Now, whether it's rentals or whether it's sales, it just makes it more saleable. It makes it more rentable. There are more people who particularly, will want to go and look at it and hopefully take it. And Etihad Rail, for me, is a game changer because it links up Oman through the Emirates all the way up to Saudi Arabia. Now, initially, it's going to be a cargo-led platform, as it were, from next year. But I believe the passenger side of things will actually start in 2027. And it's going to make, for example, commuting to Abu Dhabi much easier, quicker, and safer, obviously. And it means you can get on and either snooze on the train or you can get on and do some work. So I think that portion, Dubai to Abu Dhabi and vice versa, will probably be the busiest part of the route eventually. I actually thought it was going to stop in Ras Al Khaimah, but I understand it doesn't. It's going to stop in Fujairah. They must put a station, I would have thought, in RAK going forward. But,
you would think going forward, yeah.
But it links, as I say, all the way through, all the way down to Oman. So even day trips to Oman, I think, are all of a sudden going to be within reach of people. I mean, of course, anybody can just jump on a plane. I get that. But I'm sure that the cost will be less, so it'll just open it up to much more people. So from a leisure point of view, it'll be amazing. From a commerce point of view, it'll be great, and obviously from a real estate point of view, it's going to be great. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to it.
It was interesting. Our guest the other day said exactly that. It could be that you just think, well, I'm going to head down to Oman for the day, leave the wife and kids at home. He seemed a little bit too pleased at the prospect he could leave his wife and kids at home.
I was thinking more from a family day out rather than an escape. But yeah.
I thought you might be, but he did make a really good point, and that proximity to where you live will be a game changer. I think that it's important. I appreciate your thoughts. Let's talk about the first topic today that I know you've been talking about this on your podcast, is the Dubai Loop. We've talked about this, feels like for years. All of a sudden, that kind of dream, is this actually going to happen? Is it going to be a reality? Looks like it's actually happening.
Yeah, I mean, when I first saw this, I thought, yes, we had been talking about it for a while. Actually, it's not as long as you think. It was actually only brought up in February at the World Government Summit when it was here in Dubai, and it's a collaboration between Elon Musk and the RTA, and it's basically underground tunnels where transportation is going to link up certain parts of Dubai. It's going to be 17 kilometers to start off with, around sort of 11 stations, and it just means that come rain or shine or wind or perhaps even a bit of rain, who knows, nothing is going to stop this transportation from keep going, as it were. It's just another way of it adding to the already growing infrastructure system of obviously buses, of autonomous vehicles, of the tram, of the metro, etc., which is also growing. And whilst it sounds a little bit futuristic, because I'm not quite sure how it's going to work, there was this talk of this loop being sort of magnetized, and it was going to take, 20 seconds or something going from Dubai to Abu Dhabi. I don't know whether this is actually like that, but certainly any transport system that moves people, and they're talking about sort of 20,000 people per hour, which is a lot of people, for me is welcome, because it just means it gives somebody the option. I can either go on, the metro, I can go on the tram, I can take a bus, I can take a taxi, I can take hopefully a flying taxi next year, and now obviously this. The loop is apparently scheduled to be operational from the second quarter, should I say, of next year. Now that's only 8 months away, and that's what made me think, my goodness, we have been talking about this for a while, but now all of a sudden, if they're talking about operationally it's going to be available then, well, have they even started digging? I don't know. I mean, I've not even seen anything. I've not heard anything.
Well, I haven't. This is Elon Musk's boring company, isn't it? I gather who are going to be doing this, which is a name I've always kind of liked. It's one of the things I've enjoyed about Elon Musk, and there aren't many. However, the original idea was the Hyperloop, wasn't it? Which was like a little
Hyperloop. That was it.
capsule
Yeah.
that you got in, and it kind of spat you down a tube, and you got there in 27 seconds, and it was 5 G's of force on your body, whatever. That's not what this is. This is a way of getting lots of people who need to move quickly around, say, a convention center area or something. This is classically what he's done in Las Vegas, to get people from different convention centers to hotels quickly. And you essentially just create a tunnel system underground.
Yeah, because it's only 17 kilometers initially.
Yeah.
But I think if it works well, I think the RTA will probably want to expand upon it. Especially in very, very urban, dense areas, potentially like DIFC, like downtown, those kind of areas. With Dubai Mall being there as well, the Burj Khalifa, the fountains. You've got certain attractions that clearly will want, tourists will want to go and visit. So why not? If you're at one end of town, just hop on this sort of loop that'll get you there. Be interesting though how they move them around, whether they're going to be sort of trainee track, like a tube or such, or whether it's going to be an autonomous vehicle, or whether it's, I have no idea.
I know that technical term, the trainee track term that you just employed there. And,
did I say trainee track?
You did say trainee track, but I enjoyed that, and thank you for bringing it up.
Sorry about that.
But it is a very good point, because we don't have the details. But if you think about it, part of DIFC is underground as it is. So I guess that's, I don't know if that's phase one or not, but it's an interesting concept for sure. It's the morning drive. We're talking real estate and associated issues so far, such as attire with Mario Volpi from Allegiance Real Estate, here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM. Couple of technical problems with the WhatsApp this morning. WhatsApp.mira.fm generally finds it. I think it's a little bit jammed up. It could just be, very simply, that Mario is more popular than he realizes, and, the ladies are clamoring. I don't know.
Oh, my goodness.
It could be that, but if you do text us and get through, that would be great. If you don't get through, I will come back to you and we'll address the question next week if it doesn't come through today. Quickly, Mario, we were talking about the Dubai Loop, and whatever the Dubai Loop may be, I do want to talk about real estate issues with you at some point. But we were talking last week about the trackless tram. Is that me? That is me ringing. That's
a radio faux pas right there.
That really is. My phone does that on purpose. There's a phantom in there somewhere. We were talking about the trackless tram, and we didn't really know a great deal about it, but more details have emerged. The study for the rollout will be concluded by the middle of next year, maybe even as early as Q1 2026. But I have a few details for you about this, and I wonder if you read much about the trackless tram since last week?
No, not since last week. No, so I'd be interested to see exactly what it's going to entail.
Well, here you go. It's going to be driverless. It's an eco-friendly electric public transport system. We know that. It's going to be connected to Dubai Metro. That's the idea. So, keeping the infrastructure within walking distance is going to be useful. It's going to contribute towards achieving Dubai's goal of having 25% of transportation smart and driverless by 2030. 2030 is really 4.5 years away, which is, it's very easy to forget that. That's not long.
That's a World Cup, that's an Olympics. When you look at it like that, it's not that far away.
It's when you're the age that we are, it's next week.
Okay, thanks.
Time speeds up.
I have questions.
Go on.
So it's going to follow the metro infrastructure, did you say?
No, it's going to be connected to the Dubai Metro infrastructure. So obviously you can get on a particular stop and then, head to a stop which is near a metro station.
I'm a little bit worried
that
if it's trackless, therefore to me it's going to be on the road.
It is, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That means, and you're saying driverless.
Yes.
Now, I know it's going to use LiDAR, apparently. I'm not quite sure what LiDAR is.
Light detection and ranging.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
And obviously, the GPS to get from A to B. But what about traffic lights and things? I mean,
Light detection. Ranging, I guess. It would have to stop at traffic lights. It follows what's known as a virtual track on the street.
Okay.
Which is,
so there's going to be sensors on the street that it will then pick up, I
whether
guess?
there are sensors on the street or it uses the existing road infrastructure, I don't know. Optical sensors, smart navigation technologies. So I guess that's a very advanced system of Waze or Google Maps, something a bit more than you and I have. GPS, global positioning, and LiDAR, as you've said. So what happens when you pull all of those things together, I think I understand this correctly, is you follow a virtual track on a highway or a major street, okay? There will be fixed routes, a little bit like buses in a way. If you imagine a bus with, lots of carriages, essentially.
Like the tram.
Kinda. There's going to be pick-up, drop-off stations, 3 times the capacity of a regular bus. So each tram will have 3 carriages. Capacity will be 300 passengers.
Wow, okay.
That's really what it's going to look like. Same width as a regular bus, so, using existing roads, it's possible 2.5 to 2.65 meters. Length will be between 32 and 42 meters. So these will be big things snaking through the streets.
I'm just wondering what happens if somebody has an accident with it. Normally you have to get out, have a chat, have you got insurance, talk about the police app and what have you. There's no driver. He's going to talk to himself. It wasn't my fault.
I mean, who do you shake your fist at in that case?
No,
I don't know how
it was the autonomous' fault.
It was, yeah. Well, that happened immediately with the tram when the tram launched,
did.
didn't
Remember
it? Somebody
that picture?
managed to drive into it. I remember that picture so clearly. You do think, oh, give me strength.
I think that guy got a 30,000 dirham fine.
And yeah, quite right. These things as well, what's interesting about this, operationally they'll range between, in terms of speed, 25 to 60 kilometers an hour, but they are fast. They can run at as much as 70 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about the speed limit.
Not that they will.
Well, I guess they'll just stick to the speed limit of the road, I guess.
Exactly. Well, what that means is, and the nice thing about this, I think, is if you think about, one of the things I remember when I learned to drive years ago was my driving instructor said to me, the road system is all about the flow
Yeah.
of traffic. You're no more important than anybody else, so you have to keep moving as much as you can. And we see these days, don't we, people on their phone doing the lipstick, whatever it is, and traffic doesn't flow as well. And one of the things about this is if you have an operational speed range, 25 to 60 kilometers an hour, naturally that will allow for the flow of the road. So you can understand where it fits in with traffic, I think, quite easily. Very interesting. The tram, by the way, runs around about 20 kilometers an hour, so relatively sedate.
Yeah, when I see the tram around the marina, sometimes I often think that I can actually run faster than that, even at my age. And some people have said, like, what's the point? But that's become a success in itself because we are inherently lazy, and why walk? When we can take the tram, especially that the Knoll card now is all used for all of these transportation. So make it much easier. So that's definitely improved. So that's only 20. Did you say 20 kilometers an hour?
The tram is, let me say...
And this goes from 20 to 70?
Little more than 20.
Right.
Well,
Wow.
Potentially the trackless tram can go up to 70.
But
That's
then
not to say
equally,
it
the
will.
tram is on its tracks, and therefore it doesn't matter whether it goes 5 kilometres or 100 kilometres because there's nothing around it. There's rails, etc. This is going to be on the road. So,
Well, this is-
so that's
so it-
why it's important that it is able to go much faster because cars will go faster.
Yeah, so it has to go with the flow of the traffic. I mean, the tram is a different thing. There's a need to slow down at junctions for safety reasons, clearly. There are many more stops. So the frequent stops mean, essentially the average speed is brought down. But that's the trackless tram. The thing about it is it's another part of the infrastructure. It allows us to move around a little bit more easily. And we forget, I think, because Dubai is very much a car city, the standard of the roads is exceptional
amazing,
in most cases. And I think, we're kind of spoiled. I go back to the UK in the summer and it's pothole central. Very often. This is not the case here. But we have water taxis, water buses. We've got a taxi system, a metro system. There's going to be an Etihad rail system. There is a tram. There is soon to maybe be a trackless tram. There's lots of different parts.
Yeah.
And it's very difficult, isn't it, to build massive infrastructure projects in a city the size of Dubai, as busy as Dubai. So you have to do what you can where you can.
No, but that's where Dubai also is going forward in its thinking. It never stops. You'd think that with the metro system that we have, and I'm talking about the ones that are coming, that would be enough. No, you've just now mentioned Etihad Rail. That brings in a much wider audience to the Emirates and us to them as well. The loop, a concentrated area of urban area moving passengers from A to B or X to Z. And now this autonomous. So it just makes life hopefully much easier for the residents. And this is exactly what Sheikh Mohammed does. He sits down, he sits with his advisors, and he has periodic meetings to try and improve the lifestyle, the quality of life, and what can be improved. And I think running the country a bit like a business where he's the chairman and everyone else are the board members, I think it is the way forward because everybody is wanting to improve what we already have and what is within our hands, hence why all this AI is coming in as well. And that is why everybody in the world is looking towards Dubai, is looking towards coming here because, they want a piece of that action, they want that lifestyle, they want that safety. I mean, where really in the world can you literally say, I am safe? For a man, yet alone a woman, and Dubai and the wider UAE, Abu Dhabi as well, and obviously all the other Emirates, is that place. That alone gets you, entrance to the gig really, and the rest is all extras as far as I'm concerned. But tick in the boxes.
If you can get around it easily as well, and that's the point, it does help. Let's talk real estate finally at 9:45. The glasses have gone back on, I should point out, for anybody watching. Enjoy those. Another improvement might be on the horizon for tenants renting in Dubai. This time, looking at making the whole renting journey a lot simpler. So talk us through this proposal.
Yeah, so this is actually a pact between Emirates MBD and the Land Department. Now, they've joined hands to create this platform to transform how tenants and landlords manage everything from the security deposit to the actual rental payments. It's a digital solution. It's a cutting-edge digital solution that will introduce innovative and financial products whilst enhancing the transparency across the rental transactions. Now, I don't have too much information, but under this agreement, both organizations are going to leverage the Dubai Land Department Smart application and online portal to provide tenants with this flexible, secure digital financial products, which, like I said, will ensure the transparency, but it's going to streamline the whole entire rental journey and hopefully help tenants save money, but more importantly, also take away any frustrations that they may have. Now, that frustration, I have to say, is born out of individuals. Because there was an episode that happened to me only yesterday. You know, systems can be in place, which is amazing. And if you can make payments much easier, rather than having to wrestle with the landlord, etc. But I maintain that real estate is a people business, and it's a people business that all stakeholders, and I include tenants, I include buyers, sellers, landlords, have to also understand. I say have to. Try to understand what the broker is going through as well, but the broker has to be on point. The representative of the company, you know, has to not just know what they're talking about, but deliver our ideas, deliver the solutions, deliver everything in a way that is respectful, in a way that is knowledgeable. And obviously, it's okay if you don't know the answer, say it. Look, I think it's this, but let me double check. You know, no one's going to, you know, say anything if you have to wait 5-10 minutes for an answer. Whereas a lot of these agents, they just give out so much rubbish information. They don't do their due diligence. And like I said yesterday, I actually withdrew from a deal purely and simply because of the attitude of the representative that was talking to me.
It's the principle of it, though, isn't it? It's the principle of being professional when you're dealing with people.
Well, we started the show with the suits. So from that point of view, that's a visual way of being professional. But it's about how you come across. I said before, it takes only 6-7 seconds to make that first impression. And literally on this, I mean, I never met this guy. This was over the phone. I was absolutely incensed on how he was speaking to me. Just absolutely zero respect, not listening to me, talking over me, and justifying every single thing. I mean, I was going through a contract, to be very honest with you.
Right.
But, you know, when you go through a contract, that's a negotiation. Now, if the other person is at the stage that I am not changing the contract at all because I'm not able to, then maybe I'm not talking to the right person. But instead of guiding the client in a way, no, completely disrespecting, completely talking over, shouting and arguing, and I'd had enough of it. So that completely put me off the deal. Yeah. And so this is a lesson to anyone. Nobody knows what the other person is going through on a daily basis. Something could be happening in their lives right now that is difficult to deal with. But life happens and you still have to get on with work, etc. So always be mindful of that. Be professional, be calm, do not raise your voice. Let the other person speak as well. Even if they're talking nonsense, let them speak, and then by you explaining the situation or hitting them with facts that then counterbalances their argument or completely obliterates it, if you like, you can do that later. But this business of continually talking over, so in the end, nothing happens. It's just noise. Yeah. And that, do you know what? I've dealt with a few people like this, but yesterday, honestly, it took the biscuit really bad.
I feel like we brought out something to the surface here today. It's almost a therapy session in here. Well, but it makes a really good point, though, because you're in a situation here in Dubai in real estate. It's incredibly busy. There are so many brokers, so many sellers, so many renters.
Different nationalities, different ways of doing things. So I get all that.
That's all fine. But in the end, you buy things from people you trust.
People buy from people.
They do. Yeah. And you can vote with your feet if you want to.
And that's also nicely brings me to the AI part as well. I mean, I'll continue this argument in a second, but just going off on a tangent, everybody says, oh, you know, AI is going to take over everything. It probably will. But in real estate, there will be, albeit a small element, of individuals still in real estate, humans, I mean, who add that nuance, who add that final, negotiation, that trust, that perhaps an AI humanoid or whatever you want to call them may not be able to offer. Because at the end of the day, you are still human, and you still know that despite the fact that that thing over there probably knows more about real estate than that human over there. It's about opinions, it's about experience, it's about stories that the humanoid cannot bring to the table. So I do believe that's going to happen. But going back to this particular argument, yeah, it is a people business, and it is about compromise. Most people say they use the word win-win. I don't like to use the word win-win, because to get to a win-win scenario from two different perspectives, both people have to lose something or give up something. So I actually call it a lose-lose to get to the win-win. So effectively, I was trying to have a conversation about this contract, but instead of, he could have closed it down in a calm way to say, look, I really appreciate that there might be points in this contract that you want to change, but regrettably, this is a contract that is used over and over again with this company. The owners are not going to change it. So a bit like the Axe Capital thing with the suit, if it's not for you, then this is the point, But no, he was just being downright rude. And anything I was saying, again, he was talking over me. So there's ways to handle people, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe that comes from maturity. Maybe it comes from a cultural point of view. I don't know. But there are rude people in the whole world, and there are polite people in the whole. This isn't a generational thing, and this isn't a country thing. Italians are no more stupid than the Brits, for example, and vice versa. We all have that. But equally, Italians are not all pizza makers. We do have brain surgeons as well, and vice versa. Just thought I'd get that out there as well. However, it's about perhaps how you've been brought up, how you've been managed, and what you've been allowed to get away with. And so when I called a few hours later after I calmed down to say, thank you, but as a result of your attitude, I am withdrawing from this particular transaction, made me feel really good. I really did.
Yeah, I bet.
And I went out on a limb because I didn't have anything else. But just now I've received a text from my wife to say the property that we saw last night has also been accepted. So all's good.
Good for you. Do you feel better now? Do you feel like it's out there a little bit? I could make you feel even better.
No, I'm not that kind of person. I went through a divorce. My friend used to say, oh, we need to talk about it. I talked about it. This is hundreds of years ago, as it were. But I never felt better about it. No.
Good for you.
I like to share it. That's what I do it.
I have to say at this point, a world without pizza would be a very poor world, Mario. So thank you to those Italian pizza makers. That's a huge contribution.
Yeah, there you go.
Bread, tomato sauce, and cheese cooked.
Yeah.
Wow. The simple
one, the margherita.
Exactly. That's, by the way, my favourite. With a little bit
That's
of
the original
anchovy
one.
on there. That's a pizza.
Yeah, that was named after the Queen Margherita, who came to Naples, and they made this dish especially for her, and that's why it's called Pizza Margherita, after the Queen of Italy.
I knew there was a reason why we invite you every Wednesday morning. Mario Volpi is here from Allegiance Real Estate. We've got 5 minutes, and I lots of things I wanted to talk to you about, but we've not got to all of them, so we'll maybe hold them over for next week. But one of the things in your podcast this week was you were looking at Damek Hills 1, and you kind of put it under the spotlight, really. But I just wanted to ask you about it because it's more than like a golf course, you know. As is the thing here in Dubai, we're seeing more and more, not just places you can live, places you walk in, you can see yourself there, so you think this is for me. This is about the whole building, you know, master building a community.
Yeah, I mean, Damek Hills 1, obviously, when it first came out, again, people think it was in the middle of nowhere, same like Damek Hills 2, but Dubai is growing in such a way. I remember when Arabian Ranches 1 seemed to be like in the middle of the desert. This is before Sakim Road was even made.
It was the sticks.
Yeah, it really was. And it wasn't far from Studio City, where we used to go to
Absolutely
as well.
right, yeah.
Another story. But anyway, so Damek Hills 1, I think, has succeeded in inputting all the things that people need. It's got a school, obviously the Trump International Golf Club, retail options, villas, apartments, townhouses, and everything is there at a much, dare I say, more affordable price point than its competitors, for want of a better word, like, for example, Arabian Ranches or Jumeirah Golf Estates. I mean, Jumeirah Golf Estates is very, very expensive, but then again, that's got more than just one course. The Trump International Golf Club is a success. It's a great course. I'm not a golfer, but I've been told it's really good. And that alone has brought that focal point. But like I say, it's got so many other things attached to it at a much more affordable level. And the success of the quality of the build, and obviously all these developers, they learn from a previous project. So what didn't work before, they get it right. And of course, they've had healthy capital appreciations. So, I mean, if we look at, for example, in 2020, a 4-bedroom sort of villa could have cost between sort of 2.8 to 3.2 million. Nowadays, that's sort of up 35-50% towards 4.2, even up to 4.8 million. So, and that is true for the apartments and the townhouses. I mean, that's generally the talk of the whole of Dubai since COVID, within reason. But nobody would want to keep wanting to buy there or wanting to live there if they hadn't got all the ingredients right, all the peripheral bits, as it were. They've got clinics there. They don't have a hospital, like, for example, Dubai Hills has King's College, as it were. But they still have clinics. So you have everything you kind of need from a day-to-day point of view, also with their retail shops. Big shops, well, obviously you can go to a bigger supermarket, but the rest is all there.
Yeah, you're quite right. It's interesting this because the older I've got, I'm very much a city boy, and my view from my balcony was always somebody else's balcony, and I was never really bothered by the idea of a sea view or a river or a golf course. But I had a friend who lived with a view of the golf course, and I have to say, it makes a huge difference.
Yeah, look, and that's why prices are much higher for views, verdant views specifically, and green views are important in Dubai because we're a desert. So everything is, I'm not going to say it's artificial because it's real grass, but it didn't grow there, as it were. Yeah. So to then have it in front of you is a bit of a candy for the eyes, really. Let's put it that way. Sea views, marina views, all these things add to the prices. And that's why premiums are met for something that's either on a higher floor or something with a view. And interestingly, the place I'm about to move to doesn't have a view, but I think like anything, with prices going the way they are, it's all about trying to stay in the same location, but to sort of save money, as it were. Yeah. So, when you've been here perhaps as long as I have, I've been here 17 years now, it would be nice to have a sea view, it'd be nice to have a glimpse of the marina or whatever. But as long as you've got view of life, and that's why things on Sheikh Zayed Road go so well. Yeah, they do. If you said, "Oh, I'm buying an apartment on a motorway in the UK," they say you're crazy. And yet, anything on Sheikh Zayed Road is a premium. We noticed that on the Shoba launch last week, and obviously on the Omniat launch, etc. So all of that really, really good, and people go for it as long as there is life.
I like that. View of life. That is my takeaway from today. There have been many, of course. The hirsute and very well-dressed Mario Volpi, Senior VP Investment Advisory at Allegiance Real Estate.
Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott. This hour we're talking artificial intelligence, but it's travel and tourism and artificial intelligence. Adoption amongst UAE travellers surging 57% year on year when it comes to thinking about where you want to go, planning the trip, maybe booking the trip. That's really what we're talking about. Generation X and Generation Z leading the charge. Demantis Gregorvicius is with me. He's the head of Middle East for the fintech platform Adyen. Thank you for staying around. I'm going to shorten your name to D. Is that okay? Are we at that point where we can?
I think we're there.
We're familiar. That works. Few, he said. I want to drill a little bit more into generational thinking, because there is obviously a gap, a mismatch between the generations X, Y, and Z, and how we use things, where we look, how we want to search or access information. But it's they're fairly sort of structured, demarcated lines, aren't they, between X, Y, and Z? Z, I guess, the social media generation. That's where they get what they want to go to.
I think a lot of the time, yeah. It's about where each one of those segments kind of spends most of their time. And I think social media for Gen Z and probably for millennials is the key part of where they are looking. And now you see commerce changing, so you can find, a post which will have an outfit, which will then allow you to go and buy that. You can find a post that will have a hotel, which allows you to click and go book that. That has been around for quite some time. And I think now it'll be interesting to see how AI comes into it and makes it even more personalized with those posts. Very easy for them, I suppose, to do that. They know what you like, don't like, and so they can see you're looking at a lot of posts which are related to a beach holiday or a ski holiday. Okay, well, here you go. We're going to push this forward.
Do you know, I'm smiling, not because I'm laughing at what you're saying, just because I used to think when I ordered something online and it would say, if you like that, you might like this. If you like that shirt, maybe you could team it with this outfit. And I used to think, don't tell me what to wear. And it used to quite upset me. Now I've changed and I look and I think, that blue shirt would look good with those shoes. And so
it's got good.
It has.
Yeah.
That's exactly the point. It has got good, and it has started to become really effective.
Yeah. No, for sure. And businesses leverage that, a lot, because they can cross-sell, they can upsell quite easily because they do understand. But the main thing for businesses is to be able to have like a single source of truth for information. So, social media, fine. They can see, what you're looking at and so on. And so maybe it's a lot easier to make recommendations. For other businesses, it's not that easy. So, for example, from our perspective, if we think about payments, we offer our services to both payments that are done online, e-commerce, but also in person.
Okay.
And, if I'm a merchant, it's quite interesting for me to know, I want to know if user A, prefers to buy online or in store. And being able to see that information allows me to then think about, okay, now I can market to them in this way. I can see that they like this type of product based on what they buy. We know that product is stocked in store and is visible. Let's direct them there to say, you'll get 20% off in store. So there's a lot of really clever things that businesses can then start doing.
It's funny that, and this is ever so slightly off topic, but there used to be a view, did there not, that to think of upselling in that way, insidious is the wrong word, and that's a little bit too extreme, but it was viewed with suspicion, I guess. But there is, the point here is always, isn't it, that it's still your decision. You don't have to buy.
Yeah.
It's all about the option.
Yeah.
List of options.
It's probably a complicated topic, because I think a lot of people will feel like that, for sure.
Some people do.
Because
not everybody.
And it can be quite subliminal, right? And before you know it, you're buying stuff that actually didn't really.
Sure.
You just keep seeing it. But I think that's where it's the responsibility of businesses to actually figure out what their customers want, because that's when it's actually adding value. I really don't mind, going back to your clothing example, if I get recommended something that I like, which is at the right price point, the right quality, the right style. Great. I didn't know about that brand. Now I do. Quite happy with that. No issue for me.
Yeah.
As you say, it's my choice. Do I want to buy it now? Maybe not. But now I know that brand. Maybe I'll come back to it later. So for the business, it's mission accomplished. And for me, I get a new brand or style of clothing that I like.
Yeah, it's just very often you see online, don't you? You see this immediate reaction thing, the keyboard warrior thing, and it's very much, why are you offering me that? I didn't ask you for that. Well, then don't bother with it. It's really quite simple. It's a response thing. So generation, the Gen Y are on social media, millennials to an extent, but and Gen X are using I love this phrase that you used during the break there, actually, traditional areas, i.e. Googling.
Yeah.
I love how that's become traditional in 5 years, in 25 years.
No, it is funny.
Brilliant.
I think that's Google, more established social media channels like Facebook, which, are quite well known for boomers and Gen X to be the kind of favored social platform because of the family element. Exactly. So there's a lot of advertisements. There's a lot of things that they see there that drive them to make purchases, to book holidays. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Let me ask you a question about engagement. And I think this really it kind of excites me in a lot of ways because it's engagement is so important, to be interested in something and to be able to be verbose or to tell a story. You mentioned our notoriously short attention spans these days. We all know that that's increasingly the way we are. I guess a lot of people follow particular influencers, particular content creators. Some of those use AI. You have to be able to, filter the truth. But what does that mean for engagement online? Was the first question I wanted to ask you.
I think that probably steps into the personalization aspect.
It kind of does, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think a lot of businesses that we see are now trying to capture the attention of their customers by giving them personalized recommendations, personalized offers, things that are quite specific. It's not just a generic discount or something like that. And I think, again, AI is probably going to give those businesses the tools to be able to do that more. Again, from our side, the unified view allows them to do that. But I think that's where we're going to. And I think businesses that actually adopt that better than others will probably start winning, market share or customer share from businesses that are just not adopting.
Okay. What about digital tools that people use to plan online and the intersect between using those digital tools to plan, to book, to fly, whatever it might be, and those real life interactions in travel and hospitality?
Yeah.
The intersection of those two things, hopefully favorable, hopefully positive, not necessarily always the case though.
Yeah, and I still, like I said, believe that the human element is like a big part of hospitality. It does depend a little bit on what segment of hospitality, because I'll give you an example. So, if I said to some people, okay, when you go in, you check in on a kiosk, just you put in your ID, you put in your passport, your reference, whatever it might be. Key comes out, off you go.
Right.
Some people would say like, oh, that's a bit rubbish, no interaction, no one welcoming.
Yeah.
But if you ask a business traveler, for example, they would be like, absolutely fine. Just come off a long flight, a taxi, don't need to have a conversation about, where the cookie is or what's in the mini bar or whatever. Like, it's just, I need to go up to my room, get some rest, do a call or whatever. So I think it does depend, like, what's your offering. But I think, AI and digital tools to kind of give the personalization for customers that are out there that you're trying to win, paired with, still, I think, a very strong human touch and customer service within your hotels, your venues. I think that's a pretty nice winning combination, because that feels pretty personal to me. I get interested through a personable promotion, which is for me. And then when I'm there, they maybe know certain information about me, which I like, and they give me that kind of human touch.
Yeah, it's so interesting that to be greeted with the fruit juice and the towel as you walk in, the flannel as you walk in, or just the recognition of you by name is always something that I think
small touch, but it's good.
Those are the nice things. You talked a little bit about the barriers to adoption in terms of, legacy technology systems, for example. But what other barriers do we need to break down for broader AI adoption in hospitality, in the sector, to get through?
Yeah.
What other problems are there, I suppose, that you're facing? What other issues do you come up against?
So from the report, we saw that 67% of businesses in hospitality suffered with fragmented systems. So it's very much a problem.
It's a hefty 2/3. That's
Yeah, exactly. Which again is no surprise. These businesses have been around for a long time, and management has changed many times, and different ideas, different goals. So this is what happens. So first, I think it's resolving the fragmentation by picking partners that allow to not eliminate all of it, but bring it down to 20%, 30%, whatever. And then the other challenge is it probably goes back to that consolidation point or the noise point. There's so much choice out there, so many new developments, and they're not cheap. So if I'm to invest as a hotel, as a hospitality group into something, I kind of need to know that this is the winning formula, rather than just a coming and going fad. And I think that's quite tricky right now for these companies to identify, because, everyone is looking at them and asking questions about AI and adoption, and shareholders may be doing the same. And there is a pressure, but at the same time, it's like, okay, well, it's a multi-million investment. Who do we go with? How do we know it's going to be here tomorrow, and how do we know it's actually got a track record to give us the ROI we want? So there's also like that element that there needs to be a bit of consolidation before these companies feel comfortable that they can really put their money where their mouth is.
Yeah, and how much of a difference could it really make to my bottom line when I'm making that kind of an investment? What does it mean for destination marketing? I think that's a really interesting point. What does the adoption of AI mean in tourism and travel terms in destination marketing?
Do you mean like by which destinations become kind of the more popular ones?
Yeah,
or?
I mean, will we see changes in that? The traditional destinations from here, I don't know, take the Maldives as a great kind of chill destination, for example.
Yeah, interesting question, actually. I think what you probably would see is more visibility of favorable places to go to at the right time of the year. So if I think about like a real world problem, is that if you're here and you're looking to book trips towards the east, you have to figure out like, okay, when's rainy season? Can I go at that time? If I want to go to the Maldives, if I want to go to Madagascar, if I want to go to Africa, whatever, like these are the kind of things, which goes back to that overwhelm point. When you're looking, you're like, now I need to find the hotel, the flight. I need to know if it's rainy season. I know if it's hurricane season, whatever it is. And then these destinations could begin, promoting themselves at the right time for the right season to the right customers. That could definitely drive a lot more travelers.
It's slightly unfair asking you to speculate in that way, but it's an interesting point, I think.
Yeah. Good point. Like this is kind of something that comes to mind, but not really set in facts.
I feel like I put you on the spot a little bit there, and I apologise, but I just wanted to get an honest opinion. Can I talk to you a little bit about efficiencies, operational efficiencies, and if we can get into a few more kind of techie details? I think I'm interested in how what the reports told you, and your opinion on how AI automates processes. First of all, first of three things I wanted to know.
Yeah. So one of the big challenges, because if we take a hospitality or a hotel venue, is the fact that it's broken down into multiple sections: the check-in, the room service, the F&B, all of which, as transactions are racking up, have to be put into one central view somewhere. But they don't often look the same because they're using different providers to take payments. For example, if I speak specifically for our industry,
that would be the experience of many. I would think I could think of a number of examples of that. I mean, experiences, for example, I don't know, banana boat trips on the beach would be a completely different provider. So it's hard to get that all in one place.
No, exactly. And so, if you can't get it into one place, then you can't really get all of the insights that you want from it, i.e. who are the kind of, spenders, who are the ones spending on entertainment, who are the ones spending on F&B. And AI can really help that because it can help to consolidate that view. Or again, it's about going with partners that have a unified view out of the box.
Okay, and then if you get that right, you automate the processes in the right way, you can then personalize customer experiences because
Correct.
you have that data in place.
Yeah.
So it's a natural extension of that, and if you can do that, you can then optimize your resources, your management of resources
Exactly.
as well.
Yeah.
So this is, in some ways, I'm trying to simplify this as much as I can. But the way it works is that you're really getting your ducks in a row to create a seamless experience.
Yeah, and it is efficiency because a lot of businesses or departments within businesses can look at AI or anything that's efficient. It's kind of like, well, that's my job on the line. Okay, it's not the senior management because they are always looking at efficiencies, but let's think about the mid layer. But actually, it's the contrary. It's kind of let's take the work that you probably don't like that much, the grunt work. If you have 5 reports from 5 different sections of the hotel, I don't think there's a person who enjoys going through that to try and make sure that it all looks neat. So you remove that, which doesn't mean that you're suddenly out and you don't have a job. It's actually that you'd probably be moved into something that's more interesting for you. And we see that conversation happening a lot, especially within like kind of the traditional businesses that are here in the UAE. And that I think is just worth mentioning because it very much is a case of being directed or being utilized in another part of the business. The business, if it has the people there, it probably wants to use them in a better capacity because those people know the business, they know the culture. If you get rid of them and you bring new people in, it's very hard to bring the right people in, and they're already there in the business.
I think that's a really important point to make. And in hospitality and tourism, perhaps more than most businesses as well. Yeah. In terms of the report, you know it inside out. I've read it a couple of times. I don't see anything in there, and I don't mean this to poke fun. I don't see anything massively surprising. The results to me seem to be, I kind of thought that was the case. In and of itself, research like this is important, I think, and it's useful. There's nothing in there that really stands out as, I didn't expect that. Was there anything that you thought, hold on a minute, that's an anomaly, or is it? Did anything strike you that way?
No, not really. I get your point.
I'm not saying it's boring or anyway. I'm saying
No.
It kind of backs up, I would imagine, what you're talking to your partners about.
Yeah, no, and it does, and I think because we look at such a wide spectrum of people for this report, we do see a lot of consistencies because they're all looking at this technology in the same way. Yeah. I also haven't found anything to be like super crazy and out there like wow, I really didn't realize that would be the case. I think probably. If I was pressed on it, I think the part that did somewhat surprise me is that if we think about the generations using it, pretty much all of them were an increase of between 60 to 70% from the previous year, except for boomers, which was I think around like 16%.
Okay.
So it wasn't that the boomers were low. I think that's expected, but it's the fact that everyone else was so close in terms of adoption. So there wasn't the older generation is significantly less and the younger generation is significantly higher. They were all roughly around the same, which I thought was interesting to kind of just reiterate the point that it's penetrating everywhere. And because those people are using the different channels, that doesn't matter because all those channels are adopting AI.
We're all using mobile phones, aren't we?
That's true,
We're
yeah.
all sat there
So
with a screen.
maybe
and
not that surprising
And a
then.
supercomputer. No, but I do think that's an interesting point. I mean, some of the things in here, over half of hospitality providers say AI search tools that help guests with booking decisions will reshape the industry in 2025 and beyond. You'd kind of expect that because, you have the relatively early adopters that know, and people are starting to come to the conclusion. That makes a lot of sense. Another 50% believe AI-driven personalization will transform and elevate how they deliver guest experiences. And it's really the same kind of thing, isn't it? What we do, I suppose, what we glean from this, the real kind of learning message is AI is pretty darn important.
Yeah.
It's going to be the way forward. It is something that you have to learn to utilize.
For sure.
It is a tool that, you're going to have to go forward with.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the personalization, how did hotels do personalization before? Well, they just remember the top guests, but
Quite right.
the capacity to do that is maybe, okay, someone can remember the top 20 or their top 20, but with tools like AI, now you can kind of make everyone feel the same as, the top 5 or top 10 or top 20 customers previously. So it's a scaling advantage, and that, I think from a consumer point of view, is really nice because that means that you get a nicer experience for your money. I think that's a pretty good win for consumers.
We've got to talk to each other. I mean, it's a nice thing to actually spend time saying hello to somebody. It's the whites of the eyes thing.
Yeah.
That's a good thing. Final thoughts on this? Are you going to be repeating this exercise for next year?
Yeah.
Is this going to be an annual report?
It's an annual report. Yeah,
Okay.
it's one of a few reports that we do for a couple of different industries. So yes, we will be repeating it. We will be continuing to kind of look at how certain trends that we touched upon, like agentic AI, are developing. So, we talked a lot about the adoption side. Maybe next year we'll be talking a lot about how many people have gone from just using AI as a way of finding ideas and bookings to actually making those bookings. And then I think the really interesting part will be how fraud would be impacted with the introduction of AI booking your hotel, booking your flights, and how that looks. And I think that part is still unknown, but I think over the next year we'll probably get much more visibility on what it looks like.
I like the crystal ball casing there. Hopefully that's what we're going to be talking about this time next year.
Yeah.
What would
Or
you,
something completely left field.
You never know, do you? What would you like to see change into? Final question here, really, Dee. What would you like, or I guess expect to see change in AI terms to emerge from a report like this?
I think, we touched on it. I think what I would like to see is how many businesses that we have spoken to have actually seen a significant impact from the AI tools, from the AI noise that's out there on their business and on the actual end consumer. Because I think right now, like we've been discussing, it's not super clear. It's going to change the landscape, or, it's going to be the next big thing. They're big, broad statements, but it'd be great to see some specifics. And we're speaking to businesses. We know that they are using those tools. So we are, again, anticipating that it will come. But I think, like I said, there needs to be a little bit of consolidation, and we need to see, what is the proof in the pudding?
It's funny. It's the great unknown. It's the great beyond at the moment, isn't it? And we're all not really sure. Nobody really knows.
Yeah.
We're training, educating children for jobs that don't exist yet. They'll exist in 3 years, and 5 years, and 10 years. It is the unknown, but it's also it's remarkable how quickly adoption comes. And I go back to the old Google example of mine. I'm putting in questions now, and I'm expecting AI to give me that deeper dive as well. So I suppose it's somewhere along there. Fingers crossed, I think. Adyen research reveals AI adoption among UAE travelers surging 57% year on year. Gen X and Gen Z are leading the charge. That is the paper. Demantis Gregorovicius is the head of Middle East for the financial technology platform Adyen. I've really enjoyed talking to you. Thank you.
Likewise. Thanks a lot.
A deeper dive it was. This is Mira Business FM. Don't forget, you can catch us online. We are streaming on Twitch. We are on YouTube. You can find us Newswise on X, formerly known as Twitter, and across most platforms as well. Subscribe, get in touch, let us know what you think, how you feel about the interviews, the content that we're producing. And you can find us on the website as well, mirabusiness.fm. That's the show today. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
Welcome to Daybreak. My name is Tim Elliott. Inzi is just in the green room, retired now after his hour there. This hour, we're going to be talking about tourism, essentially, and the tourism industry accelerating its digital transformation. AI adoption in tourism 2025 is emerging as a defining trend for destination marketing, operational efficiency, and customer engagement. Now, Demantis Gregorovicius is the head of Middle East for the financial technology platform Adyen, and he's here with me. It's a pleasure to meet you, Demantis.
You too. Thank you for having me.
Good to have you here. You're very welcome. Look, I want to talk to you about this for a number of reasons. Essentially, AI has been the topic of conversation for the last 2 days. I'm not yet AI'd out. There is a lot to say, and it is everywhere. First of all, before we go any further, just talk me through the history of Adyen, the fintech platform that you represent.
Sure, sounds good. An interesting story, in my opinion.
Go on.
You'll be the judge. So the business started in the late 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
The founders had already worked together on another business, which they sold. It went into RBS back then.
Okay.
And basically became kind of like a bit of a foundation technology of their acquiring business, their payments business. And I think when the founders were there, they kind of realized, I don't think we cracked it. I think we should keep trying to do what we're doing because we think we can build something better.
Okay.
And I think that was the pretense for Adyen. They got back together after the time in RBS, and they decided that, we're going to build something that is from end to end, built by us. It's not integrated with other partners, and there's other third parties involved. And the name itself, Adyen, is Surinamese for to start again. And so that's that's kind of the idea. The payment world is fragmented. They said, let's start again. We'll build from the bottom up. We'll build it all in-house, and we'll be able to serve the biggest merchants doing it.
So before the RBS segment of the career there, was there a feeling that, I don't know, we were a little bit ahead of the curve here? We were a little bit early to market with this?
I don't think so. I think the business was, suited for the time period it was in. It wasn't anything kind of like super crazy out there. I think the main thing was that once they saw it integrated within a big institution, like we've seen with a lot of players, they saw that it kind of stifles the product, for use of a better word. And so I think they felt that, it didn't quite reach its full potential, but by then it's too late, right? Sold. So that's it. It's out of their hands. So they said, okay, we'll build again and we'll start again. And that's how the business came into existence. And then once it got going, and being built in-house, it took quite a lot of time, quite a lot of work. And soon after, they started to fly into the US to meet some of the biggest companies there, with the idea to say, hey, you're expanding into Europe, we can be a partner for that. And that's really like where the journey started. And the focus was always the biggest enterprise merchants, because it was a complicated world, and that's kind of what we're built to solve.
Okay, so when you say the biggest enterprise merchants, who can you tell me about?
Yeah, I mean, back then, it would have been Netflix, it would have been Google, it would have been Facebook, Microsoft, and, to this date, still merchants that we work with.
That was a pretty high aim.
Yeah, it was. I think that there was a term coined, that the Adyen guys, the Adyen sales team, was kind of like the SAS of payments, the Navy SEALs of payments, because they would land and just really like blow people away, like wow, like you actually get payments. At a time when obviously the whole industry was progressing a lot, these new business models were coming up, the demand from payment providers was so much different that it was quite like, oh, okay, well, actually, these guys understand it from the bottom up. Let's see what they can do. And that's kind of how it started.
Well, these products always need to be sold, don't they? I think people forget that. It's that, salespeople, dirty word with some people, I suppose.
Well, it's the owners that were doing it. So, you eat what you kill.
Yeah, absolutely right. Okay, so what about your history with Adyen then? What's your background?
Sure. So my history with Adyen is somewhat short. I've been here with the business in the Middle East for a year.
Right.
Myself, I've been in the region for close to 10 years, always within payments, but I kind of have gone through the spectrum of payments, which is started in a very traditional FX brokerage side of payments, went into the crypto payment gateway side, and now kind of, I always say, landed in the middle between the two, something that has been around for some time, but being executed in a very innovative way.
Okay, let's then talk about your research here, because I think this is really interesting. Let's look at just some of the findings. The headline is AI adoption in tourism is emerging as a defining trend in 2025. We all know that AI is everywhere in 2025. But just talk me through the top line findings first of all. What's the subheading to that?
Yeah, sure. So maybe just context, the report is a report that speaks to 40,000 consumers across 28 different countries. So it's a global report, of which, of course, the UAE is a part of.
Right.
And the idea is obviously to see from a consumer side, but also from a business side, what their views within AI, hospitality as a whole, are trends that are developing. That's then used to obviously help us with what kind of products we build, and also how we support the merchants to better serve their customer. The headline numbers, unsurprisingly, is that adoption is up a lot. So 7 out of 10 people in the UAE over last year had used AI to make bookings for their trips, their holidays, vacations, whatever, which is up 57% from the year before. So it's, you could argue, now the common practice to use AI to book your holiday rather than the traditional means of just going onto a booking website and that's it.
I mean, 57% is clearly a majority, but in what way are people using AI?
Yeah.
How much can we drill down into that?
Yeah, sure. So I think it's a developing space in a sense of a lot of people are using AI to almost like enhance the search experience. So before, you would Google, hey, where's good to go in November?
Yeah.
Now, AI can, of course, support that. But I think what's becoming more specific is that I, as a user, can say, hey, I want to go to XYZ type of country during this period. I'm traveling with the child, and I want to do these type of excursions. And then it gives me a much more refined output of, okay, these are the hotels, these are the destinations, etc. That's kind of largely where we've been. Where we're now stepping into is that, yep, we can do that, but also you can now go into the territory of actually saying, okay, please book that. And then it will go ahead and look to book your flight or your stay. Now, it's very early days, and this is the point where I cue in the buzzword of agentic AI, and that's something that we, as a business, are keeping a very close eye on. We actually just recently announced that we are one of the partners with Google creating the agentic AI protocol, because obviously there's a million questions that come up when you say, ChatGPT or an equivalent is now going to take my credit card and start booking stuff for me. Who's responsible? What happens if, et cetera, et cetera. So there's many things. So there needs to be a whole protocol built around it, and we're also working with the likes of Google to build that.
So really, AI is kind of there's a point at which AI joins the dots between thinking about your holiday and deciding exactly what you want to do, and we're now pretty much past the stage of joining the dots into phase 2, if you like, however you might term it. Here's your offering. Why don't you book? So it has become the sales platform as well.
And you can do it. It's clunky. So it's being, let's say, more streamlined, but it's already there. But there are, as I said, a lot of those question marks. And so the schemes, big players like Google, financial platforms like us, looking to kind of explore and see, like, how do we do this in a way that keeps the consumer safe, keeps the merchant safe, keeps fraud out of the picture as much as possible, because obviously you're entering a new world, right?
Yeah.
If individuals using AI to make bookings, what about individuals using AI, to use it as fraud? So you have to be quite careful when you're talking about trillions moving around the world.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I guess that's something you have to keep in mind, whatever you do online.
Yep.
In terms of the generations where adoption is moving up, my generation, I'm probably firmly Generation X, probably slightly grumpily, I have to admit. But also Gen Z as well. Gen Y, I guess, are used to this. This is just the way they've been brought up. That's how it works. Gen Z are getting older and able to now, book holidays. Maybe I'm making some money to book holidays.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'm simplifying this too much. And maybe Gen X is just catching on that, okay, I can actually use this Google thing in this direction. Is that a reasonable assumption?
Yes, it is. I think from the report we saw that Gen Z and millennials are by far the highest, around 70% within that bracket will use AI. But I think Gen X are also, in terms of growth, you can see that they're adopting a lot more. Okay, maybe at a slower pace, which is understandable because of age or whatever. But I think it's also becoming a bit of an undeniable fact that it's just very intuitive and easy to use. So in fact, it's conversational. It's like messaging someone. So there's a very low barrier. So I don't see why an older generation, Gen X, whatever you want to term it, doesn't start adopting it more and more. I think it's just visibility. And I did the same thing this summer. I went back to the UK. We were booking a trip to Sri Lanka. Sat there with my mother-in-law and showed her, oh, hey, look, this is how we do it. Oh, cool, this is nice.
And she liked it.
Yeah.
Will
she use it? I don't know, but let's see. She knows now.
But the thing is awareness, isn't it, as much as anything? And I mean, to me, AI became part of my daily life when Google decided to employ it with initial searches. Yeah. And I think that's probably the case for a lot of people. Generationally, I don't think there's a divide there. But there is, I think, inherently a trust. It's not an issue. There is definitely a trust barrier in some cases. And that may be a slightly older generation way of thinking. But I think there is a great deal of, well, how much can I rely on AI at the moment with a lot of people? And I think that's something that we're increasingly seeing broken down. Yeah. But I think it's still there. Is that a fair
for sure, because it moves so fast from day to day, like over the last 2 weeks, it's announcements with crazy numbers, is investing here, this is being built, and you just kind of almost like disassociate, like I don't even know what these numbers are, and
it's so hard to keep up. It's like keeping up with real estate developments in Dubai. There's just no point. Just tell me where it is, I'll go and have a look. It's the same kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. So I think that will deter people because it moves too fast to really get a grip on it. If I don't have a grip on something, I don't fully trust it. Yeah. And so I think there'll need to be some stabilization. People will need to become familiar. There need to be instances where the right thing has happened. For example, if there's fraud, the right outcome has come, and then people will get comfortable. But you have to remember, we're literally at between day 0 and 1 of this whole kind of wave. So I think it will come. And I think eventually, whether you are using it directly Or, as you say, you pop it into Google, you're already using it. So you get more comfortable, and then it's just about using it in different spaces or places of your life.
I should have AI'd this whole interview, actually, shouldn't I?
Well, I was thinking when you said, AI is everywhere, I said, well, you still got me here, so
I know.
not everywhere.
I don't think we're quite replaceable yet, but it's probably not that far down the road.
Yeah.
There is a gap, though, isn't there, between the expectations of a consumer, a holiday maker, what they're looking for, what they want to do, what they want to experience, and the capabilities that a hospitality business has.
True.
I suppose. It's a gap in the same way as AI is growing. It's narrowing fast. Where are you seeing that gap play out at this point in time?
Yeah, so whether it's AI or other developments, I think hospitality as a business is quite traditional, and it's good in a way because I think a lot of hospitality businesses are focused on the experience of the people that are coming there, which I think is good because I think if you make everything digital and there's no human element, you lose a lot of what you gain in hospitality, where you feel pampered or special when you arrive at a certain resort.
Yeah.
The problem comes because hospitality businesses are big. They consist of rooms, they consist of F&B, experiences, etc. They are built on many systems.
Yeah.
Those systems are from different eras. Maybe something on front desk hasn't changed for a while, but something on the hospitality and the F&B side has. How do you then get those systems to talk to a new wave of technology like AI in the same way? Super hard. And I think although AI is something that is very much on the consumer's mind, for hospitality businesses, they are probably still trying to figure out exactly where it fits in and where exactly it gives them an ROI, because they need to also upgrade the current plumbing they have before they can add these new and innovative technologies. And that's also where we try to support, as best as possible, because as an ethos, like I mentioned, we build everything in-house. So everything is our own. So we don't have third parties involved. And so, one of our USPs is that, hey, look, if you work with us, you sign one contract and you have one provider. And we integrate with your systems, and it doesn't add complexity. It makes things simpler. So a lot of businesses that we speak to are kind of going through that process of upgrading, looking to partners like us to make things simple, to go from 13 payment providers to, let's say, 1 or 2. And then they can start to think, okay, now how do I build on top of that? Because it's really nice to talk about AI. It's really great. It's innovative. It's interesting. But I think for a lot of businesses, it's just not the reality yet. There's internal plumbing, for use of a better term, that needs to be upgraded in order to build on that. Otherwise, you're building something on top of something very old. It's not going to work how you want it to.
I like that phrase, internal plumbing, because it seems to me it is exactly what it is. I mean, if you look at, I don't know, airline reservation systems, for example, it's a legacy system, isn't it?
Yeah.
At best.
And they've kept up by not scrapping the old one and putting a new one in. It's kind of like, okay, here's my old one, pop that on top, pop this on top. Oh, that's a cool feature, stick that on there.
Yeah.
And then it becomes problematic. It has bugs, it has issues, and that then trickles down into the consumer, which doesn't make a very nice customer experience. And I think that's a bigger part of the problem that they're trying to solve. And AI for sure will be part of it as they go through each one of the systems they use. The one that they upgrade to or they start using will for sure, have the AI element. But that is a big change management project. And when you're a hotel or hotel group with multiple hotels in multiple jurisdictions, that's a pretty tough job.
It is. I mean, you expect, I don't know, pick a hotel chain, an international chain, a Hilton in the UAE to be the same as it is in Suriname, the same as it is in Australia, the same as it is everywhere. You expect that kind of seamless experience. And I think we see that with, I don't know, take online shopping. If that's something you do with one of the big ones, it's pretty seamless wherever you go. Your account translates pretty much wherever you go. As long as you get the address right, you're going to have something delivered to it. But you don't get that seamless experience. And I think very often we're a little bit impatient, aren't we, as people?
Very much so. Yeah, I think that's the other challenge that a lot of businesses, not just hospitality, have, is that it's the attention span, the demand, you know.
Yeah.
But at the same time, that's not a bad thing, because, you know, a business should listen to what it's hearing. And if it's hearing the same thing of like, you know, this is not good enough, that's probably the place where you should focus on. And again, a lot of the conversation we have is around that, because different stakeholders have different focal points. Could be price, it could be efficiency, it could be whatever. But if the consumer is not getting a good experience, you know, that should go to the.
They're going to let you know, aren't they?
Oh yeah, they will, exactly.
Yeah, they're going to walk.
And it's not getting easier because, you know, they're getting more demanding, because everywhere else they look, everything is streamless. Yeah, exactly.
No, it would be nice to be able to think. I want to plug this into my search engine. There are many available. Let's stop naming brands here. I want to go to Sri Lanka. I would like to do a trek. I want to do it in the foothills of a misty mountain in the early morning. You know, there's certain demands that you make.
Yeah.
And you want the itinerary and the price and the booking to be spat back at you as quickly as you would asking Google a question about, you know, who won the WWE latest Saturday night, whatever. That's where the issue lies. You know, the internet is so seamless in so many ways, but so clunky in so many others.
Yeah, but then it creates an opportunity, because if you think about that, let's say prompt, it's going to take multiple sources from all over.
I'm glad you know the technical terms. Thanks. Prompt was what I was looking for. Tip of my tongue.
Yeah, I think there was a phase where it was like, you know, prompt engineers get paid hundreds of thousands. Oh, I'm going to learn how to prompt. So, you know, they pull links and information from various different sources, and so there's opportunity. You know, like who aggregates that? Because then it's all well and good that you've given it to me, but now I've got to go to 5 different places to book it. And that's where this whole kind of agentic AI wave is coming in, because then technically you should, you know, in one prompt or one entry, like, be able to book everything in one go.
Before we get to, I want to talk to you, drill down a little bit more into Gen X versus Gen Y, Gen Z, and the kinds of things they're planning. You know, to look at sort of across age groups, if you like. But it must be, for you, this must be fascinating.
Yeah, no, it is.
In terms of just the I don't know, philosophical attitudes, the sociological side of this is, you know, how people think and what people are wanting to do. And I guess as well, it must give you ideas of, you know, your next holiday trip.
It certainly does.
As much as anything. Yeah.
No, it is super interesting. And I think for me, like, the beauty of all of this is that it does open the world up to a lot of people, and it will keep it on the context of, you know, travel. It's quite daunting to book big trips and go through multiple steps, and this makes it a lot simpler. It's not exactly fun. I can think of my own experiences where, you know, you find a destination, but then you got to find a hotel, and you got to go through 10 pages, and do I like it? And it all depends on the first picture, and you could miss so many because, you know, the first picture is no good. You just get into this cycle, and I've been there for hours, you know, trying to find something with 10 tabs open. So it's great because it streamlines all of that, and then ultimately it saves me time and then stress. And, you know, if I think about a holiday experience, then everything seems a lot more seamless. I'm not stressed, running around, going there, you know, prep this, oh, what have I done that? It's already kind of been done. It
would be great to think that a holiday should be about relieving stress. A holiday is all about chilling out and doing what you want to do and not having to worry about things. By the same token, the booking of the holiday should be a pleasurable experience.
Should be, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And I think very often...
It's the fun part.
It should be the fun part, the planning and the looking, and it would be nice to think, well, I have my one site, and I really like that. Oh, let's book that. Tick, 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 tick. It should be that easy, but it generally isn't that easy. I've got to be honest with you. And I was saying this to somebody the other day, just last week, in this very studio at this very time, I asked my son to book flights for me, book hotels, because I just can't face it. I used to love the days of sitting with a travel agent and just saying, can I do this, 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 and this? And they'd be like, well, you can do this,
Poor
but
travel
you can't
agents.
do that. I know, I was never that popular. But there was something about that. And I like the personal relationship with it as well. But to be able to do everything that I want to do, to plan for my holiday, to think, oh, this is going to be great, that increases the anticipation. And I wonder if there's an opportunity in there. If you've made that experience far more seamless and increased the anticipation, there has to be a financial implication from that. That may be slightly cynical, but if it's good, you're willing to spend that little bit more money. There's something in that.
I do agree. Yeah, no, for sure. And I'm sure that there are businesses looking at that. And everyone thinks in an experience. And if the experience is good, if it's calm, if it's seamless, I think many people would pay much more for it. Maybe not much more, just if anyone's listening.
But it's reasonable to pay for a reasonable service, I think. And I don't think that's unreasonable to state. It's perfectly fair. We are talking about new research from Adyen, revealing that AI adoption amongst UAE travellers has surged 57% year on year. There are no real surprises that it's surged so much. AI is everywhere. It's part of our lives. But Demantis Gregorovicius is with me. He's the head of Middle East for the fintech platform Adyen. We're going to talk some more about some of your findings, and we'll come back and we'll look at the Gen X, Gen Y, Gen Z distinctions, I guess, in a few moments. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
Good morning, this is Mira Business FM. My name is Tim Elliott, in for Inzamam Rashid, just for this week. And in this hour, we're going to be talking travel on the show. In particular, I guess really how to do it best is probably the way to encapsulate this. UTravel's been a leading travel agency in Dubai for over 20 years. What they try to do is to take the stress out of the situation. You let an account manager know where you need to go, when you need to go. They do all the work. That's kind of basically the idea. And with me is Basil Abu Al-Rub. He's the managing partner. Basil, great to have you here.
Thank you, Tim.
Very nice to meet you. Now, we're going to focus on helping, I guess, travelers to enjoy hopefully a smoother, maybe a more meaningful escape, whether you're going to relax, you're going for the culture of the destination, or maybe some adventure. But let's first of all talk about UTravel. You've been around for 20 years, and the floor is yours. Tell us the story.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, we've uncovered a gap in the market 20 years ago, and we wanted to do travel better. I was going to say slightly better, but hopefully we're going to do it a lot better. And
always use superlatives, Basil. That's the key, isn't it? I know. Just 10% every year better or cumulative over 20 years is a good time. It's pretty strong.
Yeah, and we got licensed by IATA, and we wanted to focus on the traveler as well as the experience of the booker. So sometimes the traveler is not the same person as the person who's booking the trip.
For sure.
Sometimes, if it's a business trip, for example, it could be your secretary or your personal assistant. We wanted also to focus, of course, on the traveler himself or herself, and by also making sure that you're not overpaying for your travel, whether it's business or leisure, and that you're getting there in the most in the smoothest way possible. So we geared up our teams. We hired the right people for this job. We divided our departments so that everybody is specialized in one thing. So if you're an airlines ticketing person, you're an airlines ticketing person. If you're a hotel specialist, you're a hotel specialist. And we even have a specialized department just for visas, as well as for chauffeuring. So if you need a car to pick you up, to stay with you anywhere in the world. So we've done that, and over the past 20 years, we've accumulated vast knowledge as well as good technology in the back end to help smoothen our operations. And we developed a good product overall to help companies as well as individuals.
Sure. I mean, the thing is with services like this, I want to ask you how you got to it in a minute, but services like this, just as an observation, this is kind of a proof is in the pudding thing, isn't it? So if somebody has a great experience with you, books, everything goes smoothly, the chauffeur's there on time, and you're really looked after, that's how you get repeat business. So the pressure is always on you isn't it, to perform? You've really got to be there.
Yes,
I can see
we
in your eyes, you're like, I know.
we say amongst us, our colleagues and industry colleagues, that this is a thankless job. So when
Yeah,
things
I
go
bet.
well, you don't hear anything, and that's a good thing. And when things don't go so well, you're always to blame.
Yeah, for
And it's
sure.
still a very human-centric business. What most people in this day and age don't understand is that, yes, even if you booked your travel online, using an online aggregator or any of these services, at the end of the day, it's human beings who are affecting your booking, who are issuing your ticket, human beings who are driving you from the airport to the hotel, human beings who are checking you in or keeping your room clean. It's still a very human-centric business, and a lot can go wrong, but also a lot can go right, and there's a lot of pleasant surprises on the way.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a mission critical thing, isn't it? If it's a holiday, or even if it's just a weekend break, it's something you've booked, you're looking forward to, you want it to go well, and hiccups are kind of magnified, I suppose, aren't they, for a lot of people, if and when they happen?
Yes, especially if there's a high anticipation, you're waiting for this trip for a long time, and you're very, very excited. When things do go not as anticipated, there's a huge level of disappointment, obviously. And it's very easy to fall into a negative kind of thinking pattern, or try not to make the best out of things. Hopefully, in this day and age with today's technology, a lot has improved in terms of making sure that things don't go wrong and things are sort of on time. Just if you look at the flight data, for example, most airlines have significantly improved their departure and arrival timings so that they're not so late. Connections are not being missed as much. Aircraft downtime, lost baggage and luggage has also significantly decreased in terms of rates.
Yeah.
So all of these things in terms of performance has increased. We're living in a very comfortable time for travel right now. Whether it's ease of booking, the actual journey itself, and the outcome of it is more positive than, let's say, 20 or 30 years ago. Even 10 years ago. The ease of airport going in and out, biometric use, security, checks, all of these things have become very, very easy, so that the stress is taken away and you can just focus on the moment. Even the offerings at the airport themselves, your holiday starts at the airport before you even get on the plane, from the shopping to the eating to the just the amount of variety that you have. It's become so much fun to travel.
It's markedly better than it was. It's a funny thing, this. I was thinking about this before I met you. Now, I've got two kids, and my son, very often I'll say to my son, if we're going on holiday in the summer, I say, can you book it? Because it goes mad. It's not the way my brain works when it comes to booking lots of different flights, looking at destinations, looking at connections, looking at the best way to do it, comparing prices. That's just not me. And he's one of those people who thinks maybe a little bit more mathematically and likes doing it. He's fine. My wife is fine. My daughter's fine. I'm maybe the idiot on the side. But I kind of like, and I kind of look back to the days, and I don't think this is just an age thing. I think it's just a mentality thing of sitting with a travel agent and looking at different things. I always feel that they're the professionals. They can do it. And I love the idea of being able to go to somebody like you, a one-stop shop, and say, look, I want to do this. I'd like to try this. Can we do this? That's kind of what you try to do, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And over the past few years, we've launched a leisure service called Jovial Travels, and we focused. First, we started focusing on the Maldives, and then we expanded to other destinations, which have, as you mentioned earlier, more substance, in terms from whether it's culture or just from an experience perspective.
Sure.
So places like Zanzibar or Sri Lanka, or South Africa. So we've looked at destinations initially, so that we know exactly what we're offering. So that when you come to me as Tim, and you give me a little bit about your background and what is it that you're seeking to travel? Is it just a short trip? Is there a specific purpose behind it? Is it something that you want? Are you seeking a transformative kind of trip, or are you seeking a trip where you just want to just eat great food all the time, or you want to just relax on the beach and do nothing after a stressful year? And we take that and we tailor something according to that kind of, I would say, what's underneath, what's deep within you that you desire, that you're seeking.
Do you feel like a real need to? I mean, again, in terms of a personal relationship thing, this is good, I guess. When you consider repeat business, etc. But is that personal relationship something that you hold very dear with your customers?
Well, coming from a corporate environment, yes, because we have a handful of clients and they're big companies, right? So they sign a contract with us and they're just repeat customers on a daily basis sometimes, So cultivating personal relationships is in our culture, and it's yes, we are cultivating a relationship with companies on the surface, but there's people, human beings behind these companies. There are people who are signing the agreement. There are people who are making the payments. There are people who are making the bookings on behalf of the people who are traveling. Take that same mentality and apply it to individuals. People like you and I traveling on a holiday with our family or by ourselves. And yes, there is that kind of repertoire, the rapport that is being built with these individuals who end up becoming lifelong customers. They keep coming back, and we started seeing them coming, for their first child's birthday, for a Valentine's trip, for their anniversary, and then they just know they have this personal relationship with you, and they know that you know them and you know what their vibe is like.
You see, I asked that for a particular reason, because I always feel in the world of online travel, it's easy. I mean, ostensibly, it's easy to book. I can go to a website, book a flight to wherever I want to go, within reason, financially, etc. And it is pretty straightforward. I did make myself out to be the idiot that can't do it earlier, but it is reasonably straightforward. But you do feel when you're booking online and you're using apps, there is a lack of personal experience there. And I think there's, from my own personal perspective, I like to sit and kind of see the whites of your eyes, if you like, and actually talk to somebody, because, empathy can't be replaced by a bot, can it? And if travel goes wrong, as you've already said, we tend to get the brunt of it, whether it's your fault or not, I would imagine as well.
Yes. Now, again, the amount of data that's been collected and presented to us as users online has improved and has helped. So even if you're going online and making your own personal research, I would assume, and you should probably rely heavily on user reviews. See, if you're looking at a specific hotel, the first thing that you want to see is the ratings, not the 5-star, 4-star rating by the government or the authorities, but by the users that have traveled. And how many people have left a review, how many positives, what kind of travelers are you looking at? Are they solo? Are they family? Are they business? Are they leisure travelers? And based on that, you sort of can come to an approximation as to whether this is the right fit for you as a hotel or a destination. Now, this is one way to do it, absolutely.
I think that's a good starting point, isn't it?
Yes, you should always,
do your research, as you would if you were looking for a bank account or investing. Exactly. But it's not everything, because for every great review, there's always going to be the really super negative one, and you've got to be able to pick and choose. But I think there's always a case for an overview, and I guess that's where you were going.
Yes, so even we rely on such data as agents, right? When we recommend something. So the first thing that I look at when I go to reviews is I look at the 1-star. I want to see the horrible things that people have said.
Okay.
That's the first thing that I sort the ratings based on the, starting from the lowest and then going to the highest. I guess it's human nature, number one, that you always want to kind of hear the gossip and the negative stuff first. But it's actually very, very important for me, because if I, for example, I'm seeking a place that is quiet, and I see a lot of negative reviews that the place that I'm looking at is very noisy, or is on a very noisy street, or next to a loud restaurant or a nightclub, for example, then that automatically X's it out for me.
Right.
If, for example, the negative reviews are about the hotel's Wi-Fi, like it has a very weak Wi-Fi, but I'm going on a holiday, so I'm not even bringing my laptop with me. I'm not going to be doing Zoom calls or anything like that. I don't care about the Wi-Fi. So then, for me, that's like, okay, if that's the worst thing, then I'm going there.
If you've got teenage children, that might not be the case.
Oh yeah, absolutely,
thing.
absolutely. You have to take that into consideration. Sure. So these are the things that we try to eliminate first, which is by understanding what you're looking for. If you're looking for a vibrant place to go, and I put you in, I don't know, an area where this is like a purely yoga retreat in Zanzibar, then you're not gonna be happy too much. You're looking for a party, and then I send you to a yoga retreat. So it's important to understand your customer and what they're looking for. And sometimes the client doesn't really give you a good brief about what they want. You need to have a couple of conversations with them before you understand. And sometimes you need to have a couple of iterations of sending them some suggestions, and then them going, no, 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 no. And you understanding why are you rejecting these things? Is it a price issue? Is it a location? Is it something else? And then based on that, you kind of have to do it. So it is sometimes a kind of a difficult and time-consuming process for certain people, just to get the essence out of them. But then, once you get to know them better, then it's like, that's it. It's very easy. And then they will come back to you because they know you. It's like your personal concierge type of thing.
Well, exactly. I mean, it's a reasonably... Intense is probably slightly too strong a word, but there's a certain intensity to a process like that. But again, it goes back to you running a business where, I guess one of the founding principles in some ways to you, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but, know your customer is not just a compliance requirement, is it? It is a business requirement from your side in order to get that repeat business. That's a real, it's a real key for you.
Absolutely, and it applies on the individual level as well as on the corporate level.
Yeah.
So know your customer from a corporate perspective is also very, very important, because you need to know the preferences of the travelers and the preferences of the company itself. How does it want to conduct business? How does it want to for its data to be reported? How does it want to be invoiced? That's on the corporate side. But on the individual side, yes, KYC, as in like, I want to get to know you, better and know what you're looking for, so I know how to what to suggest for you. And yes, that includes the usual suspects, like what is your budget? And funny enough, this is the most difficult question that you might ask them, because you rarely get a straight answer, especially if there's no trust.
Right.
Because if they tell you, and this rarely happens, but let's just give a wild example. If they tell you I have an open budget, then they're afraid that they might be telling you, I don't care about money, so you can rip me off, kind of thing.
Have you had somebody say to you, our budget's open, we have whatever you want to...
Yes, in my 20 years, I've had that happen twice.
Okay. Was it true twice?
Yes, it was true, and we did some amazing things for them. They basically toured all of India, north and south, over the course of, I think, almost 25 or 30 days. It was incredible. It was incredible. Okay. It was just two people traveling.
And you tailored an itinerary, a full travel itinerary for two people.
Yeah.
No objections, no questions asked financially.
Nothing. royalty. It was like they flew like royalty, and we did everything for them. The other one was they were coming into Dubai, and they had an open budget as well, and we did some spectacular things for them. It was during the Christmas and New Year's holidays, and we did some crazy stuff for them, like from the desert to the sea, to lavish private. No, they were old. They were old, very old clients. So, they had a young spirit, and they were very adventurous. Like we did dune buggying. Like we actually bought brand new buggies for them, and we shipped them on a trailer to where they were in the middle of the desert, where we set up a whole thing for them. Yeah. It was amazing.
Very nice work. Look, we're going to take a break in a minute or so, but and I want to come back and talk to you about techniques and the tech that you employ to create these itineraries. But give me an idea. We mentioned very briefly at the start when things go wrong, and without mentioning any names, I don't want to put you on the spot or put any people on the spot. But does anything stand out where you've thought, oh, this is not the best day to be in this industry? Is there a particular instance you could share?
Yes, it happens. It happens quite a bit, but not in this intensity. But there's always a feeling where you're like, it's regrettable that my client is feeling this way.
It's not necessarily your fault. There's no blame.
I was just going to
here.
get to that.
I'm not, and that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just interested in those moments where you think, "Oh, that shouldn't have happened."
Yeah. When you hear that the client missed their connecting flight,
right?
When you hear that a client, but there is always like that sense of. There's always that sense of, is it my fault? Should I have given it more time in the airport, for example? But no, they had ample time. It's just bad luck.
You see, that's interesting because that, it shows me that you care. Basil, we're going to come back and talk more in a moment. This is Mira Business FM.
You're listening to Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott. I'm in for Inzamam Rashid. This week, he's away just for a couple of weeks, and we're talking travel. How to do travel best is kind of I suppose that's really what I'm trying to get to. UTravel has been a leading travel agency here in Dubai for some time. They do both, personal and corporate travel. Basil Abu Al-Rub is the managing partner, and he is still with me. Basil, one of the questions before the break I was thinking of, and I kind of omitted to ask you, really, so I apologize. But what led you to do this? You've been doing this for a long time now. You're not an old man. That doesn't come out as a compliment as it did in my head, but you know what I mean. You've done this, obviously, since you were young. Your experience has grown over the 20 years. But what made you decide, right, I'm going to become the travel guy?
We've traveled quite a bit when we were after university, and by we, I mean me and my older brother Nabil, who is my partner, my business partner. And I was actually a banker for a few years before I left the industry. So I did quite a bit of travel for business as well, corporate travel, what people in the industry, in the banking industry, call a roadshow. Okay. When you go and you meet a bunch of clients across multiple cities. Mm-hmm. So a lot of travel, a lot of hotels, a lot of visas required, and a lot of chauffeuring. Right. My brother was a consultant, a business consultant, before he also left the industry, and we joined forces and we built this thing because we've experienced a lot of we had a lot of negative experiences traveling, whether for personal, with travel agents that have booked us holidays that were not suitable for our profile. Okay. They made mistakes. So we felt cheated in a way, or let's say they were trying to push a certain product on us, not to our benefit, but maybe to their benefit. Whether it's the wrong kind of hotel that has the wrong type of clients that are not similar to our vibe.
I mean, there are certain packages, aren't there, in the industry that are pushed, and that I guess there are commissions paid, and
Yeah,
those are the
for
kinds
sure.
of things. I mean, that so
Yeah,
it's
the agent's definition of luxury could be wildly different than my definition of as a customer
right.
of luxury.
Yeah.
Your definition of luxury could be.
My definition of luxury is somebody brings me a cup of tea and says hello, but I
Yeah.
know exactly what you mean.
Yeah.
There are different levels, and that goes back to the personal thing, doesn't it?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
so we need to define what is a good trip for you, and what do you mean by luxury? What do you mean by calm? What do you mean by serenity? What do you mean by culture? And what defines good food for you, for example? Those questions were omitted in my personal experience when we were traveling for our own personal trips. On the corporate side, also the same thing. There was a lot of very painful moments where we missed meetings because the chauffeurs didn't turn up, or we were late to our destination because the driver suddenly realized that his tank is empty and needs to stop at the gas station to fill up the car. And you can imagine the high stress level when you're going to very, very important meetings. And at the time, of course, I was still a very junior banker, but I was traveling with my boss, and the stakes are super high when you're like,
No, I mean, but it's already the case, isn't it? When you're traveling and you don't have the local knowledge that you would have at home, and you don't know the roads, and you don't know the way people drive, and is there going to be a petrol station there, and is the guy going to be able to get to the front door in time? All of that, it mounts up, doesn't it? So I can see exactly what you mean.
Yeah. So we decided to build this thing. So we did not come from the industry.
Right.
We were completely new. We made a lot of mistakes, obviously, but what we wanted to do was just build something that delivers better. So we were travelers, wanderers, that wanted to build a better travel experience for our customers. We had, like I said, we had zero knowledge of how the industry worked, so it took us quite a bit of time to get there.
Sometimes you just have to jump in, don't you?
We did. We jumped in with everything we had, whether it's financial or otherwise. And we never gave up. We decided to stick to it no matter what until we turned it around and it became a successful business.
And how was it financially in the early days? If you don't mind me asking, what can you tell me? I mean, it sounds like it wasn't as easy.
Yes, it wasn't as easy, especially also that we were new to Dubai as well. So it's not like we grew up here or anything. We came from Jordan, Canada, like where we lived before. So we didn't have a network even. So everything was literally starting from scratch.
You didn't take the easy route, did you?
No, we came here. I guess you could say we followed the dream, the Emirati dream, and or the Dubai dream, and we did it. But yeah, initially it was very costly. We lost a lot of money. It was hard to build a customer base in the beginning. And mind you, this was still the beginning of social media. It was still coming up. So this was around 2008, 2009. So still, Facebook was very new. Instagram didn't even exist back then. So marketing your business back then was entirely different than now. YouTube was only 5 years old, I think, at that point, if not less. So it was a lot of networking, a lot of door-to-door, a lot of cold calling, and we did all of that ourselves. Family and friends, you rely on them a little bit here and there, but they didn't, you should not rely on family and friends when you're setting up a business. That's a big fallacy, at least from my experience. But
it sounds like a lesson that you've learned as well.
A lot of lessons were learned. One of them is, yes, when you build a business or a venture and you put a lot of importance to the family and friends element, you might be setting yourself up for a big disappointment.
The thing is, it's not just financial payback. If there's money involved, there's emotional payback, and I wonder whether emotional payback is quite a lot worse than financial payback in many instances.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. You could be disappointed when you're doing that, emotionally and financially.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about, this is something that you guys mention on your website, that you've developed techniques, you've developed technology over the years to speed processes up and to lower costs. What have you done and how have you done that?
A lot of the technology that we built is on the back end, so our back office or our kitchen, if you will. This allows us to, when we hire consultants, whether it's ticketing or hotel reservations or travel designers, the back-end softwares that we use allows the consultant to focus on the problem rather than worry about dealing with how to pull up pricing and copy-paste it onto an email and make it look pretty. And then you're missing the point, which is how do you solve our customers' problem rather than make an email look pretty or spend a bunch of minutes calculating taxes or getting the fare wrong, for example, and misquoting the client,
Sure, so you're answering questions, aren't you? Rather than, presenting what looks great. You're trying to get to the heart of it.
Exactly. So you focus. So you're not bogged down by the protocol of sending emails and dealing with the very clunky travel technology that is on the back end. We've built softwares that basically speaks to this clunky old school technology that you've seen this you've seen what they click on, like what you're typing on at airports, right?
I have.
It looks like they're coding. It's like technology that is stuck in the 80s and never evolved.
It reminds me of telex technology.
Exactly.
For anybody that remembers the telex,
Exactly.
great as it was, it's old school.
Yes, and it hasn't evolved much. The same thing for the hotels. The hotels, their technology is also a bit archaic, but not as much as the airlines. So what we've done is we've built certain softwares that speaks to these clunky technologies, and then on the other side spits out a beautiful kind of quotations and emails, and it does this very, very quickly. So what the ticketing, for example, let's take the ticketing consultant as an example. Instead of worrying about calculating the fares and tabulating the options and the results, they worry about
It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. We're on the website, mirabusiness.fm. You can watch and listen there, of course, as you can on YouTube. And you can also watch back on YouTube, on Twitch, on Rumble, on Dailymotion, wherever you get your, entertainment and business information fix, or something like that. We're also on Instagram, we're on Facebook, we're on LinkedIn, and you can find us on X for News. To get in touch, info@mira.fm. Or WhatsApp.mira.fm is much easier than remembering the phone number. Just type in WhatsApp.mira.fm and you should be able to get through. Subscribe, let us know what you like, and wherever you can, give us a like. We always appreciate it. Coming up on the show, we are talking careers, but it's really all about the medical profession today. We're going to be joined by a consultant in family medicine. Dr. Mufaza Azrat Rashid will be joining us next at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. Mira Business FM.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott. We are live on the website, mirabusiness.fm, across your socials. I think that's an okay phrase. info@mira.fm to get in touch. whatsapp.mira.fm so you don't need to remember the phone number. Subscribe, give us a like, let us know what you think. Now, let's talk careers, medical careers, and talk to a consultant in family medicine. Dr. Mufaza Azra Rashid is joining us over Zoom. Dr. Mufaza, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. Morning. I think you might be muted, Dr. Mufaza.
There we go.
There you
great.
go. It's, do you know, that's
Right.
it's always the way with Zoom. You're always muted when you never think you are. And with me,
Absolutely. Although it was right in front of me. But yeah, thank you so much, Tim. It's a pleasure being with you.
Well, it's nice to meet you. Let's start with your credentials, I guess, first of all, just to find out a little bit about you. You're close to, 25 years as a qualified doctor, 15 years with the National Health Service in the United Kingdom. There really are a few areas I'd like to cover with you today, starting with what you do, the role of family medicine. I think that's really important to take a little bit of a deep dive on. The research you've taken part in and created, and also your charity work, because there are many strings to your bow, Dr. Mufaza. But first of all, what inspired you to pursue a career in family medicine?
Well, it is quite an interesting question, actually, because when you qualify as a doctor, there's so many fields in front of you, and you just have to kind of choose because it's whatever suits your personality, whatever you're passionate about. So if you're choosing a particular specialty, that means that you're only exposed to patients of a certain type. Whereas in family medicine, you are working across a whole age group range, across a whole condition range, and there's a lot you can do which you would not do if you were in a particular specialty. When I say that, I mean that you're kind of a jack of all trades, but you are kind of making a difference across the patient's whole life rather than just one particular problem in one particular system of the body. So when a patient comes to see you, you are interested in their their social aspect. You're interested in their financial background. You're interested in everything that they're about, so that you can make sense of why they're experiencing the problem that they have and what impact the other things in their life can have on it. You know the whole family, because if you are as a family physician looking after their whole family, you know the family dynamics, and those things influence health a lot. There's no condition that you cannot discuss as a family medicine, although obviously you have limitations in terms of how far you can go and how far you can pursue independently, and then you have to refer at a certain point if you cannot manage it on your own. But as a whole, you know the person as a whole, and that makes a huge difference in the health outcomes.
You see, I find this really interesting because family medicine is exactly that. It's that understanding of the whole kind of health dynamic of an individual or, obviously of a family. Consultants in particular areas, I have some experience of this. I've had a few medical issues over the last few years, and I've talked to a number of different experts in different things. And sometimes I kind of think to myself, where's the bedside manner with you? Because it can be a little bit more matter of fact. Whereas a family doctor like yourself, you've really got to be able to drill down and understand people. And I think that's a very particular kind of calling, a particular kind of skill.
Yes, absolutely. And also it just builds up a patient relationship that is quite unique, and the patients trust you. And so a lot of the times when they may not disclose certain symptoms or certain things that they've never met the person before. Whereas as a family physician, if they've seen you over and over again, they know exactly, they feel comfortable talking to you. So that discloses a lot of information that can be so much helpful in managing their conditions, and which can range from physical to mental to anything.
One of the things we do here at Mira Business FM, on probably about a weekly, bi-weekly basis, is we talk to people in particular careers just to get an idea of why they decided to follow the path that they've followed. I'm wondering, with you in particular, a career in medicine is a huge number of years studying. It's a huge amount of work. It's really a life commitment, and it's, I guess, a vocation. But what do you think, if you can put this into words, the most important qualities for a really successful family physician are?
Hmm. Yeah, you're absolutely right there because it's a long process, and I think the times that we're living in now, it's the children or the up and coming young generation have a lot more options than I did at the time.
Mm.
But at the same time, if you are passionate about it, if you like working with people, if you like making a difference to people's lives, I think that's very important because I still meet certain young people because I have worked with the faculty of Royal College in and the University of Nottingham with the careers advice with students. So you see those students who do stand out in terms of their commitment, and they regardless of anything, the number of years or the hard work involved, they do want to pursue that because they have that in them to make a difference to somebody's lives. Because medicine, although it varies across countries, but it is less money focused, but that can be argued. But it's because there's so many lengthy numbers of years of training involved with probably not as much remuneration as some of the finance or economics sectors, or so it does involve certain amount of commitment which is for less benefit for a certain degree, and then more focused on, particularly in when you're training in the NHS, it's very very patient focused, and it's not driven by cost or profits as such. Well, it may differ in other parts of the world, but the ethics of it and everything comes down to the fact that you are there's ethics of being a doctor is that you are putting a patient first and you're putting everything else secondary. So if you have that in your personality, if you feel that you can you have got an academic head and you've got a thinking head, and the fact that you're good with people, you can speak to people, then it is a career. But for you, but you have to think it through because it's years and years of a lot of hard work, and the learning never stops.
There's a sacrifice to be made, isn't there? Particularly in terms of, if you do a 7, 8 year, however long your particular medical degree is. So it's kind of a calling. You kind of have to, take a Hippocratic oath. You kind of have to make an oath to yourself, I guess, as well, if this is something that you're going to pursue. Could you just talk us through, describe some experiences of working with patients of different age groups, because you're really in that bracket where you can really speak to this, I think, from infants all the way through to seniors.
Yeah, so it's an interesting day you have, particularly if you're a GP in the NHS, that your day can be seeing anywhere up to 40 patients. Plus, if you're on call, then you're taking phone calls and emergencies from patients at home. So you 1 minute you'll have a baby brought in by a mother. The next patient might be a young person, mental health issues. The third person might be an elderly patient. So you have to. That's why the training is very geared around how to do this in a time efficient way and not missing any serious concerns. So this is just what our training is all about. So if it's a child, you approach it differently. You have to consider all aspects. You have to consider the safeguarding aspect, and often you will realize that once you are speaking to the mother or somebody, you pick up signs of where the child may be at risk, or health wise, or the safety. So that all those aspects, and it's playing in the back of your head all the time, that what things you need to think about with the elderly. As you know, as the UK and elsewhere in Europe as well, there's a rise in elderly vulnerable population, so a lot of elderly with chronic disease. So you have to allow them time, you have to adapt your consultation skills to their needs. You may need to wait longer, you may need to speak to them in a loud tone. You may sometimes they're just there to vent, and they want to somebody to speak to. So you have to have the patience and the skill to actually to have a conversation of that sort with them. You can have a patient come in with who's young but has severe mental health issues and doesn't open up and is sitting there quietly, and you have to make sure that they're not self-harming, or they're not going to, when they walk out, they're not going to harm themselves. So there's a lot of challenges in addition to all the daily simple stuff, you have to keep your eyes open in terms of not to miss anything significant, because in the countries where your primary care physician is the first port of call, you will see all sorts. You will see the minor stuff, and hidden amongst that will be quite serious conditions which you have to identify and do something about.
So it's really a profession that needs a real level of emotional intelligence, isn't it? And I guess a sense of, what is it? A sense of community, a sense of kinship as well. So if that's you, it's a great thing. But kind of put the financial element aside in some ways, perhaps. What do you think the biggest challenges are that are faced by family physicians, Dr. Mufaza?
It varies from place to place. I can speak from a country to country. If you speak from Dubai perspective, I feel that because it is not a very uniform system across the whole place, and different insurances, different hospitals do it differently. So you may not have a lot of access to your patients' past medical history, or the systems are not integrated, so you don't know where they've been, what's been done for them. And I think the patient expectation sometimes is different. So the type of patient you see here is very different to the one you see in the UK. So I'll tell you the comparison in a minute. But also the fact that they're once you have if you manage to refer them on, often you don't see that patient back, and that gets taken on by another specialist, and so the continuity may break there. It's not a generalization; it may be different as well, but often you see that you might lose the patient if but whereas in the UK, if they're registered with your practice, they will come back to the same doctor, or more or less at least the same practice, and their notes are there. Even they're often integrated, so you can look at them wherever they've been, what hospitals they've been to, so that helps a lot. So you're in the UK, the challenge is that the appointment times are short. You're looking at 10 minutes, which is often not enough to help with the problem that is severe. Also, to have enough communication, to show the empathy, to build that communication for the patient to open up to you. However, we do continue to do this, and the appointment times have not changed. Also, NHS is under cost constraints, and we are seeing problems with access, patients not getting appointments in time, and the government obviously is always focusing on helping with that. But those are the biggest challenges in terms of the cost saving, plus what's best for the patient, and constantly balancing that out.
Do you think that there is a different expectation of on doctors here in the UAE because it is an insurance-based system rather than a state healthcare system? Because there are fees involved here, whether it's a copay or perhaps somebody doesn't have insurance that covers whatever procedure they may require. Are you treated in a different way by patients, do you think?
Yes, definitely. Over here, we have the luxury of time. So, because you're not seeing as much volume of patients, so even with somebody with a simple cold, you can end up giving them half an hour of your time. Sometimes the expectation is to do that, and then you're actively told by your practice that give them as much time as they need, even no matter how simple the procedure is, because the condition is, because they are often they're either self-paying or insurance covers them. Also, the patient expects that you do there's a prescription, or if there are tests, they do have a low threshold of expecting tests, which if they're not needed, then you really have to explain to the patient why you don't need a blood test or a X-ray or something, which is obviously sometimes can be a challenge with the expectation.
Yeah, I do find here I do get sent for tests a lot, and I do tend to come out with armfuls of medicines. But here in the UAE, let's stick in the UAE for a moment. I know that you're a school physician currently. You also get to engage, I guess, with the community in a slightly different way with that. I know that you're keen on promoting healthy behaviour, for example. You hold educational talks and events. How has that added to your skill set?
Yeah, no, it works perfectly because as a school physician, that's part of the role that you have to engage with the community because it's all a public health sort of role where you helping prevent disease and instill healthy behaviors, especially in children here, the healthy eating.
Mm.
We do diabetes day. We talk about that. We've had breast cancer day. We do mental health. We in this week, I'm doing a talk for staff and parents around perimenopause. And so we do a variety of stuff which ties in nicely with the work that I do in general, plus with the school and involving parents. Because if I am present here as a specialist and make the most of it, that we signpost parents, because obviously we're not doing a lot of active management here, but we are spotting things. And if the parent, if say if a child has some mental health issue, or if they have some sort of we've picked up a sign of some chronic illness, then we can advise parents exactly the pathway they need to take and guide them and follow through the process. And if there's a diagnosis, then we do put an individual healthcare plan in place so that because the child spends so much time in school, so they're correctly managed if they need in school. So it's a great concept because if you see how much a proportion of their time kids spend in school, this health presence and having not really medicalizing their presence at school, but if you're looking at 1,800 to 2,000 kids in a place every day, a medical presence and kind of guiding the parents, and it's quite reassuring for them as well that if anything goes wrong, so in an emergency, or if the child has a condition that needs to be looked after, they have an active presence. We do have children with type 1 diabetes in school. So it just adds an extra layer of reassurance for the parents. We have severe allergies, kids who need EpiPens.
Mm.
We do run trainings for staff, first aid training for staff. So all that, so just helps.
It's also useful, isn't it, when it comes to attitudes towards healthcare, I suppose, to have that presence, because healthcare is changing. Longevity has become a buzzword, and rather than, treating symptoms, it's now more about, or moving towards, preventive healthcare for patients. I'm wondering how you see this kind of shift, because ultimately, I guess, we're monitoring our health a lot more with wearable devices, and there is a change coming, isn't there?
Yeah, absolutely. Because even comparing it to what it was like 10 years ago, I think because of social media, social media has given voice to a lot of people who have brought around this awareness, even though not always all correct. But before the medicine was all about, you go to your doctor if you have a symptom, and then you get the medication for it. That's the standard route.
Yeah.
But whereas now, because there's awareness about spotting things earlier, how to be there's a lot more about exercise and muscle mass and awareness around perimenopause for women, mental health and all that, so people are more aware of their health and they are much more in control and they have a lot more information available to not just wait for a 10-minute appointment with a doctor to understand what's going on. So I think it has its pros and cons because you don't know what information around is authentic, which we always advise that you do speak to your doctor before you do anything or take any particular medication or any lifestyle change. But these things have helped change the shape how people feel more in control of their health.
Well, they have. But what do you think, though? I mean, I know that it's really best not to Google symptoms. You do need to go and see a doctor, and that's clearly the best advice. But what do you think when you see, I don't know, influencers on Instagram talking about, medical issues, the medical field in the wrong way? How frustrating for you is that?
Mm. Yeah, it just makes the conversation a little bit longer because if somebody has come in with the preconceived idea, then you have to undo that first without sounding patronizing or without sounding dismissive,
Mm.
and then you have to introduce a new idea. So I feel that geographically as well, the health beliefs vary a lot depending on what cultures they're coming from. So you have to first. I think the patient. What I've learned along the process of this career is that as long as the patient feels listened to and understood and shows and the doctor showing empathy, they will agree to anything that you say and they will take it on board. If a doctor sounds dismissive or condescending or not interested, then they're often less likely to follow your advice.
Yeah, I see. This really interests me because I always feel that I'm very much a vaxxer. rather than anti-vax. I'm very much a
Mm.
person that follows a doctor's advice because in my head, it's very clear that this is a person who's studied, this is a person who has passed a rigorous test to get to where they are. And I get very frustrated by the anti-vax community. However, I have to understand, and I realize this, that ultimately it is your body, your choice, isn't it? And as long as you're being listened to, I guess it's always going to be that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's autonomy, there's health autonomy, but you
Yeah.
have to. Our job is to help people make those informed decisions. So if they know the correct information, often they may have read it somewhere, they may have read the wrong research. So if you explain it the correct way, then it's after that it's their own choice. But the informed decision side of things is important. That they have the correct information so that they can weigh up their own ideas.
Let me ask you a little bit about research. I was reading your bio this morning again, and I know that I really wanted to talk about your career, and I want to talk about your charity in a moment. But I'm interested in research that you're involved with. What are you involved with at the moment?
Yeah, that was that project I have mentioned in my bio is the something I got involved in 2011. I went to this talk by a renal consultant, the kidney specialist,
Yeah.
who worked at the local hospital, and he talked about a new idea of introducing some safety measures in the primary care to prevent people from developing acute renal failure. It used to be called, like failing of the kidneys.
Hmm.
That a certain awareness and changes could be made early enough for before patients got really worse and ended up in hospital. So that appealed to me, and I got involved with their project. And that was I was the only GP on their on the commissioning group, what they used to call at the time, doing is in the primary care. So what happens is with it can happen to a healthy kidney, but there are certain people more at risk of developing acute kidney injury, which is it doesn't mean physical injury. Injury means damage or failure.
Right.
So it is abbreviated as AKI. So it can happen if somebody is severely ill, if they're dehydrated, and the blood flow to the kidney drops, and that can cause problems with the kidney in the short term. And often, when they're recovering, a healthy patient may recover, but sometimes it might lead some chronic problems. But there are people at risk who are taking certain medication. If they're elderly, if they're diabetic, if they already have chronic kidney disease, they are much more likely to have that problem earlier than a healthy person. So you have to spot those at-risk people. And then in the community, what we could do was raise that awareness amongst the GPs and the practice nurses to if the patient comes to you with an acute illness where there might be a risk of being dehydrated or severe infection like chest infection, stomach infection, do look at their medication. Do make sure that you look at their blood test previous and arrange a blood test in a 48 hours to make sure they haven't dropped their kidney function. So that was a step to have that decrease the morbidity from this particular, because when they present to the hospital, often it's a bit late and they end up having a hospital stay too long, end up picking other problems on the way, and then kidney health may not come back to normal. So that was really something that was promoting a very active, healthy prevention, which would have a huge impact on the NHS cost as well as patient outcome and all the morbidity.
I want to talk about your charity work. I know you support a charity that was founded after the earthquake in Muzaffarabad in, 20 years ago, 2005 that happened.
Yeah, yeah. So that was 2005. I mean, I know there've been way too many natural, unfortunate disasters since then or before that, but that one was particularly bad. I don't know how many people remember that, but it was just the whole region of Kashmir was wiped out. Even Islamabad, the city that I come from, which is a very modern city, an apartment complex collapsed, and they affected people that we knew. So we were in the UK at the time, and my husband, and who's a pediatric intensive care consultant as well. He himself and a few other doctors went out there as a lot of others did, to run a camp in the short term, and they helped a lot of children, and they were on the media, everything. But they spent 2 weeks there, and they performed hundreds of surgeries and all that. But when they were leaving, they thought that there's no infrastructure left in this place. These people have got no aftercare. God knows how long it will take for the government to kind of step in and build the infrastructure again. So maybe this is something we need to think about and have a hospital. So because they all come from high standard NHS mindset, they wanted to have like a very properly made hospital. So it took them about 7 years to fundraise and then open the hospital in 2013, which is completely earthquake proof. It's in the middle of a very beautiful valley, and it caters to the local population, which are very, very impoverished and deprived. So now they're seeing about 30,000 patients a year plus, and the hospital started with 50 beds, and now it's 90 beds and doing a lot more specialties as well.
It's a huge thing to do. You run a children's welfare program there as well.
Yes. So since I got involved with the school health, and I thought this is such a great idea, because we are picking up problems in children early, even though living in a very affluent society, and the children are not even at risk much of malnutrition or anything like that. But we still pick up things, and we are guiding parents. So in a place like that, where there are orphanages in the catchment, where although they're government run and the kids are looked after, but not much attention is being paid to how they're eating, how their mental health is, how if they're growing well, or all that. So with the help of one of the pediatric nurses, set up a health visiting service. So the nurse goes in a few times a month, and in between, if needed, to review children, to make sure that they don't have any acute problems. Plus, she's monitoring their heights and weights and growth and nutrition. And we picked up so many children with nutritional issues, and supplemented their diets. We've added a social aspect to it. We fund activities. We are providing them books and sports goods, and they're playing cricket now. They're playing football, and they just feel of think of that nurse as a mother figure. The other day, a few children came up to her and said, "Oh, can we go on a school trip? Can you organize a trip for us?" So it's very nice to be able to do that. That they can come and ask us for stuff which they otherwise would not have to, because of being under resourced.
These things are not cheap to run. Hospitals cost a lot of money to run. Programs like this need funding. How do you fund this on an ongoing basis?
Yeah, it's completely charity based. It is the funds, but we've been very lucky that since the outset, the local, because in the UK, a very large proportion of the population comes from Kashmir. So
Yeah.
they felt that this was close to their hearts, and any charity that they were going to do anyway, they then gave it to the hospital. Plus, there are no admin costs in the UK for the charity, so that appealed to people as well. And these were the people, members of community that we knew personally. So they were also in Islam, religiously, you're meant to give 2.5% of your surplus wealth to charity every year anyway. So that stream of income then becomes, if somebody dedicates that yearly amount to us, then that becomes a steady income source. With regards to my orphanage outreach program, it is actually a very small amount goes a very long way. Just for an idea, like during the month of Ramadan, we provided them meals. The whole month for 60 children, it cost 4,000 dirhams. So that was maybe one person's zakat money. So it's because they're well children, there very few will have health conditions where they need to go into hospital and have active treatment. A lot of them will need a little bit, or out in the community, or they just need extra nutrition. So that just gets taken care of by, so that a little bit of amount of money actually goes a very long way.
Every little helps, doesn't it? It really does. Look, we're talking today as part of a kind of a career focus segment here on Mira Business FM, but it's also just really interesting, kind of heartwarming as well, to be able to talk to you. You've kind of already said this, but I wanted to finish by saying, look, the thing about becoming a doctor is that it's not really a business. For most doctors, I think at heart, it's a vocation. It's not really a money-making thing. It's kind of a life thing, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's one of those professions that it's your patient comes first, and as a doctor, that instinct is instilled in you, and also you have that instinct that you're very very mindful of your outcomes, and you what your how well you've communicated with your patient, how well you've understood their problem, and what you've done. So it gives you that feeling of fulfillment. If you have done well, and I think you're driven by that. So absolutely, obviously, you have to pay the bills, and it does it does pay, but it's very very focused on the humanity side of things, and which is kind of sometimes some people are built that way, and that's why those people choose to then go on and choose this as a career.
It's good that you're built that way, I think. Dr. Mufaza Rashid works as a consultant in family medicine, joining us here on Mira Business FM this morning. Great to talk to you. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Tim. It was a pleasure. Thank you very much.
Good
Have
to
a
have
good
you.
day.
Thank you very much. This is Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive.
You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Your latest news headlines on Mira Business FM. Microsoft has announced a major new US $8 billion investment to build next-generation data centers in the UAE, on top of the $7.3 billion tech giant has already committed. It's part of the company's effort to scale its AI infrastructure and support digital economy growth across the Emirates. In a related development, Microsoft has received US government approval to export 60,000 NVIDIA AI chips to the UAE, a deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars that underscores deepening technology cooperation between Washington and Abu Dhabi. Over in Saudi Arabia, business activity in the non-oil private sector continues to surge. The latest PMI reading rose above 60, marking one of the strongest expansions this year. Growth was led by new orders, robust hiring, and upbeat business confidence, a clear sign that the kingdom's Vision 2030 diversification drive is gaining traction. Dubai's property sector keeps rolling, with Emaar Properties and the Dubai World Trade Center launching Terra Gardens, a new sustainable community inside Expo City Dubai. The mixed-use project will feature villas and townhouses designed around green living and smart energy systems. It's the latest addition to Expo City's transformation into a long-term residential and commercial hub. Mashreq Bank has reported a 9-month net profit after tax. Your latest headlines on Mira Business FM. Microsoft has announced a new major $8 billion investment to build next-generation data centers in the UAE. That's on top of the $7.3 billion it's already committed. It's part of the company's effort to scale its AI infrastructure and support digital economy growth across the Emirates. In a related development, Microsoft has also received US government approval to export 60,000 NVIDIA AI chips to the UAE, a deal worth hundreds of millions of dollars that underscores deepening technology cooperation between Washington and Abu Dhabi. Over in Saudi Arabia, and business activity in the non-oil private sector continues to surge. The latest PMI reading rose above 60, marking one of the strongest expansions this year. Growth was led by new orders, robust hiring, and upbeat business confidence. Dubai's property sector keeps on rolling, with Emaar Properties and the Dubai World Trade Center launching Terra Gardens, a new sustainable community inside Expo City Dubai. The mixed-use project will feature villas and townhouses designed around green living and smart energy systems. It's the latest addition to Expo City's transformation into a long-term residential and commercial hub. Now, Mashreq Bank has reported a 9-month net profit after tax of 5.2 billion dirhams, up sharply from a year ago, driven by higher interest income and fee-based growth. The bank says its digital banking system and business of international operations both performed strongly, reflecting solid demand for financial services across the region. At ADIPEC conference, ADNOC CEO Dr. Sultan Al Jaber called for a $4 trillion in annual global investment to ensure a balanced energy transition. He argued that the world needs to expand clean energy projects whilst maintaining reliable hydrocarbon supply to meet growing demand. The message, sustainability and energy security must progress side by side. And in global markets, Goldman Sachs has warned that a potential US government shutdown could shave 1% point off GDP growth, depending on how long it lasts. The bank says prolonged fiscal uncertainty could weigh on consumer sentiment and delay federal spending, adding fresh pressure on global markets already watching inflation trends. Looking at the markets for you, gold has slipped below the $4,000 per ounce mark, and that's sitting at around $3,979 today. Brent crude oil trading at $64.71 per barrel, and WTI crude sitting at 60.88. And finally for you, travel in Dubai is about to get smoother. Emirates Airlines has announced a $23 million investment in biometric and facial recognition technology at Dubai International Airport. The goal is to make passport-free travel a reality, allowing passengers to check in, clear immigration and board flights using only their face. The system is expected to roll out across DXB next year. That's your latest headlines here on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM.
Eleven minutes past 1 on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak. Inzamam Rashid with you for the next 49 minutes to be precise. Well, look, Dubai has been long been a crossroads of global commerce where East meets West and ideas converge as much as goods and capital. And over the past year, one of South Africa's most prominent financial institutions, Investec, has joined that story, opening its doors in the heart of Dubai International Financial Centre, DIFC. And the backdrop is significant. The UAE is now South Africa's largest trading partner in the Middle East, with non-oil trade between the two nations hitting nearly $8.5 billion in 2024. That was up 14% on the previous year. In the first half of 2025 alone, that figure has already touched $4 billion. And that's driven by sectors ranging from gold, precious metals, to food security, logistics, and renewable energy as well. Add to that, there's a South African community of more than just shy of 4,000 registered businesses in the UAE, and you have a relationship that is both dynamic and, from what I've kind of found out, deeply human as well. Today we're going to reflect on Investec's first year in Dubai, what that means not only for the bank but for the growing economic and cultural ties between the UAE and South Africa. And in order to unpack all of that and to discuss it, I'm joined by Renee Vessels. She's the Senior Executive at Investec and a leading voice as well, I think it's fair to say, at the South African Business Council here in the UAE. What's your role at the council?
I'm on the board.
You're on the board
Yes.
there. Renee, thank you so much for joining us here on Mira Business
It's
FM.
only a pleasure. It's very nice to be here.
Yeah.
Any opportunity that we get to speak about South Africa and what we're doing in the UAE is a good opportunity for us.
Any opportunity for us to sit here and listen to that beautiful South African accent is it's all reciprocated. So thank you.
Exactly.
No, thank you for coming in. It's a pleasure to speak to you. Let's firstly talk about Investec. It's been a year since you moved out here with
Yes.
Investec. As you mentioned, you've followed your clients.
Yes.
Tell us how successful it's been over the last year.
Thank you so much. Yeah, listen, we got our license last year, September. Darren Solomon and myself moved to the region to open the office. And like I said, when we expand as a business, we tend to follow our clients wherever they may go. And to your point, that's what led us to the UAE. So not only do we have a lot of South African individuals moving to the region, a lot of them are also expanding their businesses. So they may keep the headquarters in South Africa, but the businesses are expanding into the region for obvious reasons, given all the growth and all the opportunity. We're a duly listed bank on the London Stock Exchange and the Johannesburg Stock Exchange. So we also have quite a big UAE, UK market. That's also a lot of people following us from the UK to the Middle East. So we've had a great year. We've been welcomed with open arms. We have loads of clients here, and we've been really lucky. We've been really successful so far.
Yeah, of course. You mentioned there the London Stock Exchange. You have a huge kind of footprint in the UK,
Yes.
and I know that firmly because I remember Investec Test Match crickets. Where, cricket was sponsored by
Yes.
Investec, and so when the cricket is being sponsored by a company of that size, and you know
Yes.
the footprint that they have. But why? What conversations have you had with your clients as to why they are moving to the UAE and the wider Middle East, and in turn, that's why you guys have come here. But what
Yeah.
are the reasons for them coming here?
I think from a growth perspective, so obviously given the number of people moving to the region, we've got a lot of people either expanding their businesses to grow. We've got quite a wide industry of people bringing their businesses here from an import perspective. We've got loads of people in the Middle East wanting to invest back into South Africa. The real estate is very popular. I'm sure you will know. Cape Town's being bought up by a lot of people living in the region. But, you know, as a business, we always say where once assets are situated and beneficiaries are located will have a massive impact on the transfer of wealth. So not only are our clients moving here, but the kids are moving here, wanting to set up a business or go to school or see what the opportunities may be like, in the region. So it's from an opportunity perspective, the safety component, obviously it's very tax efficient, the jurisdiction, but I think more than that, the government is very helpful, very open to business. With my SAPCO hat on, the SAPCO, our CEO, Larisha van der Linde, is very active in the business. We work closely with David Els, the UAE chambers back in Cape Town. So there's a lot of back and forth to see how we can, further the relationships, open doors for South African business wanting to come here, or even for people in the UAE wanting to invest back into South Africa. So I think the ease of doing business and the opportunity, the environment, the safety, all of those components all add to, people wanting to come here. And there's about 150,000 South Africans living in the Middle East. Large number of that are people living in Dubai itself. And that number is growing by the day. Like we get a lot of our businesses phoning us, asking how do we come into the ecosystem, how do we settle ourselves. And I think there's a lot of things that the UAE can offer.
That's
people around the
interesting.
world.
And we'll come on to kind of more of the UAE South African relations, which have just been increasingly exponentially
Yes.
over the last few years. When we talk about your kind of clients, are you mainly looking after South African clients? Is it mainly South Africans who are coming to you guys, given that you are a South African organization, or are you picking up clients from around the world?
Around the world. So we understand global citizens really well. We over 4 continents. We've got offices in 44 cities. So I would say South Africans, UK expats, European individuals. So we're not limited to specific demographic. I think when you expand to foreign jurisdiction, you always think you're going to have to explain to people who you are, but everyone knows the zebra, and it's pretty much very iconic to our South African origins. So I think we understand global citizens, because in the UAE, everyone living are global citizens of the world. They were born in one country, they become residents of the UAE with assets and interest globally. So I would say we probably, South Africans and UK nationals being our biggest market, given that we are the largest manager of wealth in the UK and South Africa, so we've got a name for ourselves. But we focus on servicing our clients really well from the region, and obviously capitalizing on our businesses globally, like our Swiss business, to custody all the assets.
And how are you finding the response here in the UAE, particularly over the last year? What have been the kind of standout milestones or client moments in this first year that you've had operating from here?
I think when you come to a region, you expect a slow start, given that you're new. We've got all our competitors are here, all the Swiss banks are here, all the big financial institutions are in the region, and if they're not here yet, they are coming very soon. So I think the only thing that distinguishes us is how we service our clients. So you kind of have to wrap your arms around your clients, and I think we've been very, like I said, we've been very welcomed by the DIFC, by the government, by our networks. All the law firms are here, all the accounting firms, and that's what I love most about Dubai. It's all about relationships. It's all about spending time with people, getting in front of people, opening doors for one another. And I think we're all in the same position. We're someone from afar trying to do business in the region. So I think we've been pleasantly surprised by how easy it is to do business and how open people are to opening doors for you and bringing in a brand. We obviously have a trusted brand. We're lucky that we've been in the business for the last 50 odd years. So I think we've expanded to many other jurisdictions in the past, and it always takes you a few years just to get going. But I think we've been pleasantly surprised by the amount of expats that knows us in the region.
What have you found in comparison to the way that you do operate in the likes of South Africa, over in the UK as well, to operating here in the UAE when it comes to kind of relationships and, the kind of face-to-faceness of the whole job? What have you kind of noticed in a kind of difference?
How personal the environment is in the UAE. You know, in South Africa or London, we also like clients to come to our offices, meet them over lunch or meet them at their offices. People are very interpersonal in the UAE. I think in London, it's also people need to get somewhere. It takes quite a while, and even though the traffic is picking up in Dubai, I think the personal interactions, people wanting to get in front of you, the trust element is big. Obviously, there's a lot of businesses here. So I think it's just the fact that it's easy to get in front of someone and have that personal relationship. That's the one thing that's been really surprising and beneficial to us, the fact that we can sit in front of people and meet people face to face.
Renee, just for the people listening and watching, just tell us a bit about Investec, specifically what it is that you guys do, and obviously a globally known brand, but in a nutshell, what is the work that Investec does?
Yes, so we're international bank and wealth manager. We have banking operations out of multiple jurisdictions like Channel Islands, London, South Africa, Mauritius, and then we're also a leading wealth manager out of our South African business and our Swiss business in Zurich. So we, from a DIFC perspective, we're there to service our clients, and then if someone wants to invest money, we will then refer them to our business based in Zurich for them to get their money invested, in a suitable manner from that office. So we are a traditional bank and wealth manager. That's what we do.
Investec obviously has a strong culture globally.
Yes.
I think it's probably fair to say. How do you balance that with Dubai's business landscape, which is very fast-paced and constantly kind of moving and
Yes.
And perhaps even bringing a bit of that South African flair into it all? How do you do that?
Well, it's always so funny. No one ever asks me where I'm from. I think the accent gives it away. They're always like, you're from South Africa. I'm like, how did you know? We're a very niche, specialized bank. So we're not the largest bank in the world. And I think that has largely helped us to keep up with the fast-paced environment. We're not for everyone. Like, we like to stick to the things that we do really well, and the things that we don't do that well, we don't get involved. So I think the fact that we're small and we're nimble and we're out of the ordinary, services our game, I think that's been the one thing that has helped us in this fast-paced environment, because there aren't any business hours in the UAE. It's from early to late, which is good and bad at the same time. But we love it. The energy is electric. It's it's amazing to be here.
I bet you've been run off your feet for the last year, then, haven't you?
Yes, it's been
working weekends, late nights.
Yeah, but it's fun. I think if you love your job and you enjoy the thrill, I mean, it's a bit of a the counter argument is it would have been the worst thing ever getting into a jurisdiction where it's slow. You can't get in front of people. People aren't that keen to do business. I like the fact that people want to do business, and that's the UAE is really good. It's a business. People want to do business and get on and move forward, and we love it. It fits our culture really well.
When we talk about kind of a lot of red tape, do you find that the UAE perhaps has less red tape than the likes of the UK, South Africa, and how are you finding actually operating as a bank out here?
Listen, I think they are, from a service perspective, they're absolutely wonderful. They make it very easy for you to operate. We're not a fully fledged bank like we are in the UK and South Africa. I think there's like 52 banks in the UAE. So from that perspective, we can't see ourselves competing anytime soon. But I think they make it super easy. Even though the UAE is also regulated, they've been removed from the grey list, which is great.
Yep.
They are making massive strides. They can compete with all the global institutions, countries like Singapore and Switzerland and everywhere else in the world.
How does something like that have an impact on an organisation like you're removing the UAE from the grey list?
It's massive. I think from a perception perspective, perception equals reality.
For sure.
So the fact that they're making all the right moves are great for investors. There's also a lot of South Africans wanting to invest in this region, whether it's property or companies, whatever it may be. The fact that they are moving in that direction, I think, is a massive win for the region. So,
René Wessels, the Senior Executive at Investec, speaking to us this afternoon here on Daybreak on Mira Business FM. René, please stick there. I really want to talk to you with your South African Business Council hat on, where we can talk all things business and South Africa and the UAE, and how the business between the two nations is growing exponentially over the last few years, and a bit about how there are more and more South Africans coming to the UAE and why that is. We're going to go to a very quick break, then we're going to come back with the news headlines, and René will continue chatting to you here on Mira Business FM. Stick with us, news coming up very shortly. Welcome back. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. In the studio with us, René Wessels, the Senior Executive at Investec here in Dubai and a board member of the South African Business Council here in the UAE. René, thank you so much for being with us this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to have you. Let's talk about UAE and South Africa relations, because I mentioned it earlier in the show. I'll just recap some of those numbers. Non-oil trade between the two nations hitting nearly $8.5 billion in 2024. That was up 14% on the previous year. And in the first half of 2025 alone, that figure's already touched $4 billion, which I think is pretty insane, right?
Pretty insane.
Yeah. And it's growing exponentially as well, as we can see. What's going on? Why is all this happening?
Yeah, listen, I think from a SABCO perspective, I'm on the board of SABCO. We've got a great team and a great CEO, like I said, Larisha van der Linde. And it's a very soft landing for people wanting to come into the region. And like I said, the UAE chambers is also in South Africa. I believe they were based in Johannesburg. They're now based out of Cape Town. But there's obviously a lot of initiatives between the two, wanting to stimulate trade and investment, wanting to open the channels for people to invest either in South Africa or for South Africans to invest here. I think there's a lot of common goals. I think it's two beautiful countries with a lot to offer and a lot of stimulation, and the interest is massive. I think from a timing perspective, I think there's been a lot of work being done in the background, and then all of a sudden you see these numbers and you're like, wow, that's quite
Yeah.
significant.
What is it from a South Africa perspective that South Africa can offer the UAE, and what is it that South Africa looks at the UAE and says, okay, we want a slice of that here in South Africa? What are the kind of the big things that you notice?
Yeah, listen, I think it's across different industries. I think tourism is big, sustainability, green tech is big. I think fintech companies is a big interest, and I think that's also part of the reason why the UAE Chambers is now in Cape Town. Loads of fintech companies coming about. So I think from a retail perspective, we've got the beautiful story of Natasha that owns Tasha's. I mean, it's a beautiful story. So I think it's across different industries. I think it's not limited to one. I think it's just a beautiful blend between things that we can offer and things that the UAE can offer South Africa. I think property both ways is a big investment and a lot of interest on both sides. So I think it's a combination of a few things. Food security for the UAE is a big thing.
Yep.
They've been very vocal about that. If you've ever been to South Africa, you know we love food. We like eating it, and we've had a lot of other successful retail companies coming into the region as well. So yeah, I think there's so much opportunity. I think the fact that the UAE or Dubai, at the very least, I think it's now 4 million people. It ticked over last week or the week before.
You're right.
I think they're like 2 years, before schedule. So you can see from opportunity perspective, it's there's loads of opportunities. We understand emerging markets, South Africa being an emerging market ourselves. Yeah. So it's almost like we've got a lot in common, and I think there's a lot of things that we can offer each other. And I think it's just keeping consistent conversations, opening the doors for one another, and that's where SABCO is beautiful. It's really soft landing for people wanting to come in. It's sometimes difficult to know where to start or who to speak to and what jurisdiction you should be in. A lot of people like UAE, like it's one place. There's a lot of free zones and all sorts of things that people should consider. And I think if you've got this conduit of people that can facilitate the conversation, then it makes a big difference.
We'll come on to what SABCO's role is, just picking up on South African food in particular. I'm trying to think of some foods that I had. Boerewors, is that right?
Boerewors,
yeah?
Yes.
That's like the sausage.
Yes, it's best. Braai, you only
braai, of course,
braai,
yeah.
Boerewors.
Mielie. Had that, yeah, with the Boerewors, I think, and the chakalaka.
Chakalaka, yeah. Did you have milk tart? Cook Sisters
I had, very sweet, but very nice.
Yes, not good for the house.
Not good for the health.
But from a food perspective, it's beautiful. I think we've got loads to offer.
Are there many South African food joints in the UAE? Have you found any?
I think there's more and more coming. I think Steers is still here.
Okay.
Steers Burgers.
Yeah.
I think they're still here. I think there's a few more on their way of coming into the region that's looking at it. But I think obviously Tasha's has been very dominant because of her success. But I think there are a lot of retail companies also looking to see what the options are in the UAE.
So when you look at the success of someone like Natasha and with her concept of Tasha's, who originally opened a store in South Africa, and she brought it here to Dubai, where it's just gone through the roof. She's got many stores, and she's got a number of stores opening up in partnerships with huge retail developers now as well. From your SABCO position on the board, when you look at someone like that and the success she's achieved, putting South Africa on the map here from a Dubai perspective, how does that kind of make you feel?
No, super proud. It's like winning the Rugby World Cup from an analogy perspective. Listen, consistency is key. Anywhere where you go in life, if there's service and there's consistency and you do a good job, you'll do really well. But from a quality perspective, there's a lot that South African companies can offer and vice versa. So I think, again, SABCO is perfectly positioned to help South African companies or individuals wanting to come into the region, having a bit of a soft landing. And the government is also very open to facilitating conversations to see what. I think the one thing is you would think there's not space for another coffee shop, and then another coffee shop is coming. So I think it's also important for companies to understand the industries where there's a need, like manufacturing in the UAE, food security, sustainability, and green tech. So I think it's also understanding where there are areas of opportunities and growth. Because I think some of the markets may be saturated to some extent, but again, the population is growing by the day.
So with the South Africa Business Council, not only are you having conversations directly with the UAE government, I think just last week the Minister for Foreign Trade, His Excellency Al Zayudi, met with you guys.
Yes.
You had positive discussions, but
Yes.
you also do the kind of work with residents and people who are looking to move here and perhaps
Yes.
even looking to operate out here. Let's just go back to that first point. What was that meeting like? What conversations are had with high-level members of the UAE government like that?
Yeah, listen, it's all about speaking about opportunities, seeing where the private sector can collaborate, what we can do to make life easier, what's working, what's not working. So I think it's always, it goes both ways to see where we can do things differently, or where we need to grow, or what we need to do to achieve the goals that we both want to achieve. So I think the fact that we've got access and that we've got a chair at the table or a seat at the table does make a big difference, because it's all about just keeping the conversation open.
Are you noticing those conversations increasingly over the last few years? What's driving that?
I think it's the opportunity. I think the opportunity more than anything. I think there's a lot of wins that the UAE has had in the last couple of years, like we spoke about the grey listing and all of those beautiful things. But I think it's opportunity. People tend to follow the opportunity, and I think there's massive opportunity from a growth perspective. So I think it's also been very organic. It's all these conversations that's been had over the years. There's a lot of people doing a lot of great things, and I think it's just all of those things now coming into fruition.
And then, so as we mentioned, you also help businesses and people in general, even maybe with the seed of an idea, navigate the UAE market and build those private sector bridges. How much of an important role is that in terms of the organisation?
No, I think that's probably the main aim for SAPCO. It's to support South African businesses and individuals wanting to come in, and it's all about relationships, knowing where to introduce people, where should you start, where should you incorporate a company. So I think there's a lot of experts. We've got a lot of members at SAPCO. Can't remember where we are from a member's perspective, but obviously a lot of people with a lot of expertise wanting to meet people, network, and see how they can help them, make their business successful in the region.
How do you, just coming back to the kind of Investec idea, but with this UAE and South Africa partnership kind of topic, how do you kind of see Investec positioning itself within the UAE's kind of wider South Africa vision, particularly as kind of the UAE expands, I guess, its footprint across infrastructure, tourism, sustainability projects on the continent? How do you kind of see that partnership developing?
Listen, I think we're obviously very well positioned as a international business. That's also why we settled ourselves here, is also to show our clients that we are committed to the region. We are committed to be here. We're not just flying in and out. We've got an office here. We've got a presence. We've got substance. So I think, and again, from a private sector perspective, we are there to help people facilitate conversations and open doors and service our clients. That's part of our day job. We're not just a bank and a wealth manager, but it's also about opening doors for clients from opportunity perspective. And again, I think the fact that the chambers, the UAE chambers in South Africa, and the business chambers in South Africa. Well, the UAE chambers is in South Africa, and then we've got the South African chambers in the UAE. I think they do work very closely together to see if they can bring delegates over or introduce international businesses in South Africa wanting to come here. So I think it's about participating, and that's why I'm here today. That's why I'm a board member of SAPCO, because it's also about showcasing to South Africans what we can do in the region.
What's possible
What's
out
possible.
Here,
And again, it's not about moving here or saying goodbye to your country. It's just about opportunities and expanding and going, kind of following the opportunities and, your beneficiaries and your assets, wherever it may go.
And are you finding that people are giving back to South Africa as well? Because you hear a lot of stories of kind of people leaving their home countries, setting up businesses outside of the home country and then not kind of investing back into that home country.
Yes.
Are you finding a trend where people are actually also giving back to SA?
No, listen, definitely. If you're born in South Africa and you're from South Africa, you don't walk away. So I think wherever there's still great investment opportunities back in South Africa. So I think you can do a bit of both. I think you can live in one country and have an investment in another. And like I say, we deal with global citizens of the world. A lot of our clients living all over the world wanting to invest or come to the region, and we just we make it slightly easier for them just to navigate the system because of the relationships that we do have. So I think it's neither South Africa. It's not neither or. It's like it can be both. They're not mutually exclusive. But again, from a safety perspective and from a living perspective, Dubai's got so much to offer. The schooling is phenomenal. The weather's not always that great, but it's only a few months of the year, and then you can go back. You can go to Europe, or go to South Africa, or go wherever. But I think it's there are good opportunities either way, and I think that's why we can see the trade between the two picking up.
Yeah.
Because it goes both ways.
Of course. Finally, just from me, 2025 so far, the kind of bilateral trade between the two nations up at $4 billion. What's your kind of thoughts of how the rest of the year will look and the years ahead?
Listen, I think it's going one way, and that's up. I think if we keep the consistency, we keep the conversations open, we keep on supporting both, the UAE and South Africa, I think it will keep on growing. Like I say, consistency is key, and I think it's going one way, and that's upwards, and inshallah, like they say. So I think, listen, there's great opportunities. I think it's just about keeping the conversations flowing and just making sure that we're doing the most that we can to represent South Africa, and also for the UAE to have a representation in South Africa.
Well, I think you've represented South Africa beautifully for us today, Renee Wessels. She is, of course, here as the South African Business Council board member, but also a senior executive at Investec. Renee, thank you so much for your time, and I'm sure we'll be speaking again very, very soon.
Baie dankie. It was baie lekker om hier te wees.
Thank you. I wish I could speak the language. It's such a great language, and your accent is brilliant. And hopefully, next time we have you in here, there'll be a South African place where we can go get some Cook Sisters and all that kind of stuff.
That sounds beautiful. We do have the lekker shop, so it's an option. Next time I come in, I will bring a few Cook Sisters.
There we go. Doesn't that look? Faraj is happy about that. Look at that. Again, Renee, thank you so much. Appreciate it. It's 1:47. This is Mira Business FM. Faraj and I are going to have a chat about the blood moon very shortly. You see that last night? Yeah, you did. Yeah, it was great.
It was incredible.
It was, yeah. We'll talk about that here on Mira Business FM very shortly, and then we'll get you the headlines just after 2 o'clock. Stick with us. We'll be back after this.
Mira Business FM.
12:10. Welcome back to Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid, taking you through till 2 o'clock this afternoon on a Friday. What a great feeling that really is. Look, on the Daybreak, we spoke quite a bit and quite extensively a few weeks ago about women in the workplace and the opportunities and the challenges and the need for greater support systems as women progress through different stages of their careers and their lives. And it's something that we touched upon with financial journalist from Citywire, Paramita Day, which was a really fascinating conversation. You can catch that on the Mira Business FM podcast. But today we're going to dive into a community that I think it's fair to say is probably going beyond the workplace, a bit of a global movement designed specifically for women over the age of 35 who are navigating those important and I've got to be very careful with my words, I think, midlife transitions, perhaps. It's called Sisterhood Collective, and it's what started as an idea in Australia, which has now grown to more than 30,000 members across multiple countries. And this month, I think I'm right in saying, it officially launches in Abu Dhabi. I'm just looking at the owner, who's nodding her head, and I'll introduce you to her next. At its heart, Sisterhood Collective is about connection, it's about clarity, and it's about confidence. Those 3 C's, helping women reset, reflect, and build momentum towards the lives they truly want without pressure or judgment. Behind it is a woman with a fascinating story herself, from serving in the Australian Army to building businesses in wellness, fitness, and media. And she's now on, probably fair to say, a bit of a mission to change the conversation around midlife. I'm delighted to say that we're joined by the founder of Sisterhood, Laurie Drummond. Laurie, welcome to Mira Business FM.
Thank you so much for having me. I think straight away you say I'm at that midlife age already. I'm like, oh my goodness, am I that old already?
Sorry, I don't mean to. But then I think about it as well, and I'm getting there as well, because I turned 30 this year.
You're a baby.
No, because of you. I mean, when you talk about you're working with them over the age of 35, and I'm like, well, that's only 5 years away. And so your midlife kind of does start there.
You know what? It's just such an important age. I feel like it's one of those transitional ages, right? Not only does your body change, right, but for women as well, we get to a point where we suddenly wake up and we go, is this it? You know, and that's when maybe you have these big relationship changes, or you think, I'm bored in my job. I want more. I want something different. And not to mention hormones, but let's not go there.
Well, look, this is going to be a fascinating conversation, because I think, for a man, I really want to be able to take this conversation over the next hour wearing women's shoes, which obviously sounds odd, but is the way that I think this conversation should be had, and trying to get an insight of what life is like for a woman in her 30s and beyond. When we, I kind of squirmed at the word midlife when I read it out, but it's got such a stigma attached to it. But you're doing a lot to try and tackle that.
Do you know what? I think it's an age where women start to feel empowered. It's when you start to have that moment of, I don't care what other people think. I'm happy with me right now, and I want whatever I want. So they go out and chase it. And I think you just have that extra bit of confidence, whereas when you're younger, you can be a little bit more fearful, particularly today where there is so much media around you. Like, everything is visible, and so are you. And so people can see everything, and I think that's what we're scared of, is opinions.
We'll come on to exactly what Sisterhood Collective does, but I want to talk a bit about you and your varied career that you've had. You're wearing army green today. Let's talk about from military to entrepreneurship. How has your life kind of gone from that working for the Australian Army to where you are today?
Do you know what? I'm glad I've got my own business, because if I had to put a CV together, it would be all over the shop, wouldn't it? It's really quite interesting. For me, I loved the Army. The reason I joined the Army was because my dad was in the Army. He was Special Forces. And of course, all little girls idolise their fathers. And I wanted to be just like him. So that's what I went off and did. And yes, I went into that military intelligence space, and I've had quite a few deployments overseas. But it was really fundamental in how it has shaped me today. Because as you can imagine, you're told what to do in everything, right? So that's even sometimes how you think. And, going into the Army straight from school, I just did what I was told, and I tried to do it as best as I could. Yep. The problem was, way back then, was that you really were pitted against other female. There was this massive competition against women, that to be seen or to be heard or to be promoted, not only did you work harder, but you were competing against all the men who seemed to, I guess there's more of them as well, but they were seen and they looked after each other, but the women got left behind. And we didn't really band together. And that's what I wanted to change. And so for me, I left the Army and I went over to Iraq and lived there for a few years. And one of the jobs I did was, I was a threat advisor to the Australian ambassador. And the incumbent was Lyndall Sachs, a female. And that was the moment for me where I realised she would call me and get my advice and go, what do you think? And she treated me like a human, and she really valued my opinion and based, her next missions off what I said. And I felt really valued. And that was the pivotal moment for me, where I realised women can, lean on each other and look after each other, and you can rise together.
Talk us through your time in the army. Give us some examples where you found that. And obviously, at the time, there were probably a lot less women serving at the time, and so that kind of competition and that rivalry is probably a lot more than, say, if there were kind of equal number of men with women. But kind of give us some examples of what it was like serving in the army with other women who were just so fiercely competitive, I guess, and unsupportive.
It was hard. It was like school sometimes, where a couple would get together and kind of bully the other one or shun them down, or they'd turn to the men, and then you'd get the men. It's like schoolyard stuff, which isn't fun, I don't think. We went through that for quite a few years. And so all you could do was be good at whatever the task was.
And when you got to this turning point of working in Iraq and working with the ambassador there, you've got a woman in the role there in a country like Iraq, and you don't need to go into the details of it, but a country where potentially it's difficult for a woman to be an ambassador, particularly at that time that you were working there, and then you a woman yourself advising her. That's two very strong, powerful women in a role like that. How was that a turning point for you at that time?
I think it was the fact that her coming there and me seeing someone in such a high leadership position made me realise that you can actually create the path that you want. You can do anything. And that's what she showed me. Of course it's challenging, because when you are talking to other key leaders, and that's what a lot of this was about, was talking to key leaders, or for me, trying to gain information by going into small villages and talking to the sheikhs, and they're sitting there thinking, there's a little blonde chick randomly amongst all these army people or security forces. They just wanted to talk, though. For me, I'm gaining information that I can use later. But for them, they just wanted a conversation and they wanted to engage. And really, it was about showcasing their authority, their status. And I guess by reading people, if you make them feel a certain way, they'll like you and they'll keep the conversation going, and you'll get what you want.
So you took, well, it's true. You took all these life experiences and you created Sisterhood Collective. How did that come about, and what was it about those experiences that you had of being in the army, working in kind of diplomacy and other roles that you've had as well, that made you then create this network?
Do you know what? So COVID happened, everyone goes into lockdown, and then for many, many people, the lockdown, people got lonely and unhealthy, right? And so at the end of it, I was craving people. And if you know anything about me, it's that my people matter. I love surrounding myself with, amazing humans. It's what fills my cup, right? So I was like, I miss all my friends. I want to bring them together. And because, as you know, I've got such a varied history. Yeah. My friends were from probably different circles and different seasons. But as you say, we were all over the age of 35. And so I brought them all together and I thought, we'll do a nice fancy lunch. And in that moment, I kind of just took a step back and looked at everybody, and everyone was engaging and they were having fun. And what I noticed was we all are going through different pain points or issues, and in different seasons of our life. And I watched them feel safe amongst each other and start to share stories of, that may be of pain points. And then they would lean on each other and say, you know what, I've been there. Let me hook you up with this person or something. And they started to share. And that moment, so I ran a couple more of those. And it was that moment where I just stopped and looked and thought, oh, these girls don't know each other, but they feel safe right now. I've created a safe space, and now they're sharing personal details, which is helping them advance in life. It's helping them, do, something they've been thinking about, but not necessarily taking action on, which is what I'm a big believer of, is taking action.
Why do you think it's, and again, please tell me from a kind of a woman's perspective, why is it taken for a space like that for women to be able to discuss those kind of issues, which clearly are quite common across, that kind of group of women? Why is it taken for you to put together like a dinner party or lunch or whatever it may be, and then create this space in order for women to have those conversations?
I don't know, maybe it's fear. Society puts these, specific ways of life, or puts you in a vortex and says you're a matrix and this is how you should live life, and this is, how society sees it as a good life. And when you change the norm just a little bit, people think, oh, hang on a second, I can make a choice, I can make a change, I can intentionally choose to go against the grain. And I think because I am that person and I speak that, influences, So you might have an idea of going down one path, but then your friend's like, oh, come on, Loz, turn right, turn right. I'm like, oh, should I? And then you turn right. You're like, hang on a second, now I'm off my path. And that happens all the time, particularly with social media and any sort of leadership. And so, again, it comes back to surround yourself around people that inspire you or are maybe even heading in the same direction.
So then you grew the idea that was Sisterhood Collective, and you surrounded yourself with more than 30,000 members globally. How on earth did that happen?
Because I can talk. No. Well, I must say I've got Lauren with me as well. She's my absolute soul sister and best friend. She has been with me since the start when I just had this idea. I said, do you want to come along and be with me for part of this work? She's like, absolutely, I love it. And, it's transformed. Again, we've pivoted. We've been influenced off the track, come back on track. And I think how I've got so much reach over time was I was a business mentor for 7 years for a company called Two Brain Business. It's a Canadian business based in the US. And I had a lot of mentees all over the world. They were gym owners, but I literally had mentees in China, to Ireland, to Jordan, all over Australia and the US. And I think, you've suddenly got that network. You're starting to build a network, and people are, when you give good advice to people, they start to share that, and then your messages start to get out there. And I think that's how we started. And another thing is that I'm a good traveller, well-seasoned traveller, and when I connect with someone, I do stay in touch. And of course, that's global. And so it's just, being able, and I just think if you can just touch one person, then that person, it flows.
So you built up this network over time and a lot of members. What is it that then Sisterhood Collective actually does? What are you doing day to day to support these members, and what are they getting in return for being a part of the organisation?
Yeah, so we have this saying, which is, Sisterhood Collective, connect, grow, thrive. And we have a lot of little, terms that we use as well, but there's a couple of tiers to the sisterhood. And the very first one is connection. And it's not just about connecting with each other. We have the live events where you can connect in person, but from an online standpoint where we've got greater reach, it's connecting with yourself first. Right. Like, you can't make any decisions. You can't run a good business. You can't be the best version of yourself until you know who you are and what you want.
So I guess the question is physically what actually happens when you sign up to this group? Like, what is it that you do day in, day out to service all these people around the world?
Motivate people, inspire people, and educate. So I imagine you've read a good book, or you hear a podcast and someone says something and you're like, oh, that's such a good idea, I should do that. But 95% of people don't do it. And so I like to work with the 5% of people that do want to do it. They do want to take the action. They do want to make the change to improve their life. And that's what we're doing. We are creating these little motivations. We're giving, daily tips. Really, it's about mindset. So it's trying to create this positive mindset. Yes, we all get down in the dumps sometimes, but we need to move forward. You need to be in a growth or a positive mindset. So we put stuff out there that helps you wake up in the morning and start your day off that way, because we all know that when you have a positive mindset, you are going to be more productive in the day. And so really, the sisterhood's all about helping women live their best life. So we want to give the tools, the resources. So we run live webinars, and we store them as well. And also, I'm a big believer of goal setting. So I run those every quarter. We do quarter sprints. And that's really doing a self-assessment. So it's understanding, where you are right now, where you want to go, and then how do I get there?
We'll talk a bit about your move to Abu Dhabi shortly. With something like that, how do you measure the success? How do you know that it's working? How do you know that the women around the world that have signed up are benefiting from what you're providing?
I think it's the feedback loop. So it's getting women say, oh, thank you so much. Or, you know, in our free online group on Facebook, it's the Sisterhood Collective Lounge Room, we share the wins. It's all about sharing the wins. And I think so many women and people in general are so hard on themselves that sometimes even just, you know, I speak to some mums, they've just had a baby. They haven't got out of their pajamas for the day. But you know what? This week, I actually had a shower before 9 a.m. I'm like, you know what? Well, well done you. And why can't you celebrate just that thing? Because it's going to make you feel good just for that little minute. There's a book called The Power of Moments where, you know, you can just make one person, something might be special to you, but not necessarily to me. But I can see it's special to you. So why wouldn't I want to boost you in that moment and give you some, you know, cred or some celebration because it's important to you?
And do you find that women who are then kind of a part of a network like this are changing that narrative that from what you had when you were in the army back in the day, where actually you are finding women are supportive of other women and, you know, they kind of get a reward from that in return?
Yeah, I think the more stories that you share, the more you're influencing people to have the strength and the courage to take that step forward or pivot or change. I think the sisterhood's really about intentional living, and we want women to choose and to let them know you can change anything. You can rewrite your story and you can also change any sort of narrative that you want to.
Interesting. Laurie Drummond with us here. She's the founder of Sisterhood Collective on Mira Business FM. It's coming up to 12:30. We're going to get the news headlines, but Laurie, I want you to stick there because I'd really love to talk to you about why you've moved here to Abu Dhabi and what you kind of feel like the market is like out here and the kind of events that you could potentially be doing with the Sisterhood Collective out here, and also a bit about the business strategy as well, and understanding how that works in an organisation like this. News headlines coming up next here on Mira Business FM. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Welcome back to Mira Business FM, Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. It's just coming up to 12:34. We are with you for the next hour and 27 minutes or so. And in the studio right now with me is Laurie Drummond. She is the founder of Sisterhood Collective from Australia originally and now here in Abu Dhabi, but has driven to join us here in Dubai, of course, where we broadcast from today. We're talking about Sisterhood Collective, your incredible initiative that you founded. How many years ago now, Laurie?
3 years ago.
3 years ago. And now you are operating from Abu Dhabi. Tell us why that is and how that's going.
So the Sisterhood Collective is my baby. It's like a passion thing for me, is, you know, helping other women rise and coming together. But I also have other businesses. So I'm a co-founder of Functional Fitness, and we have a few gyms in Abu Dhabi. I also lived here previously about 10 years ago when I was headhunted to do some work in one of the sectors over here. And so I kind of was familiar with the space. But I'm also into investing in startups as well, right? And someone once said to me, if you want to be a lion, you need to play with the lions. And the UAE is just that. This is it's a country that has opportunity everywhere. There's amazing people from everywhere. Everyone's ambitious. And there's just so much going on and it's exciting. So that's why we kind of came here as our next step. We wanted to, I feel like there's so many people we can connect with and help. And also for me personally, we're expanding our business quite fast and rapidly. So
obviously, wherever you go, you carry your baby with you, and so what makes Abu Dhabi the right fit for Sisterhood Collective at this stage?
Yeah, do you know why? Because as you get older, I can't remember how this goes, but when you're younger, it's quite easy to make friends, right? You're at school, you're seeing people every day, or you're at university and you're seeing people every day. But then when you get mid-30s, you'll get there soon, love.
Soon.
But when you get there, you're not doing as much and you're not seeing as many people. Yeah. So there's a lot of women and men that come here and it's lonely, you know, and so that's what or part of what Sisterhood Collective is about is connecting and bringing people together because it is lonely. Or sometimes you're rapidly advancing in your life and you're leaving behind your friendship groups. It's just a season. It's time to change. And so because this is such a fast-paced environment here, I feel like we can connect women that are feeling lonely, and it happens a lot faster.
Yeah, I was going to ask about that. What is it about the UAE where have you kind of found a gap in the market where you often find maybe some women, particularly kind of 35 plus, who, because of the way the environment works here, and also it is a heavily male-dominated environment as well, maybe just feel a bit disillusioned, maybe feel a bit left out. And is that a gap that you've noticed in the region?
I have, and there's a lot of women that have come over with their husbands. And they've left their jobs and their careers behind because there's no job necessarily for them here. And they have this idea to start a business. And that's the other element of what we do, and also what I do as a mentor. Is help women start their own business. And there is a huge gap here for it because these women are ambitious. They've got time and they've got drive. And so I think there's a lot more people here. And I think also with AI at the moment, there's a lot of automations going on. People they say people are losing their jobs, but also people are fearful of the future and, what their career is going to look like. So they want to start their own business. How
important is it for you as a businesswoman yourself to help other women, particularly those who kind of move over here and have the ambitions to set up their business, for you to mentor them as you do and to support other women? At the end of the day, that's the kind of the crux of what Sisterhood Collective is. But for you as an individual, how important is that to do that?
Yeah, it's my everything, and it's why I have Project 5. The thing is, I can't do it for you. I can only guide you there. And give you the resources, the tools, and obviously crack the whip to make sure that you stay on path and you keep going, because running a business isn't easy. Setting up a business is even harder, and even finding the clientele or the market for that, space. It takes time and consistency, and, a lot of people drop off at the moment it gets hard, or maybe I mentored one gentleman who was setting up his own business, and he said, he put a package together, his service that he was going to offer, and he reached out to 3 people or companies, and he said, no one's biting. I said, you've put 3 posts out, you've done 3 marketing posts, and you've reached out to 3 people. I'm like, we've been in business for 2 years. Like, you have to, go out 1,000 times to find that one little cherry. And once you get that cherry, you get momentum. And when you get momentum, success starts to occur, opportunities. And I think
it snowballs,
it does snowball. And the other thing is, if you're too fearful, you're not going to see opportunity. It's literally going to be staring at you in the face, and you're looking past it.
Yeah.
So again, that's where it comes back to the sisterhood and our first layer, which is getting you into that positive mindset, because when you have that, you will see everything around you.
On the Sisterhood Collective, how do you kind of plan to adapt the community to, I guess, the cultural and the professional landscape of the UAE? Are you kind of having to change what you have to offer to kind of meet demands here?
I think the only new thing we've done is add the in-person events, because I believe that connection and almost physical connection without touching each other is super important now, because everything is online and everything's automated, and we're losing that human side. So that's the part we've adapted, because I think that's the most important thing right now. But we need to stay authentic. And the sisterhood really, it's about raising other women. I think where we're going in the future, the point of it is to be a platform where we promote other women. I don't want to just be the face of it.
Yeah.
Neither does Lauren. We want all the other women to shine.
And how do you do that?
So I think, well, we've got something launching soon. I can't tell you just yet, so you'll have to get me back if you want to discuss that.
Not a tease like that. That's no.
Do you like that one? Yes. When we launched that, and part of it, there's a couple of parts to it, but one part which I will tell you about is the online component, and it will be a directory as well. So it's a directory not only of locations, so what cities globally where people are, but also how they can enter the conversation. So maybe you're a PR guru, a sales and marketing person, you're a doctor, and you're maybe looking for a doctor as a speaker or something like that. But it's a way of connecting all these women, but allowing them to showcase. On top of that, we have an online portal, which is a learning portal where I want to showcase women. So where they'll put their masterclasses or courses. So and we'll rotate this around a little bit. But again, these women are getting further exposure. They'll also come onto our podcast and things like that as well. So
you spoke earlier a bit about authenticity. How do you kind of balance staying authentic to what Sisterhood Collective is all about, but still growing your membership internationally? Is that a challenge?
No, I'll tell you why. Well, maybe, I don't know. I love planning. And my favourite thing is strategy. I love a big whiteboard and a couple of pens, and I'll just sit there for hours. And I map out, firstly, all the streams of business that I have, and then the operations. And I do everything in 90-day sprints. And I think just on the weekend, actually Sunday, I mapped out my next 12 months and what that looks like, and then what Sisterhood looks like, and the growth. And then I'm like,
I haven't mapped out my next 12 hours, let alone 12 months. That's
yeah, and well, it's not the personal aspect; it's just the business component.
Fair enough.
Because I have goals and I have dreams, and I also just think that reach for the stars. And if you don't reach it, you've come a lot further than you ever would. So you've got to put the bar high if you want to, go places.
You are a businesswoman at the end of the day. I'd love to know how you kind of balance purpose and profitability in an organization like this. How do you kind of monetize a platform which is basically a social network?
Yes. I think through sponsorships, memberships, is pretty much it, and then service offerings.
And has that been successful for you?
We no and yes. Do you know what I mean? Like, so from a membership perspective, yes, we've got this great reach. I don't think I've done a good job, and the reason is I've pivoted a few times because I've been influenced, and I've taken the business down a track where I thought I had to take it, not necessarily where I wanted to take it and where the need was. And so that's where it comes back to, revisiting everything. And so by moving the business across here to the UAE, it was an opportunity to facelift everything. And so like our websites are, actually going through a facelift right now. Our services are going through a facelift right now. And I guess the path, the roadmap on where we're going has just undergone a facelift too. So to get that clarity on where we want to go. And if you keep pivoting, nothing's going to be successful, profitable from a profitable perspective.
And the UAE, particularly Abu Dhabi, is kind of seen as a bit of a hub for entrepreneurs. Is that part of the reason of being here as well? Are you hoping that you can really expand Sisterhood Collective by that kind of injection of cash from people who, obviously align with what you guys do, but also see a gap in the market for an organization like this?
Yeah, I think so. And I also think there's a gap for men. And there's potential opportunities for collaborations, with not only these women entrepreneurs, but there's a massive gap in the men's space. So if anyone's interested in, kind of talking about that a little bit more as well, I think, someone needs to get a grip of all these guys that are needing, this same very similar space. When we first started, we actually had more men followers than women. And I sat there and thought, hang on a second, we're trying to, our target audience is women over 35, but we're getting men over 35. And literally they were reaching out as well. Loz, love that podcast. Or, oh, this really resonates with us, when I do a workshop. This really resonates with me. I sat down and did the work and got your workbook and did it all. And so then we actually, back then, but 3 years ago, we structured our target audience around the feedback we were getting from men, but we created a female avatar based on the needs of the man. Isn't that really weird? Yeah. Because it's just a need in general. And although we talk all about helping women, at the end of the day, we want to reach anybody.
Yeah, that's interesting. Do you kind of see yourself as a platform was also helping men kind of understand what a woman 35 plus is kind of going through and trying to, navigate through the life where, a woman has so many different changes at the time?
Initially, I wanted to be an all-inclusive platform, but then what I realised is in order to help the women, they need that safe space, and that unfortunately that's to be, we need closed doors. to feel safe.
We spoke about this a bit earlier as well, Laurie, and I asked you a bit how you measure success in Sisterhood Collective. You know, is it numbers? Is that what you're solely looking at, or revenue even as well, or is it the kind of impact that you have on individual women's lives? I guess.
Yeah, it's not about the money. This particular one, as I said, it's my passion project. Of course, it helps get further reach and everything like that. For me, if the sisterhood reaches one person and makes a change, that was always my goal. Now we're on a mission to reach 1 million.
Wow.
And the impact doesn't have to be big. It could be tiny. It could just make someone stop and think for a second. And if that helps somebody, then I find that to be very successful, and that's always been our goal.
What's your plans to get there, and by when do you think you can get there?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't mapped out how to get there in a million.
Hang on, you've mapped your next 12 years, so...
I've got some homework to do. How long? You know, again, I think once you start to get some momentum, and I feel like it's here, I think the UAE is going to give us the momentum to get the further reach, and I have plans to get into other countries and get this, you know, greater reach. I think we'd definitely be there within the next 3 to 5 years.
Wow.
I certainly hope so.
Amazing. And do you kind of hope that you can take this onwards into not just it being a kind of your baby and a personal project, but actually turning this into what eventually could be a viable business model as well? Is that the plan? And how do you navigate that?
Yeah, it's something I always think about. So how does this legacy continue whether I'm here or not here? Because I think that's important. And, you know, initially when you start a business, people buy from people. So you need you need a face behind the business. And right now that's kind of me. But as I said earlier, like the plan is to help other women rise. So that is what we will do. We'll start to pass the baton on a little bit and make it a face that is all-encompassing the sisterhood. It's all these women that are doing amazing things. And it will be a brand that, you know, hopefully goes around globally and does some, you know, conventions or summits and hosts live events to bring the women together and showcase other women on their journeys that maybe have had really, you know, overcome limiting beliefs or some sort of barrier to get where they are today that just inspires somebody to go, yes.
And how important is it for you as well to kind of inspire the next generation of women as well, those who are soon will be hitting that 35 mark and upwards? Is that a role that the Sisterhood Collective plays as well?
Yeah. And, you know, yes, down, but also interestingly older. You know, you think the market's about 35 to 45, and that was kind of where we were aiming. We had a lot of 60-year-old women that are still saying things like, oh, I wish I had have done something like you. I wish I had have started a business. I'm like, but you still can.
Yeah.
Because in 20 years, like, what could you do in 20 years?
A lot.
Right.
Have a kid.
Learn a language. Move countries. Start a business or 6. You know, and I guess if you stop and just go, what have I done in the last 12 months? And reflect on everything that's just happened. And this is what we don't do. We don't see how far we've come and that we're capable of doing that. And that's, so for these younger, these young pups today, there's definitely space for them because they are the new generation. They bring this new energy to us, and we need to learn from them as well.
Just tell us a bit about Sisterhood Collective. Where can people get all the information and find out more about?
So Sisterhood Collective is all over Instagram. We have YouTube channels. We have www.sisterhoodcollective.com. We have a podcast, Lounging with Laurie.
Amazing. I love that name.
Yes.
Are you in nice sofas on that?
About to.
Okay.
It's a facelift. Nice. It's all about the facelift. Okay. The over 35s.
Yeah, of course. Look, Laurie Drummond, thank you so much for your time today on Mira Business FM, talking to us about Sisterhood Collective and your life in general and how you've got to where you are today by empowering women along the way and starting off in the Australian Army, which I love. And I love that you came in your Army greens today as well. Yeah, thank you so much. This is Mira Business FM. 12:50 is the time. We'll be back after a very short break.
Mira Business FM.
Welcome back. This is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. Now, over the next hour, we are going to be talking about the future. And when we think about the future, it's no longer something that's distant, I don't feel anyway. It's happening right now and probably faster than many of us can actually keep up with. Me, definitely. Artificial intelligence is already in our homes. It's in our workplaces. It's even in the way that governments and businesses make their decisions today. It's very exciting, and the possibilities feel limitless. Smarter cities, personalized healthcare, as we've discussed on this program before, cleaner energy, and even longer lives. But let's be honest, it's also a little bit unsettling. AI challenges what it means to work, to create, to learn. It raises questions about privacy, about fairness, even about control. And for many people, the future feels both thrilling and intimidating at the same time. And that's exactly why conversations about the future matter. And that's what we're going to do on the Daybreak today. We can't just sit back and let technology happen to us. We have to shape the way that it works. Few people understand that better than my guest today. Brett King is a futurist. He's a best-selling author, entrepreneur, and the founder of the Futurist Network. He spent years advising governments and businesses on how to prepare for tomorrow. And now he's bringing some of those world's brightest minds to Dubai for the Futurist X Summit 2025. Brett, welcome to the show.
Welcome. Yeah, great. Thanks. Do you know what the definition of a futurist is?
Go on, you tell me.
Never being wrong today.
Very good. See, that's a good thing to carry around with you. Brett, thank you so much for joining us. Let's start with the summit itself. Tell us why Dubai, why now, and what can we expect when the world's leading futurists gather here later this month?
I think one of the things that has attracted me here, I've just got my gold visa and moved here, so thank you.
That's a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And working with the Prime Minister's office here and the central bank. But I would say what categorises Dubai in particular, and the UAE in general, is that they're not scared of the future. We're embracing the future here. There's an investment in the potential of the future. You've got other economies, US, for example, where there's trepidation about the future and they're sort of trying to pull back to times in the past, So if I was to identify the top 3 or 4 economies in the world that are most likely to make the grade of being what we would call a smart economy in the future, it would be China, number 1, UAE, the Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and South Korea. That they would be the 4 most future-ready economies that we can see in the world today.
Why Saudi Arabia? What puts Saudi Arabia up there, and the kingdom, as you call it?
The kingdom. Well, I think the Vision 2030 proposed by MBS and sort of the momentum that has gathered there in recent times about changing the economy for the better. There's massive investment going into smart cities with NEOM and the line and so forth. Yes, it's scaled back a little bit, but still their ambitions are clear that they want to be in that space. But let's be honest, they're still behind the UAE because the UAE's been doing this now for 20 years, right? And the momentum's gathered here, potentially.
We'll come on to the summit in a bit, but I want to give the listeners an opportunity to get to know you a little bit. For those who may not know you, tell us a bit about your journey from a fintech pioneer, essentially, to this global futurist and founder of the Futurist Network that you've put together.
Sure. Well, I started writing as a futurist about 15 years ago. I wrote my first book, which was focused on the banking sector, because the banking sector, along with the healthcare sector, are probably the 2 sectors that are going to be disrupted the most by technology over the next 20 years. And there was just a general lack of preparedness at the executive level within the largest banks of the world. So I saw that as an opportunity. But my background is essentially a technologist, working on technology, disruption, technology architecture in these types of industries. And, I just saw that that's where I could sort of make the biggest input at that time. But in 2015, I wrote my first full futurist book, which was called Augmented, Life in the Smart Lane. And that ended up on President Xi's bookshelf. And
Wow.
that was used by the Chinese cabinet to inform on smart city development.
How did you get to know about the fact that a book has ended up on the desk of President Xi?
Well, I can tell you the day. It was January 8, 2018.
Yeah.
I was at home and my phone started blowing up, and my friends are all texting me from all around the world going, did you see? And it had turned out that President Xi had his national address and my book was on his bookshelf.
Wow.
So,
What was that feeling like?
It was amazing. Look, as a futurist, you know, or as an author, the best thing you could hope for is that what you've written is able to really influence people in their thinking, and to have that sort of level of access and have that sort of level of interest, it was very fulfilling, of course.
I bet. Let's talk then about Dubai and how Dubai came on your radar, and in your years as kind of working in the fintech world and then transitioning into the kind of futurist world. What have you noticed about Dubai in particular, and what was your first interactions with this city?
No, I lived in Dubai from 2005 to 2009.
Okay.
But when the financial crisis hit, I had a business here that got hit really hard. It was a technology advisory business working in financial services, and I had a financial services training business here. Both got hit very hard during the financial crisis. So I actually took a year off and wrote my first book.
Amazing.
So it turned out to be fortuitous. But I think just having been exposed to Dubai since the mid 2000s and seeing the level of energy and the level of commitment, one of the biggest pieces is sort of the Emirates ID, the e-government services layer, all of those things. You know, let's be clear, that's one of the most advanced digital identity infrastructures in the world today. And if you're looking at things like longevity services in the future, advanced healthcare systems, you need that type of core infrastructure. And I don't think many Emiratis or people even living here understand how critical that's going to be to speeding up development and leverage of technology in the future.
So what was it, throughout the last 20 years that you've essentially kind of had a foot here in Dubai? What have you seen over the last 20 years of how Dubai has developed itself and has become this global leader when it comes to, talking about the future and talking about innovation and talking even about kind of artificial intelligence and how we are going to operate as humans in the future? What has Dubai specifically done over the last 20 years to get to where it is today?
Well, we have a minister of the future, Her Excellency Huda Al-Rumi. We have, an AI infrastructure with Amar and, His Excellency there. So we have really built into the government infrastructure now, these key elements to take advantages of this technology, evolution. Let's put it in very simple terms. We're at this point right now where technology, because of AI, quantum and these sort of things, is sort of increasing exponentially in terms of its potential application in society. But generally, general policy adaptation moves much slower. Where UAE has an advantage is we've put in place particular cabinet positions and particular structures in the government to really look at minimising that gap between the technical possibilities and the policy adaptation at a governmental level. That is very rare today on a global basis.
I'd love to know, because obviously you would have had a hand in kind of shaping Dubai's position right now as a futurist nation. I'd be interested to know, at the time when all these decisions were being made about having an AI minister and having, a future minister as well, were these kind of risks being taken at the beginning? Because it was essentially leading the way. It was one of the first countries in the world to kind of offer these roles within government. Were they kind of taking a risk, or were they taking, an informed decision to make these roles?
Well, I think it's just that forethought, right? When we talk about the future in terms of adaptation, we don't talk about predictions, right? We talk about forecasting. In fact, the core discipline of a futurist is what we call super forecasting, the ability to forecast out 10, 20, 30 years and then sort of put in place adapting policies for that. So, the UAE sort of applied this technique starting probably about 10, 15 years ago to sort of say, what is the potential areas where Dubai and the UAE can differentiate on the global stage as an economy, to attract talent in the economy, to attract direct foreign investment, all of those sorts of things. And it's now shown to be a very significant decision in terms of sort of that attractiveness. This is why you have people coming here. It's the same with crypto and other things like that. Other countries are still really pulling back on some of those things. They sort of have more of a position of, if and when this really starts to bite, we'll put some things in place. But let's face it, even in government, it takes many years to get this type of structure in place. So if you haven't already done that, you're probably going to be caught with your pants down, as they say, on AI alone, right?
And when we do compare Dubai to other countries, which you also travel to, and I'm sure talk in about your role as a futurist. What is it about Dubai and the UAE in particular that is just streets ahead to other nations? I mean, I think of the UK, which I feel is so far behind in comparison to the UAE when we're talking about the future and adapting for the future as well, but also bringing in those elements which are going to enable us to operate in the future. What is it about Dubai which has made it streets ahead to those other nations?
I would say cultural and technical agility, right? It's the art of the possible that you're really looking at for future adaptation. So you want to be able to explore and have that freedom to invent and sort of try new things. But in heavily regulated markets where, you have this sort of reversion to the mean, where you're sort of trying to keep people who want things not to change and people who want things to advance, you're sort of trying to manage that. It's very difficult because, even this morning on social media, I was engaged in conversations with people who are protesting the potential for a digital identity. And yet the reality is, if you can just extrapolate where we are today and where we're going to go over the next 5 to 10 years, having access to your genome, your blood work, these sort of basic biomarkers in your health data, and being able to, put this into an AI so you can get optimized healthcare is an obvious path of innovation that we're going to have. But you can't have that without a digital identity structure. Right, so you have these people, there's fear about how the government's going to use this and so forth. But at the same time, if you can extrapolate where, these technologies are going to take us in terms of life improvement, then that's just sort of part of the basic infrastructure.
I mentioned in the opening that it is a bit unsettling for a lot of people. Particularly perhaps a bit of an older generation who are, kind of have their routine and are in their ways a little bit. How much of the onus have you taken as a futurist leader, to try and persuade people and help people understand the benefits and the positives actually outweigh the negatives in this case?
Well, one of the great examples of this is where we're at on the path of longevity right now. So we have a couple of really interesting speakers at the event. Dr. Andrew Hessel, who heads up healthcare for Singularity University. He's a geneticist who's working on next generation CRISPR and synthetic biology. Really, really interesting guy. And Zoltan Istvan. And Zoltan is the head of the Transhumanist Party in the US, ran for president a few years ago. Both of these guys are going to come and talk about longevity technologies. Okay. So by 2036, we expect to reach longevity escape velocity. Have you ever heard that term before?
Please explain.
So this is where we're seeing all of the science come together. So by 2036, we should be able to freeze your biological age.
Wow.
Right? So we should be able to prevent you from aging. Now, we won't be able to necessarily make you younger, but we can slow down the aging process at that point. That, for example, is... this is the first time in human history we'll have those tools. How long have we been searching for the fountain of youth, right? But this does require sort of, agility in respect to policy and technology.
And where's that going to be available? where can you go and do that? How does something like that work?
Well, there are longevity labs striking up all over the country right now in the UAE. We have Aspire Rejuvenation as one of those partners in the Futurist Summit. So there are places you can go in the UAE to get today that have a focus on this. Hyperbaric chambers, genome. Even, I don't know if you've heard of NAD, NAD, or
Yes.
NMN, infusions and things like this. And then, I think what we really understand right now in terms of this, it's going to be both, a therapeutic regime with next generation drugs and genomic analysis, but it's also going to be about lifestyle. So I think that's the infrastructure that we're sort of really building right now, is how do we create lifestyle infrastructure that helps with longevity?
And that's the thing that a lot of people are interested in, kind of wellness and lifestyle and living longer. Essentially, we see that kind of in physical terms when it comes to real estate developments as well. We see a lot of real estate developments focusing their new developments around kind of well-being, lifestyle, living longer, and integrating kind of future and technologies to make that happen. How much of that do you think is a main kind of goal when you talk about futurism, kind of improving people's way of living and also living longer? Is that the kind of the main focus right now?
For me, it definitely is. I'm in a hurry to get to the future because I think it will improve quality of life for everybody. Broad technological changes, but to be clear, we're going to have to get through a period of disruption. It's a technological disruption, as you've rightly pointed out, but probably economic and geopolitical disruption as well. The economics that we have today really won't survive in their current form. AI, for example, AI's core intent, or one of the core intents from the market, is to eliminate the need for humans on the factory floor and driving taxis and things like that. So it has the potential for large-scale technology disruption or technology unemployment. But at the same time, we should be able to improve the quality of life for everybody, make healthcare much more affordable, access to the best type of education, have a personal AI that can help you manage your finances and things like this, as well as your health. So, in the longer term, we enter this period that economists call a period of abundance, but it requires different sort of economic thinking, really.
And all these kind of things, and you mentioned some of them already are, pretty much going to be available from next year. Some of these kind of techniques of being able to live longer using the technology. But this has been long in the making, long in the planning, hasn't it? This is not just, yes, it feels like it's creeped up on us, but it's been long in the planning.
Yeah, so when we refer to artificial intelligence, we can actually go back to 1950 when Alan Turing proposed a test for what makes a machine intelligent, right? And we've called this the Turing test. Yeah. And OpenAI passed the Turing test back in April of this year, with their previous, technology, previous models. So we're only going to get better at that. Eric Schmidt, the former executive chairman of Google, he talks about non-human intelligence being, a really big deal, the biggest deal in the last 1,000 years for humanity. But what he says also is that within a few months, probably early next year, the smartest mathematicians, the smartest physicists in the world will be AI. So if you're in those fields, you're going to have to be working side by side with AI.
Yeah, and you're probably going to need them more than ever in the future as well. Brett King is with us. He is a futurist, and he's the founder of the Futurists Network. We're going to be talking to him next a bit about the Futurist X Summit 2025, which is happening here in Dubai. It's why he's here to talk to us today. So we'll get a bit more information about that. Who will be joining Brett at the summit when it is here next week? Am I right?
Yes, September 22nd and 23rd.
Starting next week. So we'll talk to Brett about that a little bit later on. If you're all right to hang fire there, Brett,
sure.
We'll come back to you in the future. First, though, we're going to get the news headlines.
Mira Business FM. You're listening to Mira Business FM.
Welcome back to Mira Business FM, 12:33 on the clock. We are speaking to Brett King, the founder of the Futurist Network and the man who is bringing the Futurist X Summit 2025 to Dubai, kicking off next week. Brett, it's a pleasure to have you on Daybreak this afternoon. Thank you for joining us. Let's talk about the summit itself. What can we expect? Who can we expect? And why is this so important to have a summit like this here in the UAE?
We have 30 of the world's top 50 ranked futurists. So it's the largest gathering of globally ranked futurists ever to assemble anywhere in the world, actually. So that's pretty cool. Kicking off on day one is Professor Brian Cox. I'm sure you know of him from the UK. Astrophysicist, one of the best science communicators in the world. And then kicking off on day two is Commander Scott Kelly, the retired NASA commander, shuttle pilot commander, who spent a year on the space station. So I'm super excited about that because I'm a space geek.
Was she one of the ones who was stuck up there?
No,
for a while?
no,
okay.
he.
Okay.
Yeah. He spent a year up there, and they did a genetic study with his brother Mark, who was his twin.
Yes, okay.
Right? So to see what the genetic divergence would be as a result of his long-duration space flight. So,
okay, well, he's back down on Earth, and
will
be with us in Dubai. And what can we expect in terms of the summit? What if people turn up there and obviously have to register and all that kind of stuff? What can they actually expect when they arrive?
So we kick off in the morning with the big keynotes and big panels with some of the world's top futurists talking about major implications for policy and technology. So looking at quantum computing and artificial intelligence, looking at the geopolitical situation, looking at advances in healthcare and so forth. And then in the afternoons each day we have a couple of tracks. MasterCard is our supporting partner for this, so we've got the red track and the orange track, and that will then provide some specialization. So day one is on emerging technologies, so it's going to reshape the planet, and day two is on the organizing principles we'll need to manage this. One of the really interesting sort of science fiction type things is Pablos Holman, who'll do the closing keynote for the morning on day one, and he is a leading venture capitalist looking at next generation emerging technologies.
When I kind of think, well, you got 30 of the kind of greatest futurist minds all coming together under one roof, I'm thinking, God, if I attend that, I'm so kind of out of place. But actually, is this what it is all about? Yes, okay, bring the people who know what they're talking about, but also have people in the room who don't necessarily know much about it, and that's where they can learn.
We want to make the future accessible. That's really the key. As I said before, our greatest concern is that, it's not AI that's the threat or, climate change that's the threat. It's human adaptability, which is actually the problem right now.
Barriers.
Exactly. So unless you understand what the future is going to bring, then adapting to that is much more difficult. So this is why we really want to educate the market and the leaders. We have over 400 of the UAE's top CEOs and executives coming. We have many ministers coming to the event, and they're coming because they want to be informed about what the future potentially is going to bring to their areas of competency and make sure that they can adapt. And I think that's the same of everybody.
Why bring an event like this to somewhere like Dubai? Why bring all those people to a place like Dubai to have this conversation and this summit?
I think for two reasons. One is it can do a lot of good here because of the culture we've already discussed in the first half, right? About the culture of readiness and the preparedness to embrace the potential of the future. And secondly, if you want the right sort of attendees, government support and all of that, and the Ministry of the Cabinet, His Excellency Mohammed bin Talia and his team have been extremely supportive of this. That's really why Dubai makes the most sense for us, is if you want to pull something like this off and have the right sort of attendance and the right sort of participation from a talent perspective, you need that type of coordinated support.
You mentioned there governments attending as well. How much of this is a facility, an event to also ensure that those conversations that are being had on the stage, whether it's in panels or keynote speeches or whatever, actually turn into quite tangible impact for businesses, policymakers, and government leaders here in the UAE and the wider world.
So one of the really cool things we've built into our stack for this event is our own futurist GPT. Okay. So we've trained an AI on the world's top 300 futurists, their content, their interviews on the Futurist podcast that we have over the last 4 years and so forth. And at the end of each day, we'll absorb and contextualize all of the information that's occurred on stage and produce a report looking at the next 20 to 30 years, including where the policy impact can be, which emerging technologies we need to invest in, and what are the likely timelines for impact of these changes that we've discussed on stage. So really tactical.
When you really think about that, and if you've got 30 of the brightest minds in the world coming together under one roof, and then you're using your own AI, your own GPT to create a document or whatever it may be at the end of it. I mean, that's pretty extraordinary, isn't it?
And this is, again, you asked why Dubai, because we can do this sort of stuff in Dubai, right?
I feel like that must be quite a sacred document that you have at the end of it.
I mean, I hope so. I'm hoping that when people get that, they see the potential for this type of platform and technology, and then that gives us the ability to take it to the next level. I sort of think of these 30 futurists, it's sort of using popular vernacular, they're like the Avengers of the future, right? We parachute them into Dubai, and they're the best of the best of the best, and they can help us inform on policy and technological and development investment, with companies like G42 and others supporting this. It really is sort of a foundational lift in terms of that core future readiness skill.
I'm sure many of them won't be using actual parachutes, though. They'll probably be on jetpacks and stuff like that.
I guess so. And electric vehicles.
Electric vehicles, yeah. Maybe flying taxis, which of course are coming to the UAE very soon. Someone like Brian Cox, I'm interested. I know you can't speak directly for him, but someone like Brian Cox, who spent a lot of his life looking at the past and how the universe is created and how we are here today because of what has happened in the past. Someone like him who being invited to a futurist network and program, and I know he does a lot of that work today, but that kind of feels like a bit of a juxtaposition to the work that he's done. How does a mind like that, who's focused so much on the past, now look towards the future?
No, well, I think you have to be a good pastist to be a good futurist, right? Because it's not only about the technological trends that you're looking at, but it's you have to anticipate how humans are going to adapt to these changes. So you have to understand those historical precedents. What's happened in the past, how has human behavior, evidenced itself in those settings, and how is that likely to reflect on these sort of future changes? Brian's actually going to be talking about how the advances in understanding black holes and quantum information theory, I know it's getting technical, is going to advance human understanding and how that may play into the future. And that in itself, I'm a geek on this stuff, so I love that sort of content.
I wonder whether you should do a Brian Cox versus ChatGPT and see who actually is smarter.
I think he'd be up for it.
I think he would.
Yeah, he's pretty smart.
He's a pretty clever guy. Yeah. You know about the UAE's ambitious goals of becoming an AI-driven economy with 20% of non-oil GDP from AI by 2031. That's their aims. How do you kind of see this summit in particular, the UAE's national vision of where it wants to go?
On energy transformation specifically?
Well, on kind of on AI, on kind of its role as a leading country when it comes to future.
Well, it's really interesting. When you talk about AI, we have to talk about energy. Yeah. Because we're now measuring AI data centers in gigawatts, right? So the big OpenAI project here, we're talking about a 5 gigawatt data center. Colossus, which Tesla and Elon just launched in the US, is a 1 gigawatt data center. So you have to have energy transformation to be able to have AI transformation, actually. And that's something that you obviously see as a key framework here in the UAE. But just to sort of put it in context, China will have deployed this year and last year over 500 gigawatts of solar energy. That's twice what the US has deployed in solar in the last 70 years. So that's the type of commitment you need to energy transformation in order to be an AI-enabled economy in the future. And that's probably why China is going to overtake the US in the next 10 to 15 years as the world's largest economy.
And then, so what role does the summit specifically have to, I mean, maybe not necessarily change minds, but highlight some of those kind of disparities between different nations and encourage other governments to really pull their finger out and start doing more?
That's the debate, right? The debate is, where are things going, and who should we be watching in terms of these transitions? Again, I celebrate the UAE's positioning on this, the fact that they're open to this type of conversation. It would be much more difficult to have this conversation in some other markets, particularly at the moment. And so that openness to these conversations and seeing where that will take us, I think is one of the key reasons we're putting this here. But it's really, as you've sort of already identified or asked, it's about having the conversations. You can't anticipate the disruptions and the advances that we'll need without regularly having these types of conversations and diving into the details so we get it right.
We've got not much time left, and I feel like I could talk to you forever, because not only am I learning so much, but it's just so interesting to hear how a man with your kind of brain and bringing all these people together just looks at the future and I guess has an now is going to look like. When you do think about the future, what are the kind of biggest things?
Yes, my mic on air. Can you hear me anyhow?
Optimistic about. I know you mentioned kind of.
You should be able. Yes, I do. I hear myself, so it's there. I'm live. Okay, let's. Guest one is this one.
Quantum computers over the next 5 years. We're going to have stable quantum computing platforms that will unlock major advances in science. Essentially, we're on the cusp of being able to really level up the human species in terms of our capabilities from an intelligence perspective, scientific perspective, medical perspective, and so forth. But it does require that agility.
And then what things are keeping you up at night when you think about kind of AI and emerging technologies and the future? Is there something that you're thinking about, you can't stop thinking about, or it's kind of, frustrating you that you need to see change as soon as possible?
I saw a comic strip during the week of the 5 horses of the apocalypse,
okay,
and the 5th one being misinformation.
Brilliant.
Right? And I think that's my big concern right now, is that we're getting more and more divided because of the politics at a time when actually, these disruptions that are occurring, it's going to impact everyone. It doesn't matter whether you're on the left or the right or whatever, whether you're rich or you're poor. But the potential for that disruption is critical. So we have to have consensus-based mechanisms more than ever, and not just at a local level, but on a global level. Climate change as an example. You can't have a national policy on climate change. Infrastructure resilience, all of these things. We need global plans for this stuff. So that's my biggest concern. And that's why we're having these types of conversation. How do we get consensus moving forward on this? And how do we start to help people understand the transition that these technologies and changes are going to mean for us?
Let's fast forward 10, 15 years. And if we get it right on AI in the future, what might daily life, let's take Dubai, for example, what might daily life look like in Dubai? And what would it look like if we get it wrong as well?
Look, I think the biggest thing is in the 2040s, when I come to you and say, hey, what do you do? Right? Your answer is not going to be about what puts food on the table. It's going to be what you're really passionate about, what you think can make a difference. Because the core infrastructure of the human systems, providing food, healthcare, education, will largely be automated and be essentially free. And that's the huge benefit that will happen. So then that means as humans, we get to really do things that are meaningful for us. Dave Shapiro, a futurist out of the US, calls it the meaning and purpose economy. And that's what really excites me, is what can humanity as a species do without the brakes taken off by, sort of legacy economic thinking.
All I heard there was free food. I've got to, and I know, you don't carry a crystal ball around with you, but on the flip side as well, if we do get it wrong, and I know that's obviously not your aim and not the aim of bringing all these people together, but if we do get it wrong, what does that also look like?
Well, this is why we keep talking about evolution of economics, and smart economies is a big topic of the event. Because if we don't sort of change our economic systems thinking, then you have large-scale techno-unemployment as a potential, and you have massive inequality, where you have these trillionaires amassing wealth because of AI, but that wealth not being able to be distributed well in the economy because all of these jobs, grassroots jobs, have been taken over by AI. That's the biggest threat that I see over the next 5 to 10 years, but it requires us thinking about what's the next system economically? And I'm not talking about socialism or communism. I'm talking about net new economic thinking, circular economies, donut economies, this type of thing. There was a really interesting piece of research done in the 1970s that predicted that AI and computer automation would crash our economic system and our resource system in the 2040s if we didn't sort of change the system. And unfortunately, we're on track for that. Because think about it, if we've got AI factories and all of this that can just spit out new iPhones and new electric vehicles every minute of every day on an automated fashion, we could just consume all of the resources on the planet, autonomously, and that would be a massive disaster for us. So we need to think about this transition in the state and think about what is really the purpose of the species.
Brett, it's so fascinating speaking to you. Thank you so much for your time. Just remind us again about the Futurist X Summit 2025, when that's happening, where it's happening, and also how people can get involved.
Sure. Check out futuristevent.com for information on the event. It's September 22nd and 23rd at the Jumeirah Beach Hotel. We would love to see you there, and I hope we can make a real difference.
Brett King, the founder of the Futurist Network, thank you so much for your time. It's an absolute honour, and I'm sure we will be speaking to you very, very soon, sometime in the future. 12:50, this is Mira Business FM Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. We will get the news very shortly.
Mira Business FM.
Dubai-based Fern Hospitality Ventures has just launched this landmark fund to back luxury dining, hospitality, which is kind of experiential in a way, and disruptive tech-driven concepts around the world. It's part of a broader story of Dubai, no longer just importing world-class restaurants and concepts, but actually creating them here and then exporting them to the likes of New York, London, in this case, Bali and Miami as well. And what's even more interesting is who's leading this charge. In his early 20s, Akshat Dibrawala is the managing director of Fern Hospitality Ventures. He's also the founder of Niamo, is that right, Niamo Capital?
Niamo.
Yeah, Niamo Capital, managing $25 million in assets, and he's already making his mark as part of the next generation of global investors. Akshat, when people look at you thinking, what is this kid doing with all of these ideas and all of this money, but you're living the dream in a way.
I guess so, yeah.
It's a pleasure to have you. Welcome to Mira Business FM. Thank you for coming along and speaking to us. Look, let's start with the big news. $100 million Global Hospitality Fund is what was announced over the last 24 hours. What's the vision behind FHV, and what makes it different to kind of other investment funds in this space?
So our vision is simple. We're trying to create a diversified portfolio of high-end hospitality as well as fast-growing, trendy, experimental concepts. And we're backing brands that we believe in and using our network of operators who we work with worldwide to really maximize the capital upside.
So tell us a bit about the fund, how it works, what are your plans in terms of this $100 million global hospitality fund that you're putting together?
Sorry, could you just repeat that?
Yeah, just tell us a bit about the fund, how it works, and how you kind of are looking to operate it.
Yeah, so we're based in Dubai. It's a Cayman registered fund. We're in partnership with Dalma Capital. They're the fund managers based in DIFC. It's run between Uday Singh, my partner, and myself. We lead the fund with a strong team of advisors who have decades of experience in hospitality in different regions. They've grown some of the world's best known brands. And we also work with a group of investors. So Uday, my partner, had been working for the last 15 years with investors all over the world to raise money on a project-by-project basis. We came across each other a few years ago, and then for the last 2 years, we've been working together. So doing this in a fund structure was a natural progression for us.
Give me an idea, and I want to get into your mind a little bit later on, and the fact that you're just in your 20s and you're really kind of riding with the big guys right now, and it's just fascinating, and kudos to you for getting there.
Thank you.
I just want to understand what your role is in the fund right now, and the work that you're specifically doing to help make this happen.
So to answer your question a bit better, if I just explain my background a bit. I spent a lot of time with a seasoned investor, and I was very fortunate to have the opportunity to listen in to 100-odd pitches from different industries, different companies, and different stages of growth. And what that allowed me to do is sort of understand the deal-making mindset an investor has, as well as the structuring, the approach to structuring that's required. So my role in the fund is more on the structuring side of things to make sure that the technical aspects of the investment are how we hold equity, where we structure the portfolio companies, how we expand. So I'm looking more at those sort of things.
Some would say you're driving the machine from behind the doors.
One could argue that I think both roles are very important. Uday, my partner, he's very much in charge of finding the right operators, finding the right locations to expand into.
Let's talk a bit about the fund. So you raised $15 million in the first 24 hours of the launch. What do you think drove such kind of immediate investor confidence? What was the reason for that?
So we spend a lot of time between Ultra HNIs and in different parts of the world following the global social calendar. And the brands that we first approached them, brands we first took to investors to invest in were brands they could resonate with. They were brands they were well familiar with and dine at quite often. So that gave them a lot of confidence that we're working at a certain level and which meets their expectations.
And just tell us how it works, Akshat, because the fund, I believe, has a dual return model. So it combines the kind of cash flow from operations and capital gains from real estate, if I'm right.
No, so capital appreciation from the expansion, from the overall valuation of the company going up.
Yeah, so just give us an idea of, and break it down. How does it all work?
So really, hospitality is a very cash flow driven business. If done right, I mean, some of the concepts we've worked with have seen break even within 6 months. They've been turning a strong revenue from day one. So the dual approach is quite key to investors because it provides them a return on their investment from day one using the cash flow. And we aim to, we know that hospitality is growing. It's gone from, if we look at consumer spending on just luxury dining and luxury hospitality spending, it was at 239 billion in 2023. It's expected to hit 391 billion by 2028. So we know it's a growing industry and we want to capitalize on this by taking a concept and opening in several other cities so that the valuation upside is there.
Actually, you mentioned earlier that the fund is managed by Dalma Capital.
Yes.
They're obviously a regulated firm here with over $10 billion in mandates. How does their involvement strengthen the strategy and support of your, what is quite an ambitious target of 20% returns as well?
Yeah, so They strengthen they help a lot when we pitch to investors, when we approach investors. They bring institutional names and they help us approach sovereign wealth funds, and they're also regulated. They have a very disciplined approach, and they have a very strong team of some core individuals who assist us in the due diligence, when we analyze a deal and when we go towards execution. Their team really plays a big part in assisting us.
And that's the thing, it's confidence, right? When people hear kind of Dalma, they're filled with a lot of confidence, right?
A lot of confidence, a lot of experience, and we can take from their learnings.
Let's look at some of the first kind of portfolio highlights. 16 Charles Street in London, Upper Bali as well, potentially coming. Dorsey in New York, is that?
So Dorsey is a tech application. It's worldwide.
Yeah, okay, that's so based out of New York, is it?
So it started in the US, started in New York, and then it's worldwide now.
So this is a complete kind of mix almost of different ventures. Also, I think you mentioned a ramen concept coming in Portugal. We'll get onto that very, very shortly. What kind of story do these investments tell us a bit about the kinds of brands that you want to back and work with?
So with globalization, it's become much easier to work internationally in different regions. We can access different cities within hours, and both my partner and I travel quite frequently. And these brands are well established in a lot of well-known places, New York, Dorsey. So Dorsey is a tech application that is members only. It provides access to the most sought-after reservations across the world. We all, some of us know that reservations are very difficult in New York, and as well as the seasonal places like Saint-Tropez, Courchevel, and Dorsey provides their members access to that. 16 Charles Street, on the other hand, is a members-only dining club that we're building in London. It's 5 stories. It's going to be one of its kind. It's in partnership with the Parisian brand Lulu, who are again very high-end, very chic. They're in Saint-Tropez during the summers. They attract all the ultra HNIs. So these are sort of the brands and the concepts that we're working with.
And tell us a bit about the concept in Portugal as well, which we met yesterday, and you were telling me a bit about that as well. Kind of got my belly rumbling a bit. Tell me.
So Ramen Me in Portugal is a concept that I identified along with my partners in Portugal 2 years ago. It's only been operational for 2 years, and it's what we like to call affordable luxury, which targets more towards the Gen Z and the youth we have nowadays. It's a very trending concept. It's homemade noodles with Afro beats, and we turned profit 6 months in. We broke even in 6 months and then started making profit. This year, our expected revenue is roughly around 1.1 million euros.
Wow. And what a simple concept, right? Like, okay, ramen, everyone loves a bowl of ramen.
Yeah.
But then to chuck in Afrobeats music there as well, you're specifically targeting that kind of Gen Z era, kind of even like university students, that kind of thing, right? Yeah. Why is something so simple doing so well?
It's attractive, it's a bit sexy. Our Instagram's attractive, and it's a very trendy place. It's an Instagrammable place. You can share it. It's not very expensive, so you can have an experience. You can have a DJ. You can have a good time with your friends at a reasonable cost. So you can go there multiple times, and which is why we want to roll out our next 5 stores in places with that are highly densely populated with a younger crowd.
Have you tried the ramen? Surely you've tried it.
Of course.
Is it good?
have. It's very good.
Okay, that's good. Well, I'm sad that you didn't bring a bowl of ramen for us, but then again, it's in Portugal, so I don't blame you. It's fine. Actually, look, Dubai is now kind of being seen as a exporter of hospitality concepts, where kind of homegrown ideas are being taken abroad now, as well, as opposed to before, where ideas were coming into Dubai mainly. Why do you think the city is kind of so well positioned to set global benchmarks in this kind of luxury dining hospitality area?
I think there's a number of things that go into that. Dubai is a tourist hotspot. We see tourism boom every year. We have 365 days a year of tourists coming in and going out the country. We also have been recently seeing a lot of migration into the city, which means that we have people from different backgrounds, from different regions, who have seen high-end dining and have experienced high-end dining, whether they're from New York or London. And Dubai has become a hub for this because we have homegrown brands that are hitting this benchmark. We have exceptional operators. We have exceptional quality of food as well. We have 13,000 restaurants in the city. All the major brands from all over the world are in Dubai. And Dubai has become a place where every ultra HNI, every tourist has either once been or travels through quite frequently.
You are obviously looking at other locations as well. Bali is one of them. Obviously, you know, Portugal and London. Anywhere else to add to that list?
These are key areas that we're focusing right now.
Yeah.
We want to soon start looking a bit more into Bodrum.
In Turkey, yeah, Bodrum in Turkey, nice. What's the playbook for kind of choosing a destination to enter? What's the kind of strategic thought process behind it?
So we closely monitor a lot of key data and a lot of key statistics that help us go and explore other markets more. We saw in Bali, for example, Bali has been giving consistent revenue growth for the last 3 years. Ever since COVID, it's been giving consistent revenue growth. This year, revenue per annum in hotels is growing at 18%, which is quite significant. So we follow these trends and we see where the social and the data trends are moving towards.
Look, we want to keep you here. Plenty to talk and discuss with you. I also want to kind of get into your head a little bit later on about kind of your journey as a young entrepreneur, also the kind of Gen Z and the digital shift, particularly in the hospitality sector as well, and also what the future lies ahead for Fern Hospitality Ventures. So stick around. We're just going to go to a very, very short break. When we come back, we'll get the news headlines and we'll carry on chatting, Akshat.
Sounds good.
We've got Akshat Dibrawala, the Managing Director of Fern Hospitality Ventures, in the studio with us here on Mira Business FM. You're listening to Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. It's just gone 12:20. We'll be back after this. Welcome back to Daybreak. You are listening to Mira Business FM. It is Inzamam Rashid with you, and in the studio we have a very special guest who has been speaking to us for the last 20 minutes or so. Akshat Dibrawala, he is the Managing Director of Fern Hospitality Ventures. We've been talking to him because a new $100 million fund that's turning heads in the global hospitality industry has been launched by FHV. This landmark fund will back luxury dining and hospitality around the world, and a whole load of different concepts, a tech concept as well, which Akshat spoke to us about a little bit earlier. Dorsia, is that right, Dorsia?
Yeah,
it's an app which allows people to get into kind of high-end fine dining restaurants. Is that right?
Yeah, reservations that are very hard to get. So if you're a member of the app, you can get them on very short notice.
And is that available in Dubai yet? What's the...
It is. It's available in Dubai, London, European destinations like Ibiza, Saint-Tropez, Cannes.
Amazing.
So it's in a lot of places.
Look, the reason we're speaking to Akshat because he is the Managing Director of Fern Hospitality Ventures. You might hear from his voice, and if you are watching on the live stream, that he almost pretty much sounds like a baby. Like, this is like a kid who's just waltzed his way into the studio and is talking about the fact that he manages a fund now worth millions of dollars. He claims that he's the strategic mind behind all the kind of decisions of FHV. That I can see, and from the conversation that we've already had, you can definitely hear that as well. Actually, I want to talk to you a bit about how Gen Z are reshaping hospitality. You, of course, in your early 20s. How old exactly are you?
I'm just 21.
21. 21. Now, all right, I've never said to anyone that I feel old, But my God, I feel old now. I genuinely feel old. Faraj also nodding his head. So look, let's talk about Gen Z 21. Wow. Gen Z reshaping hospitality. You mentioned that you have your ramen concept. Name that again, Ramen
Me.
Ramen Me. That's in Portugal right now. It's a ramen concept with Afrobeats music at the same time. Pretty cool concept. Love the idea of that. I would love a place like that here in Dubai. I think it would do incredibly well. But let's talk about how Gen Z are reshaping hospitality. How do you feel they are reshaping hospitality? Is that a key factor?
I think it is a very significant key factor, especially because we've seen snackable content like Reels drive social media usage to an all-time high. And it's twofold in the sense that not only has social media become a very core part of concepts and trending brands that are trying to gain traction out there, but it's also become quite significant in the socially relevant scene. You have clips from events, from restaurants all across the world, which have given dining and hospitality space and exposure that they haven't seen before. If we look at Dubai chocolate, for example, it's better known outside Dubai actually than it is in Dubai. And we've seen Dubai chocolate bars worth up to $80, and supermarkets in the UK. It got to a point where supermarkets in the UK actually put a limit on how many chocolate bars an individual can buy. So we do think that Gen Z are driving this social media traction, which then fuel the traction we see in hospitality.
So then what are you guys doing at FHV, and you in particular, given you are the Gen Z person in the whole company, what are you doing to kind of take advantage of the Gen Z hospitality shift?
We're investing in brands that we're investing in institutional brands as well, but we're also investing in brands that have good, strong social media presence. We're speaking to QSRs from the US that we want to expand, who have a very strong social media presence there. And at the same time, we're speaking to our partners and making sure that the institutional brands and the high-end, more old-school concepts we work with are also staying relevant to the Gen Z crowd.
Because that's the whole part of it, right? Actually, I think of like when I go out here in Dubai to restaurants and things like that. The only reason that I will go to like quite a high-end, pretty fancy restaurant is if I've seen it on social media, right? And I've seen the crowd having fun, the food looks incredible. Like, that's usually the reason that you go to some of these places. So is it about creating concepts where people can whack out their phones, start filming the vibe, the whole concept, the whole idea, posting it on their socials and just getting the message out that way?
Completely. And in fact, you can see that with Opa Bali. Opa is a concept in Dubai that I believe is quite socially relevant. Everyone that goes to Opa puts at least one story of them smashing the plates. And even before I went to Opa, for months I'd see the stories online. That's what made me interested in the brand. Actually,
I'm going to come back to you very shortly. So if I'm cutting you off there, we're just going to get the news headlines. Still so much to discuss. Stick around. Akshat Dibrawala speaking to us here on Mira Business FM. Welcome back. This is Daybreak with me, Inzamam Rashid. So we're talking to Akshat Dibrawala. He's the Managing Director of Fern Hospitality Ventures. And the reason we're talking to him is because FHV, Fern Hospitality Ventures, have launched a landmark fund, $100 million, which is turning heads in the global hospitality industry. They are investing in luxury dining, tech-driven concepts around the world. We've been speaking to Akshat all about this. Akshat, only 21, is the managing director of this firm. We were talking just then about Gen Z, given your age, and the kind of the way Gen Z is reshaping hospitality, concepts where people are taking out their phones, filming, taking pictures of the food. I was once dating a girl who would take a picture of every single plate and food item that would come to the table, and I'm just like, let me just eat the food. But fair enough, she's taking a photo and she's going to post it, and that's how the word gets out there. tech platforms in hospitality, and of course you have one in the shape of Dorsia. How crucial are they in this day and age? Kind of from AI-driven booking to kind of social-first brands are still kind of underused. Where do you see the kind of biggest opportunities to disrupt when it comes to tech and hospitality?
So they're very important in terms of increasing efficiency, but increasing efficiency as well as the user experience. Dorsia, for example, has a feature that we call they call frictionless payment, which means that my card's linked to the app, and as a member, I can book a reservation and I can host a group of people, never see the check. It's updated live on my phone as the order is being placed, and once we're done dining, we can just get up and leave. So this really enhances user experience. And what we're seeing is in the tech disruptors, whilst they're increasing customer use, they're also collecting a lot of insights that improve the customer's dining experience. I know that if I'm using an app that knows where I'm dining, they'll be better suited to suggest where I might like to eat next.
Interesting, because I'd say if your card was kind of just linked to the whole thing and you just get up and leave, then you're not seeing how much the bill is. But then I was thinking the people who are using these apps probably don't care about how much the bill is going to be.
But you do see the bill. So as the waiter punches it in live into their system, it shows on my phone immediately.
That's fine. So you know that you're not
I know that
you're paying for 3 extra bottles of champagne when you've not bought 3 extra bottles of champagne. Look, I want to get into your mindset. You're 21 years old. I am astonished by the level that you are at. It's an absolute testament to you, and of course the people that you work with. Uday Singh, you mentioned, is your partner in this as well. You're one of the youngest managing directors of a fund this size. There's no doubt about that. I don't think I need to do the research into that to even know. What inspired you to kind of step into entrepreneurship and investment so early in your life?
So I never approached it with a materialistic goal in mind that I want to reach this stage and have this. I started early I used to be very fascinated by different projects, so I tried getting involved with as many different things as I could. Then I had a good opportunity to sit alongside an investor and listen to a lot of different pitches, and my goal from the start was just to learn a bit more, and that's what inspired me into pursuing investments a bit more.
But let's talk about it. I mean, come on, normal 21-year-olds will be out there having fun, enjoying themselves, going out, with their friends, nightclubs, shisha lounges, all that kind of stuff. Are you getting time to do any of that? Is your life kind of? Do you get to live like 21-year-olds do? Or
I mean, given that a big part of it is hospitality, I get to do that and more.
True.
I'm always traveling, dining at good places, partying, enjoying. So it's fun. I can't complain.
And you're traveling a lot.
Yeah,
so kind of just give us an insight into like what a kind of daily or a week looks like for Akshat, where you're traveling to, what kind of stuff are you getting up to as a 21-year-old in this industry?
So for the last 3 years, I've been based more in London. For the last 1 year, Niamo Capital has been set up, so we have our offices in London. I like my time in London when I can play paddle, I can go to the office, I can have a early dinner, sleep in. But when I'm traveling, I'm meeting with a lot of new people and networking, seeing different sites, seeing different locations, and then traveling to the next place.
Do you ever look at other 21-year-olds and think, oh, I wish I just had a bit more of a normal life like them? Or are you content with the life that you're leading right now?
I think I'm quite content with the life I'm leading. Because this is what I wanted. This is what I'm trying to build. This is what I'm trying to enjoy. There's always going to be parts of people's life that they think, I want that part from his life, that part. But it's about enjoying what you have at the moment.
And what's incredible as well, Akshat, and I tell you this as advice from me, not that you need it, but you are incredibly humble, very grounded, and I think that's something that you should definitely take forward in your life. Through Niamo Capital, you're already managing think it's around $25 million.
Yes.
How do you kind of balance risk with long-term strategy at such a young age? Like, how is your brain so mentally mature enough to kind of handle a portfolio of $25 million?
So there's one thing we try and do, even with hospitality, when we work with operators, we try and leave the experts to do what they're good at. So we work with a good group of strategic advisors and professionals who assist us on the due diligence and the execution. They dive deeper into the core insights of a business, whether it's performing, whether it's not performing, whether it's on track to perform as they say they will, and then we analyze this data internally to minimize our risk, and we make sure we take different perspectives into consideration.
Who are your mentors and people who inspire you to grow in this industry?
Within the network of people I surround myself with, there are a number of individuals who I like to see, who I like to look up to. But I would say I don't like to look up to one specific person. I try my best to draw the best qualities from a number of people.
Interesting. Okay, so let's look ahead then, particularly with FHV. You've now launched this $100 million fund. Tell us the work that you guys are putting in now. You're at 15 million currently.
Yes.
What work are you doing to get that extra 85?
So we're now planning our road shows. We're speaking to investors. We're now broadcasting our deck to a wider audience. We're speaking on radio shows and making sure the word gets out. We have a very strong pipeline of investments that we have to offer to investors, and we're seeing how we can cater to our investors and bring them on board.
Why you? Why would people want to part with their money to invest in you guys? What is it so unique about the work that you guys are doing in the hospitality sector to put money into you guys?
One thing we spoke about when we met yesterday was the prestige element why people invest in hospitality. And so we think that if we look at Dubai, for example, there are a lot of people who want to get into this space, who want to invest in hospitality, but either they don't have the right access or they don't have the right knowledge. And when I say access, I mean you're very heavily dependent on operators in this industry to make sure that they're maximizing revenues, keeping costs down, and not stealing from the business. So why invest with us? Because this is where we come in and we protect their investment by mitigating these risks.
Global luxury hospitality, Akshat, is spending in global luxury hospitality is expected to reach just shy of $400 billion by 2028. What's the single biggest challenge do you think that we'll see in the industry over the next 5 years?
I think given with the frequency and the amount of places that are opening up, we will see a moment where a lot of new entrants, a lot of new players come into the market, which disrupt the existing players for a bit. But I think at the end of the day, the institutional brands with good, strong core values are the ones that are going to get through this.
I'd also be interested to get your take on, are you quite selective on who you allow to invest in something like this? Are you kind of picking people who align with your kind of views and goals and aspirations? Or is anyone with, if someone turned up and said, look, here's 50 million, are you happy to take that? Or is there a kind of a rigorous process?
Yes, so we speak to them about the pipeline we have, the projects we're looking at, and we try and work with investors who share the same vision, who are fond of what we're doing, rather than someone who's just willing to put 50 million because they'd want to put 50 million on a specific project, and if we don't believe in the project, then we don't want to have a bad outcome.